A World to Win. The Life and Works of Karl Marx. Sven Liedman. Translated by Jeffrey N. Skinner. Preface. It is a great joy for me that my biography of Marx, originally published in Swedish in September 2015, has now reached the English-speaking world. Prior to the translation, the text was updated and a few mistakes in the original have been corrected. The great majority of references to Swedish and other Scandinavian literature have been removed. On the other hand, the German, French, and to some extent Italian, books and articles remain. I think it important that substantial portions of international Marx research are taken into consideration. There are two crucial reasons why I, having worked on Marx, and Engels as well, from the 1960s until now, took on the task of writing a major biography of Marx in the second decade of the 21st century. First, a quarter century after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the dissolution of the Soviet Union, it has finally become possible to provide a portrait of Marx unobscured by what happened after his death. Quite simply, we have an opportunity to assess the whole of Marx's multifaceted work in a way that would have been impossible only a few years ago. The second reason is a little more down-to-earth. The major critical edition of the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe has now come so far that the greater part of his work, including important, previously unpublished manuscripts and excerpts, has been edited in an exemplary manner. It is now possible, for example, to compare Engels's editing of the third volume of Capital with Marx's own manuscript in a completely new way. In excerpts of his reading, with accompanying commentary, Marx's prodigious literary consumption becomes apparent in both its breadth and depth. In the first chapter of this book, I take a position on a great number of prominent representations of Marx. Since 2015, however, an important English-language biography has become available, namely Gareth Stedman Jones's Karl Marx, Greatness and Illusion. It has earned glowing reviews from many quarters and deserves a few words here. I have to be able to explain why another sweeping biography of Marx is needed. To begin with, it should be said that Stedman Jones's work deserves a lot of praise. It is an extremely thorough study that clarifies important parts of the background to Marx's work. In particular, he has mapped out in detail the confusing diversity of the generally short-lived workers' movements, from the Chartists up to the time of Marx's death, when various social democratic parties had begun to take shape. There is hardly anything to be added in this regard. In my own biography, these movements have been dealt with to the extent that they are important to understanding Marx's activities, and no further. Stedman Jones has also very energetically elucidated many important sources of inspiration for Marx. Not infrequently, he does so in such detail that Marx's own writing is actually overshadowed. For my own part, I have certainly provided an account of the literature that influenced Marx. I examine a broader sphere of influence, such as the natural scientists Marx eagerly studied. But, for me, it was important first of all to present Marx's work in all its breadth. My estimation of Marx as an author is a world away from Stedman Jones's assessment of him. He depicts a relatively brief period when Marx was successful both as a theoretician and a politician, the years from 1864 to 1869, when he completed the first volume of Capital and simultaneously played a decisive role in the development of the International Workingmen's Association. It is natural to consider this a high point. But for me, the whole body of his work, everything from the early years up to the last incomplete manuscripts, amounts to a towering achievement, though the great majority of it never went to print during his lifetime. Stedman Jones sums up rather neatly the original thinking found in the Communist Manifesto, but as regards the economic and philosophic manuscripts he is significantly more reserved. The noteworthy aspects of the substantial preparatory work for Capital, known as the Grundriss, do not emerge. He judges the text clumsy and disjointed and the presentation chaotic, and perhaps with good reason. But certain pages are brilliant all the same. There, as he so often does, Marx succeeds in throwing light on his theory with elegant aphoristic incisiveness. In particular, he provides in glimpses a vision of the working life of the future found nowhere else in his oeuvre. Generally speaking, the Grundrisse opens up a broader perspective than the first volume of Capital. In contrast to Stedman Jones, I am profoundly concerned with the last few decades of intensive research concerning the Grundrisse and in particular Capital. It is striking how names such as Hans-Georg Backhaus, Michael Heinrich, and Andrew Kliman are conspicuous by their absence in Stedman Jones's work. As a result, he does not succeed in providing an up-to-date reading of Capital. The notion that Marx was unproductive after 1870 has a long history, one familiar from many previous biographies. But newer studies have painted a very different picture. At the end of his life, Marx was of course physically much weaker but as restlessly active as ever, deepening and broadening his already voluminous reading. Most of it stopped at detailed, often extremely interesting excerpts. But he also authored a number of manuscripts, some of which attained lasting significance. The critique of the Gotha program belongs here, of course, but so too does the text that formed the basis for Engels's widely read book The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. The drafts of his responses to Verazé Sulich are another item of great importance. Tedershanen, a specialist in this period of Marx's output, even distinguishes a late Marx, to sit alongside the established young and mature Marx. In this biography, I follow my subject all the way to the end. My own background in the history of philosophy and science is of some relevance. I have analyzed Marx with regard to the thinking of his time, and this line of inquiry has unearthed previously unnoticed facts regarding his relationship to the natural sciences. In a comprehensive study of Engels, published in Swedish in 1977 and in an abbreviated translation in German in 1986, Das Spiel der Gegensätze, but unfortunately not in English, I could map out in detail the surprising origins of the curious doctrine, which often had fateful consequences, called dialectical materialism, which culminated in a dialectics of nature. I can now supplement this picture and highlight all kinds of previously unnoticed facets. It has been possible to bring a greater understanding to the tension in Capital between, on the one hand, a dialectic with roots in Hegel and, on the other, a struggle for exactitude inspired by the era's triumphs in physics and chemistry. In summary, Stedman Jones provides an ambitious and detailed picture of Marx's political achievements, albeit one marked by his own ideological preferences. Yet, it is remarkable that he completely ignores important works such as Wolfgang Scheder's Karl Marx als Politiker. The thinker, empirical researcher, and author who takes shape in Jones's biography is an unsatisfying portrayal, the features of which rely on research that has long been overplayed. This is fatal, since it is in these capacities that Marx can actually inspire us today. The political game has changed numerous times over the last 150 years. The tools Marx developed for his analysis of society and history are still sharp but lie unused far too often, despite the fact we live in a period of striking similarity to Marx's own. With this biography, I have attempted to explain not only who Marx was in his time, but why he remains a vital source of inspiration today. Whether the endeavor has been a success is a matter for the reader to decide. 1. The Great Project. When I was young, it was my good fortune to make the acquaintance of an old German Jew who was dying, here in London, from the effects of long hardship and privation, of overwork and poverty. I did what I could to prolong his life. I got him sent to Algeria, to the south of France, and got the most brilliant young physician on Harley Street to look after him. But it was too late. In the short time I knew him, he taught me more than all other teachers, dead or living. He saw more clearly than any other man the disease that was killing the world. His name was Karl Marx. The man who spoke these words was named E. Ray Lancaster. He was one of Great Britain's foremost biologists at the turn of the 20th century, and one of the few present at Marx's funeral. 1. But this book is not about Dr. Lancaster. It is about Marx. Karl Marx lived from 1818 to 1883. By the autumn of 1850, Half of his life had passed. He was truly a man of the 1800s, rooted in his century. Today he belongs to the distant past, yet his name constantly crops up. The collapse of the Soviet Empire at first appeared to bury him in its rubble, in the oblivion that surrounds the hopelessly obsolete. Marx was only the first in a series of repugnant figures who now, fortunately, had been consigned to the history books. Everything that had been realized in the Soviet Union and China had been designed first in Marx's imagination. This is a notion that is still widely prevalent. But it soon turned out that Marx had an active afterlife, independent of the disintegration of empires. More than a few regretted his demise. The most influential of these was Jacques Derrida, the French philosopher, who played an important role in the intellectual life of the 20th century. In 1993, he published Spectres of Marx, in which he conceded that Marx was indeed dead, but nevertheless haunted a world of growing injustices like a ghost. 2. Another French philosopher, Étienne Balibar, also published an ingenious little book in which he asserted that Marx's thought was extremely relevant to today's world, while the philosophy trumpeted from the Soviet Union had no actual connection with Marx. 3. A few years later, around the turn of the century, Marx became topical in a more spectacular fashion. The New Yorker named him the most important thinker of the coming century and in a vote organized by the BBC, he came out top among philosophers as the greatest thinker of the last millennium. 5 In his last book, How to Change the World, 2011, the great Austro-British historian Eric Hobsbawm spoke about a meeting with George Soros, the famous investor. Soros asked him about his position on Marx. Anxious to avoid a quarrel, Hobsbawm responded evasively, whereupon Soros replied, that man discovered something about capitalism 150 years ago that we need to take advantage of. 6. These anecdotes may seem trivial. Someone who is a celebrity, a public figure people readily refer to, does not need to be influential in a serious sense. It is more telling that Marx is constantly part of the discussion of the fateful questions of our time. When French economist Thomas Piketty caused a sensation in 2013 with his voluminous Capital in the 21st Century, Marx's name dominated the flood of commentary the book gave rise to. Traditional economists ascribed to Piketty all the sins for which they routinely blame Marx, and enthusiasts took the promise in the book's punning title quite literally, A New Capital for the 21st Century. In fact, the distance between Piketty and Marx is quite large. Piketty is not interested in the duel between labor and capital, his focus is on finance capital. The similarity lies in the long historical perspective, as well as in the attention paid to the growing, and in the long-run catastrophic, division between the few who hold more and more power through their riches, and the many who are thereby rendered powerless. Piketty himself is eager to emphasize Marx's significance. Marx's thesis on the unending accumulation of capital is as fundamental for economic analysis in the 21st century as it was for the 19th, Piketty says. 7. Sociologist Göran Thorborn attacks the growing division in the world from another direction in his 2013 book, The Killing Fields of Inequality. He points out that the growing inequality cannot be measured only by widening gaps in income and wealth. Differences in health and lifespan, and people's opportunities in general to develop in an adequate manner, are also appearing. Thorborn perceives a particular existential inequality that concerns rights, dignity, respect, and degrees of freedom, for example. It turns out that this inequality, in all its aspects, is now rapidly accelerating even in Europe, especially in the Nordic countries. 8. Thorborn himself has a background in Marxism and, by all appearances, now considers himself a post-Marxist, that is, remaining in the tradition but free from all ties to previous groups. Indeed, one of his later books, from 2008, is titled From Marxism to Post-Marxism. 9. In the face of another fateful question of the age, the environmental crisis in general and the climate crisis in particular, Marx's name sometimes comes up. This may seem surprising. The empire that had its ideological origins in Marx, the Soviet Union, caused unparalleled environmental destruction. But those who go directly to Marx without teetering through Stalin, Khrushchev, and Brezhnev find that he certainly cared about the environment. Material production for him was an interaction between nature and humanity that had been eliminated as a result of capitalism. The person who has most emphasized this, and to some extent overemphasized it, is American sociologist John Bellamy Foster, above all in his 2000 book Marx's Ecology. 10 Foster's perspective turns up in Naomi Klein's 2014 Grand General Scrutiny of the Relationship Between Capitalism and Climate, This Changes Everything. 11. Marx is also present in discussions about the new class society that developed in the decades around the turn of the 21st century. British economist Guy Standing perceived a new social class in the world of that era. He published a widely discussed book about it in 2011, The Precariat, The New Dangerous Class. He considers people of today who are living in an incessantly uncertain financial situation as belonging to the precariat. He perceives three different layers: workers who, through deindustrialization, have lost their jobs and have no prospect for employment, refugees from the world's hotbeds of crisis who have been forced out into the margins of society, and, finally, well-educated people who are reduced to temporary, equally uncertain, positions that are interspersed with periods of unemployment. This is a diversity that is perhaps entirely too large for the term to be manageable. But there is an important unifying link here that has to do with the labor market and the conditions of employment. More and more people are relegated to a diffuse borderland between temporary jobs and no jobs at all. The relative security that the workers' movement fought for is becoming more and more restricted, and the social safety net is growing thinner or being torn to shreds in recurring crises. 12. It is natural that the crisis that crossed the world in 2008 and 2009 aroused a new interest in Marx, and for capital in particular. With the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, many said with pleasure that not only the Soviet Empire, but Karl Marx too would thereby lose all relevance they had had so far. It is fitting that the Soviet Union was sent to the past once and for all after 1991, but not Marx. And why not Marx? To approach the question, we must first take a step back. The societal change that characterized Marx's work more than any other was industrialization, and with it the development of a workers' movement. Today, those developments appear distant and close at the same time. In countries where mass production once began, we have entered into a post-industrial society. The 19th century sweatshops that Marx had in mind are now found chiefly in countries such as China, Indonesia, and the Philippines. In Europe and the United States, other class divisions than those of the 1800s and 1900s are getting wider and deeper. A large number of economists who portray the reality of the early 21st century as the best, indeed, the only natural, one are doing everything they can to convince ordinary people that they belong to the great capitalist community of interest. It's everyone's money that's at stake, they chant. Their own theory is built on the notion of an eternal equilibrium in a world of restless change. We could call it a new kind of more prosaic Platonism. Something eternal exists beyond the chaotic diversity that the senses, and the charts, bear witness to. What could be more natural in a situation like this than to summon Karl Marx back from the shadows? No social theory is more dynamic than his. No one speaks more clearly about widening class divisions than he does. It is impossible to read the introductory, stylistically razor-sharp, and rhetorically perfect first pages of the Communist Manifesto without recognizing the society that is ours. The bourgeoisie has drowned the most heavenly ecstasies of religious fervor, of chivalrous enthusiasm, of Philistine sentimentalism in the icy water of egotistical calculation. Are we not again living in that society? Have we not come back to the reality of the 1840s, even if more globalized and technologically more advanced? The free flow of commodities is the norm that forces other norms to shrink into insignificance. Marx can, sometimes, come almost painfully close to describing our current world. Today, a brutal economism dominates many minds to the extent that it has become invisible for them. It is often called neoliberalism, after the school that Milton Friedman became the symbol of in the 1970s. But the name does not matter. The important thing is that many of Friedman's ideas have become everyday life. The market dominates every detail, and even states and municipalities are run like businesses. Friedman's spiritual forefathers, the representatives of the Manchester School, lived in Marx's time, with John Bright and Richard Cobden leading the way. For them too, free trade would solve all problems. Marx harbored a reluctant admiration for the Manchester liberals, seeing them as heralds for a development that had to precede the society he himself was fighting for. At the same time, he attacked them heatedly when they claimed to represent the whole of the people, the workers as well, against the aristocracy. Marx wrote much about Cobden and Bright and their followers, especially in his articles in the New York Daily Tribune. The Marx of the 21st century must brace himself against the reality that has been created since the 1980s. Today, Marx may be discussed and often cited, but he has only a fraction of the influence he, apparently, at least, had 50 or 100 years ago. In a way, this is paradoxical. His vision of society would seem to appear less pertinent then than it does now. The Soviet Union, which was supposed to be following in his footsteps, was characterized by many things, from censorship, forced labor camps, and rule by the bosses to schools and universities for everyone and guaranteed support for a non-modernistic culture, indeed, a Philistine sentimentalism, to use the words of the manifesto. In the other Europe, where Marx is also found in the family tree, certain politicians could talk about democratic socialism, and there, despite many shortcomings and injustices, moderate social security prevailed for most. The economy blossomed, preparing the ground for reforms that made life more tolerable for ordinary folk. Of course, there were still class divisions, but not as precipitous as 100 years earlier. Marx's analysis of his time thus makes better sense today than it did 50 years ago. Its accuracy applies, above all, to the way capitalism works. But Marx had not counted on capitalism's ability to constantly renew itself and develop new productive forces. Today, capitalism appears more dominant than ever. In the only large country where Marx still has a place of honor, China, he has to put up with constantly being drenched in the icy water of egotistical calculation. Communism has become the Sunday best, tight as a straitjacket. Everyday life is marked by a race for market shares, as ruthless as it is successful. Marx's analysis of the way capitalism works is being brilliantly confirmed. But for him, it would have been inconceivable that a country that quotes him would drive capitalism to its utmost extremes. It is in this paradoxical situation that entering deep into the study of Marx becomes important. Going this deep requires that, from the beginning, we settle accounts with a range of fallacies about Marx circulating in the general public and making a reasonable understanding of his life and work more difficult. These fallacies, large and small, will turn up in their natural contexts further on in the text. Here, it is only a question of relieving the reader, from the beginning, of unnecessary ballast, misconceptions and exaggerations. Several of the most common assertions about Marx are quite simply false. The claim that he wanted to dedicate the first volume of Capital to Darwin belongs here. He never dreamed of it. On the other hand, he did send a printed copy to the great biologist, who thanked him for the kindness but at the very most read the first few pages. Another fallacy is that Marx said that religion is opium for the people. He never said that, he said it is an opium of the people. There is a big difference. Religion is not something that the malicious powers that be dispense to the people. It is the people themselves who seek relief and comfort in religion. Point 13. Other common ideas about him can be questioned with good reason. One of the most widespread is that he was a determinist. Societal development would inexorably progress from one stage to another. Socialism would follow capitalism with the necessity of natural law. This idea arises more naturally, as the Marxism that came after him often expressed itself this way. What is more, There are phrases in the works of Marx himself that are easily interpreted in this direction. But research over the last few decades, the research that could be conducted on his core texts in the condition he left them, has shown that he spoke more of tendencies than an inevitable development. According to him, there were far too many uncertain factors. He himself spoke of the power of accidental circumstances. Sometimes, he is painted as a hypocrite for trying, often in vain, to live like a Victorian bourgeois. But he was not ashamed of that. He didn't follow any ascetic attitude to life, but indulged everyone, himself included, in the advantages that were still only possible for a small minority. The Marx found beyond the clichés is a living figure occupying a time as full of revolutionary news and social change as our own. This is the man, and the world he lives in, that we will now encounter. But this book is not the first about Marx, only the latest in a nearly endless succession. What function will this particular book fulfill, then? To attempt an answer to this question, we have to cast a glance over the vast literature that exists. The main stress, of course, lies on the biographies, the books that in one way or another claim to deal with the complete Marx, his life, and his works. The diversity of the books. Eleanor Marx, his youngest daughter, was the first person who intended to write a biography of Karl Marx. But, apart from a few early articles, there were only incomplete notes, for reasons we will come back to. The notes are of great value as eyewitness accounts by a person who was intimately familiar. 14. The earliest full-scale biography is by Franz Mehring, and was published in 1918. Mehring's book is solid. In addition, its particular strength lies in its historical proximity. Mehring knew Friedrich Engels personally. But his book, by today's standards, has its inevitable limitations in that relatively few of Marx's written works were yet known in 1918.15. The shadow of actually existing socialism falls over the literature that came out during the more than 70 years of the Soviet Union's history. Marx is either held up as the first great inspiration, or he is spared responsibility for what happened. The succession of more or less official biographies in the Soviet Union and the GDR had to be brought into harmony with the current regime. This did not prevent knowledgeable, well-balanced accounts from coming out in such an environment. Heinrich Jemkow's 1967 work, Karl Marx, in biography should be held up in particular here. 16. In Western Europe and the United States, many good biographies came out alongside bitter propaganda efforts. Some of them attempted to directly counteract both the devout tributes and the demonization of Marx. One example is Maximilian Rubel and Margaret Minell's 1975 work Marx Without Myth. The American author Alan Wood concentrated on Marx's works, and dealt with the biographical details in only a few pages in his 1981 book Karl Marx. Another American, Gerald Siegel, went in the opposite direction. In his book from 1978, Marx's Fate, The Shape of a Life, he tried above all to capture Marx the man. It is an interesting personal portrait that nevertheless does not seem fully convincing. In his 1973 work Karl Marx, His Life and Thought, British author David McClellan strives to find a balance between the man and his works. It is an equally serious and ambitious biography that provides much important information. Marx's works are treated conscientiously, but closer textual analyses are often set behind a swarm of lengthy citations. One lucid, easily accessible, but also cursory, work is German author Werner Blumenberg's 1962 book Marx in Selbstzugnissen und Bilddokumenten, an English translation of which came out in 1972. Analytical Marxism represents a special kind of interpretation of Marx. It aims at understanding and criticizing Marx's works with the tools of modern analytical philosophy. Norwegian author John Elster is the only one of the central representatives of the school who has written something that could resemble a biography of Marx, his 1986 work An Introduction to Karl Marx. It is a handy little book in which Marx's life is dealt with in a few pages, and the author keeps his works at arm's length, certain of what is valuable and what is worthless in it. Elster's book has the usual virtues of analytical philosophy, order and clarity, but also its shortcoming, an attitude of looking down at the object of study from on high. 17. Back in the 1960s, the most comprehensive work about Marx's early development came out, in which Engels's childhood and youth were also dealt with. French author Auguste Cornu's Karl Marx et Friedrich Engels, Leur vie et leur œuvre, 1955–1970. Despite its 4 volumes, the work does not cover more than the time up until 1846, when Marx was 28 and Engels 26. It is written in the orthodox tradition but abounding in a wealth of detail, and it stays close to the sources. Anyone seeking the most certain information about Marx's background and earlier development can turn with confidence to Heinzmann's 1973 book Karl Marx, Grundlagener Entwicklungsleben und Werk. After the Soviet epoch, the biographies changed their character. There is no longer a politically sanctioned tradition of interpretation to concur with or to repudiate. The relationship to Marx has also become more direct. British author Francis Ween's 1999 contribution to the genre, Karl Marx, a biography, is marked by a certain infectious rashness and enjoyed international success. Ween wallows in both the comical and the tragic details of Marx's life, but only by way of exception does he go deeper into the reason Marx still arouses interest, his ideas and his works. Less easygoing is American author Jonathan Sperber, who in his extensive 2013 biography Karl Marx, a 19th-century life prefers to paint its gray on gray. While most are astounded over the hunger for learning that pushed Marx further, as they are over the singular, colorful, and highly tragic in his life story, Sperber does not let himself be impressed. He absent-mindedly devotes half a page at the end of his account to Marx's literary appetite, which was aimed at everything from Aeschylus to Balzac. The meter-high stacks of excerpts that Marx produced under an intense life of readership elicit only a comment from him that it was terribly untidy in Marx's workroom with all those disorganized notes. 18. Sperber's dour image of Marx may well be contrasted with the glowing colors in a biography a few years older, that of the famous French economist, author, and political advisor Jacques Attali's light and elegant 2005 work, Karl Marx, L'Esprit du Monde. Attali's chief merit is that he does justice to the many facets of Marx in an enjoyable way. But despite everything, even this is a book that deals more with his life than with his works. Descriptions form a beautifully shimmering diversity, but do not really create any idea of why this old German would still be topical. Anyone who wants a genuinely penetrating introduction to Marx's works has reason to turn to a somewhat older book that nevertheless comes out in constantly new, reworked, and expanded editions, Michael Heinrich's 1991 work, Die Wissenschaft vom Wert, The Science of Value. The entire great project of capital is in focus there. In this way, it joins a hard-to-grasp and rapidly growing specialized literature, which will here be presented in its given context. But Heinrich's actually follows Marx's development in its entirety, and can therefore also be seen as an intellectual biography that places great demands on its reader, but also yields bountiful rewards. The once vigorous Italian literature on Marx and Marxism has more or less run dry since the Italian Communist Party passed into being a general party of the left. There are exceptions, however. Philosopher Stefano Petricciani wrote a handy 2009 biography simply titled Marx. 19. Since then, he has gone further with a more inspired 2012 study titled Alesian de Marx, taking lessons from Marx, 20, in which he discusses how we can approach Marx's texts today. 21. A number of introductions to Marx's works have come out over the past few years, intended to initiate new readers into the old master's world of ideas. The foremost example is Thomas Peterson's and Malte Faber's solid, thought-provoking 2015 book, Karl Marx und die Philosophie der Wirtschaft, Karl Marx and the Philosophy of Economics, the third edition of which has already come out. 22. Finally, I would like to mention a few short pamphlets by the celebrated British literary scholar Terry Eagleton. In 1999, he published Marx, a very small biography, in format, a longer essay, and in 2011, the somewhat more extensive Why Marx Was Right followed. The latter is not as apologetic as the title hints at, but is primarily an attempt to explain why Marx is still a current thinker in the 21st century. That is an ambition that also inspires this book. After this review of the literature, in which many more titles could have been mentioned and where the selection is also marked by my ignorance of a number of important languages, it may seem odd to write yet another biography of this man who already has had so much written about him. There is a crucial reason that I did it, after all. I believe myself capable of bringing something new in relation to previous biographies. One important reason is that I have devoted greater attention than usual to Marx's work in the biographical literature about him. His life history is also included here, in both its grand and its trivial details. But it is his writings that make Marx memorable, influential, and still important. I have carefully gone through everything he left behind, both complete documents and manuscripts. I have even reviewed the things that most researchers of Marx browsed past with a reflexive flick of the thumb. As regards the important works, with the great project bearing the name of Capital in the center, I have tried to summarize current research and have also provided an overview that is entirely my own. On a number of points, I feel I am capable of renovating the image of Marx the thinker and scholar. I show that the concept of alienation has a changed, but still central, place in his later works as well. It thereby also becomes possible to elaborate his little developed theory of ideology. In general, I believe myself capable of explaining his relationship to his philosophical predecessors, particularly Hegel, and his central conceptual framework. At the same time, I can indicate the significance of a broad cultural, and in particular, literary, structure for the whole body of Marx's work. I can derive his rapidly changing political position from his view of the relationship between political and social change. I can locate the border between him and his followers, yes, even between him and Engels. What is called Marxism, I argue, should by rights be called Engelsism. Point 23 Marx did not create a system. As a scholar and author he is more of a Faustian figure, constantly on the way deeper into the endless world of knowledge. The Marx I wish to depict is firmly anchored in the 19th century. Its horizons were also his. At the same time, he stands out as a suitable red-hot critic of the capitalism that rules the world of the 21st century. A great, unfinished body of work. Only a small part of what Marx wrote was printed during his lifetime. Most of it remained lying in incomplete manuscripts. Since then, posterity has gradually published what he left behind. Engels was first with the continuation of the only volume of Capital that Marx himself allowed the world to study. He not only reproduced Marx's text but also, by his own accord, filled in the gaps his friend left open. Later publishers largely reproduced what Marx wrote. This was so when the economic and philosophic manuscripts, also called the Paris manuscripts, were published around 1930, showing a Marx that deviated from the standard picture being punched out at the time. So also a few decades later when another, equally astounding manuscript, the Grundriss, surprised faithful readers of Marx with its existence. An attempt at a critical edition of both Marx's and Engels's works was launched in Germany around 1930, in connection with the economic and philosophic manuscripts first being published. But Adolf Hitler put a stop to the project's continuation in 1933. The first major edition of both Marx's and Engels's works was the Marx-Engels Werke, or Mu, which was published in East Germany from 1956 onwards. It was not a critical edition. Works in French or English were reproduced in German translation. The long introductions were highly tendentious and carefully adapted to the prevailing political climate in the Soviet Union, and the text editions themselves had their shortcomings. Works considered dangerous to the official ideology, such as the economic and philosophic manuscripts and the Grundriss, were boxed off in supplementary volumes or only published much later. These shortcomings would be rectified in and through the critical edition, the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, which, through its name, was already directly linked to the incomplete project from the 1930s. Its first volume came out in 1975, but after 40 years the work is still far from completed. The gigantic proportions are a part of the explanation. The edition will eventually comprise approximately 120 volumes with accompanying extensive critical apparatus. Another contributing reason is the collapse of the GDR and the Soviet Union. It took a while before the project got another backer, the Berlin-Brandenburg Academy of Sciences and Humanities. Now volume after volume is being published at a fairly rapid pace. A critical review shows that the early volumes of Mega have certain shortcomings that an observant reader must bear in mind. Point 24 The same sharp gaze has not been directed towards later parts of the edition. Nothing human is perfect. What shortcomings there may be are no longer due to the bad influence of the machineries of power in the GDR and the Soviet Union. In any case, Mega is the most outstanding edition, in principle containing everything, except the irretrievably lost, that Marx and Engels put down on paper. Much that previously lay inaccessible and hard to interpret in the archives is now available, and provides a richer, more complex image of both men than previously. But important parts of the totality are still missing. A number of central works by Marx are, for the time being, only in the Marx-Engels Werke or some other reasonably reliable edition. On the other hand, Capital and all its preliminary work back to the Grundrisse have now been published in Mega. It is possible for the first time to distinguish between Marx's own texts and Engels's contributions, something that is important, particularly as regards the third volume of Capital, to which Engels made extensive changes and supplements to what Marx wrote. Point 25. In this case, we can know exactly what Marx wrote in his own hand. This is so for most of his texts. For a long time, Jenny Marx, his wife, made clean copies of his hard-to-read handwriting, but so far as can be determined, she made no additions of her own. There is, however, one notable exception. She made, by all appearances, her own small but not insubstantial contribution to her husband's manuscript for the Communist Manifesto. Point 26. As regards the many newspaper articles Marx wrote in the New York Daily Tribune, it is sometimes difficult to precisely distinguish Engels's share, particularly concerning the purely linguistic formulation in English. As luck would have it, Marx's and Engels's styles of writing differ in a fundamental way. This makes it easy to determine when Marx, in all essentials, is the author of the articles. The intent of this book is not only to provide an all-round picture of Marx and above all his work. It is also to entice into further reading. Marx is an exciting writer, sometimes brilliant, sometimes carefully investigative, often polemically razor-sharp, and occasionally coarse, or biased, or thoughtless. His repertoire of knowledge is substantial, his frames of reference are broad. Texts by Marx have been my reading matter for more than 50 years now. In 1965, I published my first selection of writings from his youth, Maneskans for Gorels, The Liberation of Mankind, and 3 years later came a book about the young Marx, En Vareld att Vinna, A World to Win. In the 1970s, I became engrossed in Engels's philosophy and its relation to 19th-century scientific and ideological development. The result was a 2-volume work published in 1977, Motsatzernisspel, The Play of Contradictions. Over all the years that have passed since then, I have come back again, off and on, to questions about Marx and Engels, about Marxism and socialism and communism. In 2003, together with Björn Linnell, I published a selection of central Marx texts. The book the reader now holds in their hands is the most extensive I have written about Marx. In principle, I try to cover all the important things Marx wrote. Against this background, before I give an account of the book's contents, it may be reasonable for me to say something about the most appropriate path into the world of Marx's ideas. These recommendations cannot be anything but highly personal. The best beginning is the brilliant first section of the Communist Manifesto. The manifesto as a whole is marked by the problems of the 1840s, by dreams of the future, and especially by the disputes among various factions of the left. But it is as if the prelude were written for our own time. After that, it would be good to follow with the economic and philosophic manuscripts. Marx soon abandons the ideas about human nature he brings forward there, but he holds on to the crucial ideas about what human life should be and what prevents it from being so in capitalist society. It is best if the path into Marx's great theory of society goes through his little pamphlet Value, Price, and Profit, which originally was a few lectures he gave for the London members of the International Workingmen's Association, the famous First International, where he himself soon began setting the tone. It was at the same time as he was completing the first volume of Capital, and the lectures are an easily accessible introduction to several of the main thoughts there. From there the path to Capital should lie open, this remarkable, powerful foundation of the theory, as eternally incomplete as Gaudi's Sagrada Familia in Barcelona. The Grundriss also lies within reach, as with everything else Marx left behind in the form of books, manuscripts, newspaper articles, excerpts, and letters. It should be a pleasure to read Marx, an intellectual and emotional adventure. If I succeed in infecting any of my readers with this love of adventure, I will be satisfied. A guide through the work. The first chapter briefly depicts the historical background of Marx's life, the path from the industrial and political revolutions of the late 1700s to the age when electricity transformed the world and the social democratic parties began to be established. The following 4 chapters cover Marx's life up through the revolutions of 1848 to 49. They deal first with his childhood and youth up until his marriage with the Baroness Jenny von Westphalen and their departure from Germany. After that it is the 19th century capital of Paris that will come into focus both for the young family and for this account. Paris of the 1840s is a magnificent environment, and young Karl will become acquainted with both luxury and poverty, with both the finest salons and the dark places where rebellious journeymen gather and hammer out insidious plans. In this environment, he also begins the great project that would gradually be given the name of Capital. But German, or more precisely, Prussian, police spies were on his trail all the time, and finally got him deported from Paris. He was forced to take refuge in Brussels, a considerably less colorful city. He and his newfound friend, Friedrich Engels, nevertheless created a small rebellious center there and soon came into contact with like-minded people in London. From there, they were both tasked with working out a program for the Communist League, which had now taken shape. Engels wrote the model for the Communist Manifesto, but it was Marx who completed the text and gave it its brilliant stylistic formulation. The manifesto came out just as a long-heralded revolution broke out, first in Paris and then in many other parts of Europe. Marx could have returned to Paris in triumph, though it was not in Paris that his strengths were needed most but in Cologne, where the rebellion was also in full swing. In Cologne, he became a celebrated journalist, like a red flag to a bull for some, a guiding star for others. But this time as well, the vigilant censorship was too much for him, and his paper, the Neue Rheinische-Zeitung, had to be shut down. As always, Marx fought using only words, in newspaper columns or in other revolutionary organizations, but never with weapons. His friend Engels also tried his luck on the barricades. But the revolution was soon put down and reaction triumphed. Now there was only one European country Marx could seek refuge in, Great Britain. It was in London that the rest of his and his family's lives would take place. The remaining chapters of the book deal with his activities there. This account is more systematic than chronological. But the first terribly dark and heavy years in London deserve a particular description. The financial problem seemed to be too much, and the only possibility was a steady stream of money from Engels, who was now working in the family company of Ehrman and Engels in Salford, outside Manchester. But Engels's money could not prevent several of the Marx children from falling ill and dying. For Jenny and Karl Marx, the pain was dreadful. The situation was not improved by Karl most likely having had an affair with the family's maid, Helene de Muth, behind his wife's back. The result was a son, who was immediately given up. At the same time, Marx tried to continue working as a journalist and author. The newspaper and journal articles are given their own chapter here. In particular, I look at his collaboration with the New York Daily Tribune. Engels sometimes got to step in as his ghost writer, as Marx himself was occupied with his great project on capital. But he wrote most of them himself. The articles unmistakably bear his mark, and on the other hand it is often magnificent journalism and an important source for anyone who wants to know how he concretely assessed the age in which he lived. The picture of Marx and his works would be incomplete if these articles are left out. Nonetheless, his labor on the great theory of society was and remains the backbone of his work. The first grand example of his plans is a more than 700-page manuscript that he quickly compiled over a few months at the end of the 1850s, exhilarated by an international economic crisis that he saw as a forerunner to social revolution. This is known to posterity as the Grundrisse, the Outlines, and it is a partially chaotic but in long parts extremely profound, sometimes completely brilliant and thoroughly original account. A thoroughgoing exposition is devoted to it here. But Marx himself was not satisfied with the open form of the Grundrisse and went over instead to a significantly more austere setup. This became Capital, the first volume of which came out in 1867. More volumes were to have come, but Marx was never finished. It was Engels who, after Marx's death, completed volumes 2 and 3. In particular, he put his mark on the third volume. Now Marx's own text exists in a critical edition, and it thereby becomes possible to make comparisons. The differences, as we shall see, are significant. Capital is the subject of an enormous amount of literature. Interpretation often stands against interpretation. This diversity will be illustrated as comprehensively as possible here, at the same time as my own preferences are indicated. The chapter on capital is the most extensive, and perhaps also the most intensive, in the book. Readers who tire out can be glad of the opportunity for getting a good rest in the chapter's final section, the unknown masterwork. Marx cannot be thought of without Engels, nor Engels without Marx. In the literature about them, the issue of differences and similarities is extremely controversial. Sometimes they are represented as intellectual twins, and sometimes it is said that Engels completely misinterpreted his friend. Here, I attempt to provide a nuanced response. They were two distinctly different personalities united by a long, deep friendship complicated by Marx's financial dependency. At the same time, Engels never questioned that it was Marx who was the groundbreaking thinker and researcher. Their scientific interests coincided partially, but not completely. Marx was well acquainted with Engels's ambition to create a kind of philosophy that resulted in works such as Anti-Düring and Dialectics of Nature, but the results made no impression on his own work. On the other hand, as we shall see, a few peripheral notes in Capital had unintended consequences both for what Engels achieved and for all of subsequent history. Engels was also the one who above all got to pass on the heritage once Marx was dead. He did it both reverentially and in his own way at one and the same time. Marx and his politics is a chapter in itself. He was politically active during several important periods of his life. At the same time, he saw politics only as a form for society's real content, which was the way that class societies created and distributed resources among themselves. Political power was a confirmation and reinforcement of the basic relations of power. But it was also there that people became conscious of their own different interests. Marx's fundamental understanding explains why, in his political activity, he sometimes appears as a man of compromises who wants to assemble a radical left, and sometimes as a caustic polemicist castigating those who do not have the same opinions as he does. Within the International, he succeeds in writing programs that satisfy a broad spectrum of perceptions about how society should be changed. But when clashes of opinion between his followers and Bakunin's anarchists become sharp, he is again a man of battle and would rather let the organization come to nothing than engage in negotiations. At first, he greets the Paris Commune of 1871 with mistrust, but soon it fills him with enthusiasm. He follows the development of German social democracy with a certain ambivalence. His criticism of the First Party program is merciless but becomes crucial for the future. With the chapter on his politics, Marx's life and work is illustrated in its various facets. The great question that must finally be asked still remains: what is the relationship between Marx and what is called Marxism? The answer requires a brief exposition of Marxism's varied history. From this it becomes clear that Marx is not a system builder, as both leading German Social Democrats and Lenin asserted. He was always on the road, never satisfied with the results he had reached, guided by what he himself calls a clue. At the same time, much can be recognized in his attitude towards those who think differently than he does in the movement he inspired. He could be ruthless in his polemics, driving out those who diverged from organizations where he had a decisive influence. He was certainly not always like that. He could also work for compromises. But dialogue was not his natural medium. He pushed his own positions with unfailing force and energy. It is nevertheless precisely that force and energy that makes Marx one of the great living classics, a classic that must constantly be brought up to date, especially in an age marked by ruthless capitalism. He is the master of the incomplete work and the excerpt, and he is the perpetual model of the close involvement of journalism and the detachment of capital. He himself should not be regarded uncritically. Both the outstanding and the less tenable, yes, even the purely objectionable, must be held out under the light. This can only happen with a thoroughgoing exposition of what he achieved. Story, account, and analysis must be welded together into a totality. Nostalgia is not an emotion suitable to Marx studies. We need him for the present, and for the future. 2. The time of revolutions. The Industrial Revolution. In many respects, Karl Marx was a child of the French Revolution of 1789. But it was another revolution, slower but even more sweeping, that above all would mark his life and works, the Industrial Revolution. The term Industrial Revolution was developed by socialist thinkers in the early 1800s. The French radical Louis Auguste Blanqui was, as far as we know, the first person to use it to designate an entire epoch, and Friedrich Engels took over the usage in his 1845 book on the situation of the working class in England. Today, the Industrial Revolution is in history books everywhere. But simply calling it a revolution can make its precise meaning unclear. The images of political revolutions govern its interpretations, barricades and battle formations appear in the mind's eye. But for the school of thought that Marx would come to leave his mark on, the process of industrialization was the most thoroughgoing, fundamental, in fact, revolution of another type. Industrialization, unlike political revolutions, does not have a birth date. It is a process that is only possible to distinguish after it has achieved a certain scale. It had its beginnings in England, Scotland, and Wales during the second half of the 18th century and required a long series of prerequisites, such as the expansion of sheep breeding and wool production and the overpopulation of the countryside, as well as a series of technological innovations, especially the continuing domestication of steam power. When the necessary infrastructure was established, first canals, and then, a few decades into the 19th century, railroads that were built for transport of both cargo and people. 2 The villages where this production was located began to grow rapidly and cities became increasingly bloated, factories were constructed wherever there was energy to run them, and coal dominated, quickly causing environmental destruction on a previously unseen scale. But the wheels clattered faster and faster and productivity increased, creating a new kind of more expansive but also riskier wealth than the great landed properties of the aristocracy or the plunder from colonialism. Periods of brilliant economic success were replaced by crises where stock lay unsold, and many of the recently wealthy became destitute. But those who made it through the wringer came out of the crisis strengthened, with enough resources to make use of constantly new technological aids. Incessant societal reorganization helped fortunate owners enjoy the fruits of increasingly efficient production. Cotton was the commodity that set industrialization going in Great Britain. Raw materials were brought from increasingly vast plantations in America, where people stolen from Africa worked under the inhumane conditions of slavery. The damp British climate turned out to be ideal for the cotton trade, and the machines required for processing were relatively cheap. The British, who had recently imported cotton fabrics from India, soon dominated the entire world market. A few decades later, modern iron production began, heavier, more cost-intensive, but nevertheless brilliantly efficient in comparison with earlier techniques. Now Belgium and France, and soon enough, Germany and the United States, were in on the competition. In some places, industrialization became a state interest. Iron was produced for consumption only as an exception, nails and kitchen utensils, but rarely iron girders, were bought for household needs. The iron industry provided capital goods. From start to finish, its expansion was associated with the railroads, which left their mark on the 19th century. People spoke of railroad mania. The pace of expansion was incredible. In 1830 there were only approximately 30 kilometers of railroad, primarily the Manchester, Liverpool line, and a decade later, 7,200 kilometers. In 1859 that distance had more than quintupled. And it continued until a large part of the world had been linked together in vast railroad networks. But it was not only through the railroads that iron became important. The world revelled in enormous iron constructions like bridges, with the Eiffel Tower for the 1889 World's Fair the genre's crowning glory. Steamers were another typical product of the Industrial Revolution that would fundamentally change the transport of commodities and people. The telegraph was yet another. With it, messages could be quickly sent from place to place and from country to country. Before then, trips on horseback had been the fastest transport for both people and messages. Now, horses had been left hopelessly behind. Newspapers also underwent a great development with the new methods of communication. Using the new rotary press, in operation since 1846, more and more could be printed in shorter periods of time. Thus, these technical innovations interacted with each other, reorganizing not only the physical world, but also people's thoughts and feelings. Throughout the 19th century, the press gained unprecedented power over minds. Everywhere industrialization advanced, it brought not only new machinery, new forms of communication, and new products. It also transformed societies. Its most revolutionary consequence was the production of two new social classes, industrial capitalists and industrial workers. Capitalism was not born with industry. Merchant capital had already previously developed and was partially bound up with Europeans' combined voyages of discovery and expeditions of conquest. It became profitable to invest money in exports of domestic products and imports of much coveted exotic goods. Companies were formed, often under state management but with individual partners. Vast riches were thus amassed, which were invested in new projects in a widening spiral. But merchant capital invested in commerce, the capitalists dabbled with trade. Industrial capital dealt, from start to finish, with production. It was a fairly motley crowd who embarked upon competition, from already prosperous bourgeois to mere adventurers. The operations were risky, and many would fold during the recurrent crises. But, gradually, a social class crystallized that despite internal competition was able to form a united front against other social classes. With distaste and fright, the old landowning aristocracy observed how these upstarts not only slapped together factories and flooded the market with new products, but also thereby usurped ever greater economic power. With that power came growing political influence and demands to be given a part of the landowner's privileges. The other social class the bourgeoisie had to offer resistance to was the industrial workers. Most industrial workers were former agricultural workers driven off the land, but there was also a growing share of craftsmen who had lost their livelihoods in the fight against cheap industrial products. Rapidly growing multitudes of women, men, and children were united in industry. Like their masters, they represented something new in history. To ensure profits from production, the industrial capitalists had to minimize their workers' wages. The ideal was that the workers would work as many hours as possible for compensation that was only just enough for their own and their children's survival. But with technological development, more could be produced in shorter periods. At first, many workers saw this development of machinery as a threat to their employment and attacked the machines with sledgehammers and other weapons. But this struggle was in vain, and they soon found a tactic that was much more effective. They joined together into what could be called the first unions, or, if you like, the embryo of the first Workers' Party. These workers were called the Chartists, after the list of demands, or charter, they united around. Their success was limited, and their ambitions of creating a new society were dashed. But the model for solidarity lived on, and despite intense resistance from their opponents, the workers now and then succeeded in winning certain minor successes. Point 3. The terrible conditions that industrial workers lived and worked in also roused consternation among many observers. Manchester in particular, the center of the cotton industry, was a place of pilgrimage for a stream of travelers who, with alarm and indignation, witnessed what they assumed would be the future for all of humanity as long as no radical countermeasures were applied. In 1845, Benjamin Disraeli, who would soon stand out as the leader of the conservative British Tory party, wrote a novel inspired by his observations in Manchester called Sybil, or The Two Nations. In it, he vividly described the glaring differences between the slums the workers lived in and the wealth among the propertied classes. His remedy was a society in which everyone was incorporated into an organic unity where hierarchies were natural but no one lived in want or provocative affluence. Another critical traveler was Scottish author Thomas Carlyle, who blamed the misery of the city on the disintegration of all natural human relationships, which were replaced by a society united only by money, what he called the cash nexus. What should have been miraculous, people being served by machines, was instead producing filth and misery. Point 4. Manchester's residents wrote about it, too. James Phillips K., a government doctor confronted with his city's poverty on a daily basis, described in detail the work, the sanitary conditions, and health in the factory and slum quarters. Friedrich Engels followed in his footsteps, but more on his contributions to the issue later. Point 5. The grave working conditions also drew the attention of the government authorities. The British Parliament pushed through legislation shortening the working day to 10 hours. The industrial capitalists fought tooth and nail against the reform. But it was carried out, and did not result in the collapse of industries. Instead, it became a spur to further accelerating technological development so that more could be produced in a shorter amount of time. The 19th century in which Karl Marx lived was just as revolutionary and changed just as rapidly as the decades that closed the 20th and opened the 21st. Then, as now, people found it difficult to manage getting used to everything new. Reorganization of the sciences. The Latin verb revolvo, which forms the basis for our word revolution, actually means to roll back, that is, retake an earlier position. As late as the Middle Ages and the 16th and 17th centuries, the word revolution was used for the constantly repeated movements of the planets. In the 18th century, a completely new meaning set in. Now, revolution meant a thorough change. It was in this sense that people began talking about a revolution in the sciences with figures like Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler, and Newton, who replaced an earlier conception of the world with a new one. From the history of science, the new meaning of the word spread to politics. The natural sciences have continued to be revolutionized again and again since then, but the designation scientific revolution is still reserved for the changes in the 16th, 17th, and perhaps 18th centuries. Point 6. On the threshold of the 1800s, the mechanics that Newton developed a century earlier were perfected. At around the same time, chemistry was given a completely new foundation by French scientist Antoine Lavoisier, who determined that oxygenation is crucial for the combustion process, both in organic substances and in living organisms. Quantitative determinations replaced the old, merely qualitative ones. Chemistry became one of the great conquering sciences of the 19th century. It transformed agriculture and became the basis for the dyeing industry and crucial for large parts of the development of medicine, pharmacology in particular. For many, it provided a new basis for a philosophy of life and conception of the world. Was not everything, the activity of thinking included, ultimately a chemical process? In physics, the energy principle, in the beginning called the law of constancy of force, would create a great stir in the middle of the century. Simply put, it meant that what were then seen as nature's fundamental forces could pass into each other. Mechanical movement, electricity, chemical reactions, and heat were thus linked together in a system of equilibrium. German physicist Rudolf Clausius aroused even more wonder in 1850 when he showed that heat can never completely pass into movement. The notion of eternal circulation was thus overthrown. The universe is moving inexorably towards stasis, which means that all processes will ultimately cease. For those who saw development as an endless process of advance, this truth was hard to swallow. The sun will die out and all humanity's achievements will come to naught. Pessimists, if anything, experienced a dull satisfaction. Equally spectacular, but richer in practical consequences, was the rapid development of knowledge about electricity. As early as 1820, Danish physicist Hans Christian Ørsted had discovered that an electric current created a magnetic field, thereby laying the foundation for the theory of electromagnetism. English physicist Michael Faraday went further, laying out the principles for both the dynamo and the electric motor, or, in layman's terms, how movement is converted to electricity, and electricity into movement. He also became the father of electrolysis by showing how chemical compounds, water, for example, could be broken down with the help of electricity. These, and a series of other scientific breakthroughs, laid the foundation for what is usually called the Second Scientific Revolution. It began at the end of Marx's life. He himself was fascinated by what he saw of the applications for both electricity and the new chemistry, and culminated prior to the First World War. Electricity was its greatest triumph, everything from the transmission of power over great distances to light bulbs that illuminated cities, workplaces, and homes. There is an interesting difference between the first and the second industrial revolutions. The first in no way added to the most advanced science of the age. The principle of steam power has been known since antiquity, and the technological innovations required for the cotton industry, the early iron industry, and the coal trade presumed no great scientific breakthroughs. In the second revolution, on the other hand, research and technology met, which is why it also been called the technological revolution. Developments in biology and medicine played a crucial role in the 19th century conception of the world. At the center, of course, was Charles Darwin's 1859 book, The Origin of Species. There were many theories before him, going back to antiquity, in fact, that argued that animals and plants had changed over time. The problem was how the change itself was to be explained. In the 18th and 19th centuries, people generally sought the model in the most perfected scientific theory of the time, mechanics. It could explain how nebulae became planetary systems through the force of attraction. But organisms were so much more complicated. Darwin went another way entirely. He found a model for his explanation in the breeding of domestic animals. Through cultivating certain desired characteristics, people developed breeds that corresponded to their wishes. Darwin spoke of this as an artificial selection. But he also discerned a natural one. Individual organisms of the same species differed significantly from each other. Certain variations were better suited to the environment where they lived, others succumbed. Changes could occur over time this way. The origin of species created an enormous sensation. It collided with the creation story of the Bible. But it did not answer to the strict scientific requirement for conformity to laws. With Darwin, blind chance ruled. Point 8. Those who let themselves be convinced often drew consequences for humanity and its world. Herbert Spencer, the English philosopher who wanted to summarize all knowledge into a system, had supplied Darwin with the watchword survival of the fittest and applied the same thesis to human society. But there, the thesis went from description to norm, the less suited should perish. In fact, it was a mercy for them to disappear. From Spencer's ideas, a social Darwinism developed in the United States that saw the ideal society as an arena for merciless competition where only the best survived. 9. Against this interpretation of Darwinism, socialists and communists emphasized the role collaboration between individuals played in his theory. The Russian anarchist Peter Kropotkin maintained that species development progressed through mutual aid. Conservative thinkers who accepted Darwin's thesis drew more pessimistic conclusions: humans were one animal among others, and that set limits for what type of society they could live in. Others used Darwin to support racist ideas. Darwin likened species development to a great tree. Could the human races then not be likened to small branches that naturally grew apart? Should they not be? Reasoning of this kind had disastrous consequences then, and still does today. But Darwin was not all of 19th-century biology. Even before him, German researchers Matthias Jacob Schleiden and Theodor Schwann had shown that all living things consist of cells. Another German, Rudolf Virchow, deduced illnesses from changes in cells, becoming the father of cellular pathology. 10 French chemist Louis Pasteur proved the role of bacteria in illnesses. Research was nearing the borderlands between organic and inorganic, living and dead. There were biologists who already seemed to glimpse the answer to the question of the origins of life. Some asserted that they had created artificial cells, then as now. Knowledge dealing specifically with humans, their societies, and their history underwent a similarly grand development. Psychology as an independent discipline was created in the late 1800s, though still squeezed between philosophy and biology, and, in fact, even physics. 11 The unconscious depth of the soul had been a theme since the Romantic era, but only around the turn of the 20th century did it form the center of Sigmund Freud's psychoanalysis. 12. Sociology is a child of the 19th century. Previously, society had been regarded above all from the point of view of politics. The political concept of status was now met by the class of sociology. People's collaboration and conflict in their daily lives became the subject of systematic study. Statistics became important for development within sociology. It had older roots, but had now been made more stringent through the development of probability calculus at the turn of the 19th century. The Belgian Adolphe Vitelot created the concept of l'homme moyen, the average man, and tried to understand society as like a planetary system, in which the average being constituted the center of gravitation. 13. Political economy, or economics, played an important role at a time when capitalism was advancing victoriously over Europe and the world. The tradition from Adam Smith's 1776 book, The Wealth of Nations, was taken up independently by David Ricardo. But towards the end of the 19th century, Smith's central thesis, that the value of a commodity depended on the amount of work put into it, was increasingly abandoned. Instead, the relationship between supply and demand was regarded as crucial. 14. Even historical research underwent great changes during the 19th century. The once obscure tradition of source criticism gained clarity and conciseness. Textual criticism made similar advances through new, grandiose editions of classic texts and historical documents. Knowledge of the past became more certain as the works of great authors, composers, and artists were made accessible as never before. And of philosophy. The sciences specialized rapidly during the 19th century. Fields of specialization became smaller, and new borders were drawn between spheres of authority. What was lost in breadth was gained in depth. For the science from which nearly all modern disciplines issued, philosophy, specialization posed a challenge. Philosophy did not have obvious triumphs it could point back to. The questions of Plato and Aristotle remained under discussion. Immanuel Kant, the 18th-century thinker who in many respects set the agenda for 19th-century philosophy, himself had a background in science and stated that philosophers should not ask questions about the truth of advanced science but instead investigate why it was true. Mechanics was constructed in the same way as geometry. It was based on a number of obvious truths, axioms, but nevertheless dealt with reality. With its help, of course, the movements of projectiles and heavenly bodies could be calculated. Kant's solution was to see the foundations of mechanics, like those of geometry, in people's own understanding. The categories of understanding were also those of reality. The question of what reality is, beyond our knowledge of it, was impossible to ask. But Kant also held that there was a reality independent of us, and his many followers soon discovered that this implied a problem. The category of cause and effect belonged to the categories of understanding, but if there was an outside world that affected us, must it not thereby somehow cause our knowledge of it? Johann Gottlieb Fichte was among those who argued that we did not need to conceive a reality independent of ourselves. The world is our knowledge of it. It was a philosophical solution as productive as it was risky. The field lay open for grandiose speculation and passing fads. Those were the wild years of German philosophy, as cultural and philosophical historian Rudiger Safransky says. They fused partially with a powerful romantic current centered on longing and feeling, imagination and creation. From this remarkable situation emerged the philosopher Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph Schelling, who built a bridge between art and biology. His initial successes were spectacular, inspiring a generation of young men and women in everything from literary composition to medicine. One of the most outstanding was his wife, Caroline Schlegel Schelling, revolutionary and friend of Goethe. When she died prematurely, her husband ceased publishing books. Another thinker took the German stage instead, Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Hegel had the same philosophical background as Schelling, but other sources of inspiration as well, among them more down-to-earth Scottish economic theory. Schelling saw lightning-quick inspiration as the chief source of knowledge. According to Hegel, the road to insight was long and strenuous. He became the philosopher of development above all. He called his method the dialectic, a concept from antiquity that denotes the art of setting argument against argument. According to him, it is not only thinking that advances dialectically, but reality as well. As a matter of fact, reality can only be provisionally distinguished from thought. They are part of an unceasing process characterized by what Hegel calls Aufhebung, or sublation. Such, according to Hegel, is the paradigm of both thought and reality. Something disappears, but reappears in a more complex context. An example, before the French Revolution, royal absolutism prevailed. With the revolution, all the powers that be were overthrown. But it could not rest there, complete freedom passed into the reign of terror. Out of this emerged Napoleon, who under his rule molded together freedom and authority. Or, in the artificial language of Hegelianism, after the negation follows the negation of the negation, which is called synthesis in some popularizations, although Hegel distanced himself from the word with its oblique meaning of final result. For several decades, Hegel had great influence in Germany among both conservatives and radicals. Then came reaction, he was treated as a dead dog, as Marx says in Capital. But his reputation grew in a number of other countries, especially the United States and Great Britain. In the latter, he had a central role in both philosophy and political thought. Leading liberal thinkers were deeply influenced by him. But philosophy also took many other paths around Europe, and its relationship to the specialized sciences was managed in different ways. In France, Auguste Comte asserted that the philosopher should be a specialist in general ideas who joined together all learning in a single system, staking out the path from the simple and abstract, mathematics, to the most complex and concrete, what he called sociology. In England, Herbert Spencer, the man who both inspired and vulgarized Darwin, tried to do something similar. Others wanted to go back to Kant's strict method, but to avoid the logical difficulty that made Fichte and others abandon him. The result was Neo-Kantianism, which dominated philosophy in Germany, and also in part in Sweden, well into the 20th century. John Stuart Mill, an older contemporary of Marx, combined traditional British imperialism with influences from German idealism in his own way. Like Marx, he was an economist, but no subverter of the discipline. Politically, he was a radical liberal and wavered between capitalism and socialism. He stood miles away from Spencer's kind of merciless competitive liberalism. Around the turn of the 20th century, philosophy took new paths. In England, a few young academics rebelled against the predominant Hegelianism and laid the foundations of what would come to be called analytical philosophy. On the continent, phenomenology took form. But now we are a good bit away from Marx's lifetime. The only 19th-century philosopher who profoundly affected Marx was Hegel. He regarded the others with absent-minded interest or pure contempt. Nevertheless, they were important elements in the background against which his life and thought played out. The revolutions. The French Revolution was an obvious reference point for most Europeans in the 1800s. The mere memory of it struck terror into the privileged classes, and instilled hope among the discontented and rebellious. It was a contradictory history. In only a few years, it changed its face again and again. It started as a protest against arbitrary royal power, and the powerlessness of the Third Estate against the nobility and the clergy. But its demands were soon radicalized, and new forces took over. Much was redone, from weights and measures and the calendar to schools and universities. Above all, relations among people were transformed. All revolutionaries agreed on greater political equality, even if not on how many would be given the right to vote. As regards social equality, the relation between the rich and the poor, opinions diverged widely. The necessary background to the revolution was 18th-century France's combination of national destitution and brilliant intellectual creativity. The workers and small-scale craftsmen were starving. It was even worse for the immense rural underclass of small farmers and agricultural workers in the countryside. But before 1789, their combined wrath carried little weight against the absolute power that the king and his state apparatus possessed. Absolute power observed with distaste how new, radical ideas spread in ever wider circles. The representatives of these ideas spoke of enlightenment, which would put superstition and prejudice to flight and question everything that had tradition as its sole support. The chief work of the Enlightenment was the Encyclopedia of Diderot and d'Alembert, published from 1752 to 1772, in which human reason constituted the sole guiding star and all the facets of reality were analyzed. One of the original contributors to the encyclopedia was Jean-Jacques Rousseau of Switzerland. But he soon left the project, and became the great naysayer of the Enlightenment. Faith in progress was hideous to him. His ideal was the simple life of a craftsman, but it is a lie that he ever would have wished to go back to nature. At the same time, it was his conviction that the people, all the people, should govern the country. It was this thought above all that guided the Jacobins, who with their leading representative Maximilien de Robespierre left their mark on the revolution during its most subversive period. It started with King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette being sentenced to death in 1793 and ended with the fall of Robespierre in July 1794. During their brief heyday, the Jacobins had the support of the more radical Hebertists, who under their leader Jacques-René Hébert held a dominant position in Paris. But religion became a controversial issue between the Jacobins and the Hebertists. Hébert wanted to worship human reason alone. Robespierre, who believed in a sublime, rational God, could not tolerate that opinion and executed his opponent. Tens of thousands of other men and women who deviated from Robespierre's line in one way or another shared Hébert's fate during what the Jacobins themselves called La Terreur, the Reign of Terror. In the end, Robespierre and his closest followers fell victim to the wave of killing they had set in motion. It is entirely too easy to reduce the period of Jacobin power to blood, tyranny, and executions. But it embraced more. There was a social pathos that was genuine. Property relations in society were to be changed. Everyone would get a portion of the country's welfare. This ambition aroused bitter opposition among social classes that believed they had a right to more than others. For a short time, the Jacobins also implemented an idea launched back at the start of the revolution, that the right to vote should be linked to citizenship. Previously, it had always been associated with property. It was only property owners who were responsible for how society was governed. The Jacobins ensured the right to vote for all male citizens. But there were revolutionaries who wanted to go further and give all citizens, even women, the right to vote. There were three pioneers of this thinking: Olympe de Gouges, Anne-Joseph Théroigne de Maricourt, and Jean-Antoine de Condorcet. All three were brutally forced aside by the ruling Jacobins. Olympe de Gouges was among those executed. After the fall of the Jacobins, a significantly more moderate faction took power. But ever since the beginning of the revolution, revolutionary France had been threatened by other powers, including its own aristocracy that had fled the country. Its enemies were successfully pushed back, but at the price of increasing militarization of the revolution. Ultimately, the cleverest and most successful of all the revolutionary generals took power alone, Napoleon Bonaparte, who after a few years proclaimed himself emperor. In some respects, Napoleon carried out the revolutionary program; in many others, he broke completely with it. He was careful to keep the large majority of people on his side. For example, it was through a referendum that he ensured absolute power for himself, and he blocked all attempts to restore the privileges that applied before the revolution. He let the Jews, who, thanks to the revolution, could leave the ghettos, remain free. When black slaves made a revolution similar to the French one in Haiti, however, he met them with brutal military force but was beaten back. He compromised with the church, and created the modern state bureaucracy after the pattern of the army he so capably led. Above all, he was a warrior who traversed the European continent, victorious until he made the mistake of trying to conquer all of Russia. Weakened after the campaign for Moscow, he was defeated by his many enemies. The victorious powers let France remain a great power, but at the price of the reactionaries' victory. A new king of the same dynasty as the old one was crowned, and the nobility and clergy waited hungrily to regain their privileges. But everything that had been changed during the revolutionary period up through Napoleon's rule could not be undone. The new regime met stiff resistance. Dissatisfaction fermented, and in 1830 the July Revolution broke out. Although craftsmen played a decisive role on the barricades, it was the upper bourgeoisie who won the day. A new king with limited power was installed, and the leading politician, François Guizot, restricted the right to vote to property owners. To everyone who could not reach the required level of assets, he directed a challenge: get rich. Get rich. Charles Baudelaire, the first great poet of modernism, responded with the poem Get Drunk. Such challenges aroused a growing anger. But it was now not only in France that the sitting regime was threatened, but in almost all of Europe. The 1840s were a remarkable decade, brimming over with new political ideas and programs. The finale came in February 1848, when revolutions broke out, first in France and then in country after country over a large part of the continent. In fact, the unrest spread all the way up to Scandinavia. The scent of victory was in the air. Ordinary people, craftsmen and workers, were full of hope. But the rebellion failed everywhere. France even got a new emperor, a second Napoleon. In Great Britain, the country that had gone the furthest in industrial and economic development, absolutely nothing happened politically. If anyone had said that these would be the last in the classic suite of revolutions initiated in 1640s England, where a king had also been executed, just as in France 150 years later, not many would have believed them. But that is how it was. Later revolutions on the continent came after devastating wars. Only one of them, the Russian Revolution in 1917, resulted in a regime that was in existence for a longer period. The deep economic crisis of 1856–57 did not lead to any political revolutions. Afterwards, a prolonged economic boom set in that certainly did not lift the poor out of their poverty but nevertheless soothed their minds. A series of limited wars took place. Prussia emerged victorious from several showdowns with its neighbors, and after the last one, against France, a number of previously separate German states united in 1871 under Prussian supremacy in what was called the German Reich. Up until then, there had been a motley collection of kingdoms, duchies, and of free cities such as Hamburg and Bremen. Some of the duchies were not much larger than a stage for light opera. But even after Napoleon's defeat, Prussia had secured a dominant position among the German-speaking states. Its only real counterweight was the Great Habsburg Empire, with its political center in Vienna and an overwhelmingly non-German, Slavic or Hungarian, population. After the revolutions of 1848–49, Hungarian ruling families strengthened their position and the result was the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which existed until the end of the First World War. But after 1871 the German Reich stood out as the strongest power on the European continent. After its victory against France, it subjugated two important French provinces, Alsace and Lorraine. In war-torn France, a rebellion broke out in Paris, led by a motley band of craftsmen, workers, intellectuals, and even an officer. The result was the Paris Commune, a political experiment characterized equally by creativity and confusion, and after 2 months it was brought to an end with great brutality by the recently defeated troops now led by a strong French bourgeoisie. Order was restored, but the memory of the short-lived experiment in socialism lived on, especially inspiring the revolutionaries in Russia. The economic boom broke in 1873, but this did not lead to any great disturbances. Europe's great powers devoted themselves with renewed energy to subjugating territories in foreign lands, Africa in particular. Colonialism was not a new phenomenon. The Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch, and English had already conquered large territories on other continents. In fact, a number of smaller states had tried to grab some of the overabundance that countries, defenseless against European cannons, offered. But towards the end of the 19th century and up to the First World War, this unscrupulous treatment accelerated. New states, above all Germany and Belgium, joined the race. The world was nevertheless not large enough for the expanding European great powers to be satisfied indefinitely. People had long spoken about an impending war that, with Europe's dominance at the time, must become a world war. In 1914, this war actually broke out, and now it was European lives that were being obliterated with the same indifference that African lives recently had been. This lies well beyond Marx's lifetime. Marx only experienced the prolonged economic crisis after 1873, and also the growth of a range of social democratic and socialist parties. The outlines of his life can be summarized thus: he was born 3 years after the fall of Napoleon. He was 7 when the first train rolled on its rails. He was 30 when the European Revolution broke out, and a little over 40 when Darwin's epoch-making work was published. He managed to experience several of capitalism's periods of prosperity and its crises. Before he died, both the telephone and the light bulb had been invented. But the First World War still lay far off, and it was even longer until the October Revolution in Russia as well as the first governments led by social democratic parties. But enough with the preliminaries. Now the story can begin. 3. The Darling of Fortune. Background. Karl Marx was born in Trier, Germany's oldest city, which has its origins in the Roman era. Its most famous building is the Porta Nigra, constructed more than 1,800 years ago. Since then, Trier has passed under many masters. Today, it constitutes Germany's outpost against Luxembourg. When Marx was born, it had just been conquered by Prussia. 1. As part of the Rhineland, Trier had belonged to France only a few years earlier. French troops had taken the city in 1794, and the laws of the Republic had been introduced. The new regime was greeted joyfully, primarily by the young and well-educated, who had been deeply affected by the slogan of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Others viewed French anti-religious policy, which affected both the Catholic majority and the Protestant and Jewish minorities, with horror. For the majority of the people in Trier, living in difficult conditions, the changes did not mean as much as the spokesman of the revolution had hoped. On the one hand, the great French market was open to them, on the other, endless war meant great trials. When Napoleon seized power, he turned the organization of the army into the norm for the whole of society. In the domain of the schools in particular, the military model became a straitjacket. One of its sharpest critics was named Johann Hugo Wyttenbach, a pedagogue who eventually became the headmaster of the high school in Trier, the high school Marx attended. When Wyttenbach became headmaster, Napoleon had already been deposed and Trier had fallen to Prussia. Wyttenbach was among those who greeted the Prussians as liberators, during a period when a previously unknown German nationalism had seized many intellectuals. But, like many, he soon grew disappointed in the new regime when it crushed freedom of speech and turned its back on everything connected with the Enlightenment. Point 2. Most in Trier, perhaps, never had any illusions about their northern German masters. A period of reaction set in after the fall of Napoleon. The chief instrument of the reaction was the Holy Alliance, which Prussia had entered into with Russia and the Habsburg Empire. The ideal of revolution had to be combated, and the bonds between political power and religious power were to be fastened again, even more firmly. This entire atmosphere was foreign to the leading circles of Trier. The new order also meant acute economic difficulties. Now the French market was closed, only the local ones remained. In the countryside outside Trier in particular, poverty had long been severe. Now the farmers, especially the grape farmers, creators of the famous Mosel wine, were subject to pure destitution. The prices for agricultural products fell, wine prices hit bottom, and taxes simultaneously became heavier. Even the city dwellers tasted oppression in ample measure. The poor got poorer, craftsmen were reduced to poverty, teachers and priests had less and less to live on, and the standard of living for the previously rather well-to-do markedly worsened. In addition, the least expression of popular dissatisfaction became the subject of repression by the Prussian authorities. Certainly, there were reasons for unease and suspicion among the new powers that be. Courts and other local authorities were trying to act on their own. Most of the leading circles of the city had been, and remained, adherents of French revolutionary ideas, interpreted in a more or less radical spirit. Seditious ideas were also aired in books and newspapers. Ludwig Gall, who worked in the city administration, published a pamphlet in 1825 in which he attacked the egoism of the propertied class and claimed that far too few represented the interests that could bind the entire population together. While the capitalists and landowners were enriching themselves, the majority of the people were sinking into ever deeper poverty. Things were getting worse for the day laborers, the farmers, and the craftsmen. Something now had to be done for their sake. The Trierische Zeitung published lines of thought similar to Gall's. The newspaper had started printing in 1814, radicalizing gradually until it began advocating socialism around 1840.3. The Prussian authorities became even more furious when influential men developed ideas that seemed to directly threaten North German supremacy. After the French Revolution, there were various casino societies, Casino Gesellschaften, founded in numerous German cities. One of them was in Trier. Despite its declared political neutrality, the society became a forum for radical sentiments. The July Revolution of 1830 in France, which overthrew the reactionary King Charles X, roused hopes in the Rhineland of a similar development there. Rumors circulated that war would break out between France and Prussia. One of the heads of the city, Johann Ludwig von Westphalen, Karl Marx's future father-in-law, declared that reactions in the Rhineland would hardly be marked by German patriotism in the event of open conflict. Even after the military situation calmed down, hope for change in political structures was sustained for many years, finding its most noteworthy expression in a party the Trier Casino Society arranged in January 1834. Everyone was in high spirits, we are told, and the mood climbed even higher when they sang the Marseillaise in unison. The pro-July Revolution song, La Parisienne, evoked rapture. One of the participants pulled out a tricolor flag, stood on his chair, and waved it. This symbol of revolution quickly became the subject, as one observer noted, of a nearly religious veneration. A certain Brixius, a lawyer, declared, without the French Revolution, we would now be eating hay like cattle. Those who stood out at the event were primarily lawyers. One of them, Heinrich Marx, Karl's father, acted with greater caution, as far as can be judged. According to reliable witnesses, he left the party before the most provocative demonstrations had begun. 4 At the time, his son Karl was a high school student, barely 16 years old. The party inevitably came to the attention of the Prussian authorities. Brixius the lawyer was held primarily responsible for the seditious activity, and was charged with high treason. The court in Trier acquitted him, something the Prussians would not allow, and so appealed the decision. But the higher court in Cologne also found the charge to be groundless, and there the matter rested. By the standards of the time, Trier was a politically radical city. Lord Mayor Wilhelm Haw, who also had a background as a lawyer, was a Freemason and quickly became a source of annoyance for the foreign masters. He expressed himself frankly in various contexts, on behalf of his office, no less, and was suspected, like many others, of housing sympathies for the new July monarchy in France. At dinners, he would propose toasts for freedom of the press and of humanity, and turn against the monarchy. His defense of the Casino Party of 1834 did not endear him to Prussian eyes. Ultimately the contradictions became acute, and those like Haw who demanded the city's autonomy met ever stronger resistance. The situation became intolerable. And Haw resigned at the end of 1840. This did not mean that passive resistance came to an end. But it was the case that Prussia entered a more reactionary phase as a new king, Friedrich Wilhelm IV, ascended the throne. Family. Karl Marx belonged to a family of rabbis. His uncle Samuel was the chief rabbi of Trier, and his grandfather and a number of ancestors were rabbis before him. Karl's mother was named Henriette, and her maiden name was Prespig. She was from Nijmegen in the Netherlands, and never learned to speak or write fluent German. Her parents, by all appearances, had come to Nijmegen from Bratislava. Karl's maternal grandfather was said to have been a merchant and money changer. But there were numerous rabbis in Henriette Prespig's family as well. It is possible that through his mother, Karl was distantly related to the great poet Heinrich Heine, who gradually became his close friend. One of Karl's aunts married Lion Philips, a successful industrialist and grandfather to the founder of Philips, the large, still flourishing multinational company. Henriette Marx bore 9 children, but only 4 survived her. She was born in 1788 and died in 1863. Besides Karl, there were 3 daughters. Tuberculosis put the others into an early grave. 5 Their eldest son, Moritz David, did not even live to 4. The story of Marx's sister Henriette is a gripping one. She fell ill early but persisted in getting married, convinced that marriage would cure her. But she died after a few months. Karl's next younger brother Herman lived to be 23. He had gone into commerce, first in Amsterdam and then in Brussels. In a letter to Karl, their father exclaimed that Herman was truly kind-hearted, but lacked talent. Tuberculosis took his life as well. Youngest brother Eduard's life was even shorter, he was only 11. Write to him as if he were healthy, Heinrich Marx encouraged his son Karl in a letter the same year Eduard died. 6 The youngest sister, Caroline, died at the age of 22. Karl's older sister Sophia was the sibling who meant the most to Karl. She admired him immensely and wrote passionate letters to him. In 1842, she married a lawyer in Maastricht, and thus moved to her mother's old native country. She survived her younger brother, dying in 1886. The spouse of younger sister Louise was also a Dutch lawyer, but the family moved to Cape Town in South Africa in the 1850s. Emily, on the other hand, kept to the area where she grew up, starting a family with a local civil servant and living out her life in Trier. It was she, the youngest surviving daughter, who as time went on took care of their mother. Emily, who lived until 1893, was in contact with Karl's family all the time, and claimed herself that in many respects she was similar to her famous brother. 7. Karl Marx also had problems with his lungs, which excused him from military service. Karl's weak chest sometimes worried his father. For his mother, who otherwise called him ein Glückskind, a darling of fortune, her son's health was a constant concern. 8. Karl lived more than 60 years with his bad lungs, though it was a pulmonary illness that ultimately laid him in his grave. Karl's father, Heinrich Marx, had a French lawyer's education. After his degree, he returned to his hometown of Trier and began to work as a lawyer. When Prussia took over command of the city, it soon became evident that Heinrich's Jewish faith would give him difficulties in his career. He quickly converted to Christianity, specifically, the evangelical, or Lutheran doctrine. Only a minority of the city belonged to it, to be sure, most were Catholic, but on the other hand it was the state religion of the Prussian masters. There is nothing indicating that this was a big step for Heinrich Marx. He was a child of the Enlightenment in its milder version, in which the ideals of reason and tolerance were united with the belief in a sublime, merciful, and just God. 9. Karl and his siblings were not baptized before 1825, the year in which Karl would begin attending a Lutheran school. Their mother converted even later, and unwillingly. Heinrich Marx was a successful defense lawyer. Caution characterized everything he did. But he was also a man of principle, and turned emphatically against both usury and exceptional laws for Jews. His private finances were in extremely good order, and he left a small fortune behind. 10. Heinrich Marx died on May 10, 1838, at the age of 61. His son Karl had been home a few days earlier, celebrating his 20th birthday on May 5. On the 7th, he had traveled back to Berlin. Contemporary sources are surprisingly quiet about Karl's reaction to his father's death. Later testimony speaks that much more strongly to the fact that Karl mourned him for as long as he lived. Karl's youngest daughter Eleanor testifies that Marx was deeply attached to his father. He never tired of talking about him, and always carried an old daguerreotype of his father with him. They found this photo in his breast pocket when he died, along with a portrait depicting his wife, Jenny, and his recently deceased eldest daughter. Engels placed the three pictures in Marx's coffin. 11. It is not surprising that the memory of his father followed him throughout his life. They were very close to each other. Family tradition says that Karl was only 7 when his father began having intellectual conversations with him. The most eloquent image of the relationship between father and son comes from the letters between them during the son's student years. We will return to them shortly. Many disparaging words have been written about Henriette Marx, particularly over the last few decades. Gerald Siegel, who in his biography of Marx makes partial use of psychoanalytical keys, asserts that she had an excessive need of control and tried for a long time to intrude into Karl's life. It was in his attempts to emancipate himself from her, and from a feeling of powerlessness, that her son developed a habit of sudden outbursts of rage. Francis Wien calls her an uneducated, in fact half-literate woman, obviously without properly considering that she had a native language other than German and that she had never attended a formal school. Wien also asserts that Karl's relationship with her was a poor one, and that for a long time he wished her dead. On the other hand, the person who dug deepest into Marx's family relations, Heinz Mons, reports nothing about Marx disliking his mother. There is at least one document that mentions the opposite, a letter Marx wrote as late as 1861 to socialist leader Ferdinand Lassalle. In it, he says that he has been to Trier and visited the then 73-year-old Henriette Marx. He certainly had every reason to be friendly with her, since she had just torn up some old ears. But that was no reason to state the following nuanced opinion. Incidentally, the old woman also intrigued me by her exceedingly subtle spirit and unshakable equanimity. Karl Marx, that singularly honest man, would never have stated such an opinion if he detested or despised his mother. 12. Student and poet. We do not know much about Karl Marx's early years. His sisters related a number of anecdotes about him being a real little tyrant, who did things such as making them eat mud pies. Of course, the truth in these stories, which are now standard in Marx biographies, cannot be judged. 13. Only in 1835, when he was to take his school examination in Trier, does he become fully visible in the documents. He had been trained in the kind of high school sketched out by Wilhelm von Humboldt a few decades earlier, where Latin and Greek dominated the curriculum. All his student writings have been preserved and are carefully reproduced in the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe. 14. In Latin, it was a matter of writing a long essay, in one's own words, on a given subject. Marx and his fellow students were to answer the question of whether the reign of Augustus could be counted among the happiest in the history of the Roman Empire. Marx's response is balanced. The era of Augustus is compared on the one hand with the old republic a few centuries earlier, and on the other hand with the reign of Nero. The latter is quickly and easily dismissed. It was characterized by the most shameful arbitrariness and murders of its foremost citizens. On the contrary, there was a lot to be said of the early republic, the simplicity of its morals, fulfillment of one's duties, and the altruism of its civil servants. Spiritual cultivation worthy of the name did not exist, however, and the era was marked by violent party conflicts between patrician and plebeian. What spoke against the Augustan era was that every semblance of freedom had disappeared. On the other hand, Caesar was lenient, and culture blossomed under him. Moreover, the military successes were superb. In short, the Augustan era is quite rightly counted among the best. QED. The essay follows the morals of Latin education of the time. Cato the Elder's praise of the strict, character-building customs of times past had to find expression, and Nero's reign of terror dismissed. The loss of freedom under the empire cannot be left unchallenged, but it is well outweighed by the culture, the leniency, and the military successes. Marx's opinions, in short, are flexible towards the prevalent norms. In addition, he shows that he has a good Latin vocabulary and the ability to write long sentences with many interwoven subordinate clauses. Latin also required what was known as an extemporale, in which the teacher slowly read a text in German that the students would translate directly into Latin. In Greek, it was a matter of turning a few paragraphs from Sophocles' Women of Trachis, a text the class had not previously become acquainted with, into German. The opposite applied in French. A German text was to be translated. Mathematics was a subject of which Humboldt thought highly. The mathematics teacher in Trier complained about the students not receiving enough instruction in the subject, and he was therefore lenient in grading their efforts. 4 problems were to be solved, 2 in geometry, and 2 in algebra. Marx only took up 3, one that dealt with money, interest, and amortizations, a subject to which he would later devote a great deal of labor, was left unsolved. The candidates also had to interpret the text concerning a short Bible quotation, and the results inevitably became a small sermon. However difficult it is to think of Karl Marx in the pulpit, his pious interpretation sounds quite convincing. In his German essay, the freedom to express oneself personally was greatest. The prescribed subject was Reflections of a Young Man on the Choice of a Profession. The theme is a classic one, Hercules choosing between the narrow path of duty and the broad path of sin. Marx starts off with one of humanism's central theses of defiance. Whereas other creatures have their given roles in creation, humans are alone in freely being able to choose what they will do with their lives. Of course, the deity does not leave them alone, Marx says, but the divine voice can easily be drowned out by fantasy and emotions can lead them astray. The important thing is not to shine, but to deserve respect. It is not good enough to be a passive instrument for others, humans must be independently creative. At the same time, it is a matter of being of maximum benefit for others. We should not egoistically search for our own satisfaction, our happiness belongs to the millions. That last sentence could be interpreted as a presentiment of Marx's later ideas. But, in this case, it is illusory. His classmates expressed similar thoughts, and their inspiration was undoubtedly Wyttenbach, the school's headmaster. His cautious Enlightenment thinking resounded in his students' written compositions. Incidentally, Wyttenbach himself corrected the essay. He praised its contents but found fault with an excessive striving after unusual, flowery expressions, ein übertriebenes Nachhinehmen seltenen, Bilderreichen Ausdruck. This was the reaction of a man of the Enlightenment to a text whose author had obviously imbibed a great deal of the style of Romanticism. There were no romantics in the collegium in Trier. Both the Latin essay and the one on religion received good marks. In the extemporale he made a great deal of blunders, but so did his classmates. It was a difficult task. The translation into French, however, was said to indicate certain shortcomings in diligence, whereas the paper in mathematics was clearly marked as passing. The worst was Greek. The translation of Sophocles was mediocre at the most according to his teacher, Vitus Loers. All in all, Marx's performances were relatively good. He was only 17 years old, thereby among the youngest, and placed 6th out of 22 students who passed. In addition, 10 students failed. It is hardly likely that Karl Marx would have been a high school student who concentrated entirely on the prescribed lessons in school. Later, as a university student, he devoted at least a rather absent-minded interest in the courses he signed up for. Even as a high school student, he had developed a burning interest in contemporary literature, starting to write his own poetry in the Romantic style. What is more, his relationship with Vitus Loers, the teacher who found his Greek translation so mediocre, was quite tense. He refused to pay the farewell visit to Loers that, according to etiquette, students should have done with their teachers before they set off to university. Loers was offended, and Marx's father had to try to smooth over the insult. But Heinrich Marx was no admirer of Loers. Loers was the Trojan horse in the high school at Trier. Among his colleagues who preferred to direct their gazes towards Paris rather than Berlin, he was the only one who took the side of the government. The authorities rewarded him by making him headmaster alongside Wyttenbach. Heinrich Marx was shocked. 15. Karl was a capable student, but all the same not brilliant. He was young, but Edgar von Westphalen, his closest friend in his class, was a year younger and nevertheless got better grades than he did. Both belonged to the ranks of the privileged, for whom high school studies seemed self-evident right from the beginning. They were surrounded by numerous, far older sons of farmers who had had a longer way to go, and who could only hope for a modest future as Catholic priests in the countryside. Karl Marx's career was also regarded as fairly certain. He would become a lawyer, like his father. He therefore set off for the university in Bonn to study law. It is during this time that we can begin to divine more of his personality. The sources begin to speak through his letters. At that time, he also became a studious poet. To be sure, he had already started to try his luck as a poet at the end of his time in high school. But now the inspiration flowed. As a poet, Marx was chiefly a romantic. The leading individuals in Trier stood closer to the Enlightenment. Freedom and reason, and moderate religious faith had still been guiding lights long after the breakthrough of Romanticism. But Edgar von Westphalen's father, Marx's future father-in-law, may have influenced him early on. In Bonn worked August Wilhelm Schlegel, one of Romanticism's most important advocates. Even in the 1790s, Schlegel had been among the central figures of the small circle in Jena that had given wings to the ideas of Romanticism. Now, several decades later, he stood at the lecturer's desk in Bonn and had the young Karl Marx among his listeners. But it was certainly not he who inspired the young man sitting at his feet to outbursts of Romanticism. Not one line in Marx's poems indicates that he had been influenced by the typical romantic conception of the world, with its inspiration from nature. It was instead a younger romantic, marked by abrupt changes from sincerity to scorn and from rapture to despair, who caught his attention. Heinrich Heine was a master of the genre, but Marx was no Heine. He was only one of many students writing poetry in the Bonn of his time. Together with other like-minded students, he lived a typical student life in the manner of the 1830s, with merry parties and pranks. Poetry was an important element of the environment. Over a few years, Marx wrote large quantities of poetry. In the great edition of his collected writings, poetry takes up a total of 234 large, rather dense pages. 16. Heinrich Marx regarded his son's poetry with a mixture of admiration and alarm. His reactions can be read in the stream of letters he wrote to Karl. "I have read your poem word for word," he declares in an early letter, but adds, "I quite frankly confess, dear Karl, that I do not understand it, neither its true meaning nor its tendency." It was surely not his son's view that happiness could only be found in abstract idealization, in keeping with his enthusiasm. It is likely that the poem that frightened him so is called Wunsch, Desire, included in the collection of copies of poems Karl's sister Sophie made, thereby saving it for posterity. It is certainly a discordant, wild poem that expresses a young man's despairing search for something to follow when a dark demon is ravaging his inner being. Heinrich Marx was certainly also shocked about the defiant atheism the poem expresses. It could be the reason he brought up the importance of a belief in God in the same letter. Heinrich himself was no fanatic, his son knew this. But faith is a need in human beings, and there are moments in life when even the atheist has to turn to the Most High. 17. His father's reactions did not deter Karl from sending him additional works of poetry. "It is kind of you to send me your poems, although you know I am not of a poetic nature," writes Heinrich in another letter. He confesses that he himself, even during his first love affair, could not burst out in verse. But he is of course thankful for the poems. 18. In a letter from the end of 1836, a mild irony can be divined from Heinrich Marx's words. Against his son's poetry, he sets his own prose dealing with money and material security. Karl had evidently hinted that he preferred to aim at a career in academia than one in law. Good, his father says, do so. Respectable poetry could perhaps be the first lever in such a career. Although would it not be simpler to be a lawyer? Karl did not have as difficult a path to go on as his father. When Heinrich Marx turned 60 in April 1837, Karl sent him a full collection as a small token of eternal love. 19. There is a lofty dedication to his father, as well as ballads and romances. But the wild and the beautiful are suddenly broken in a few sarcastic, rather earthy epigrams. In one of them, the German sits in his armchair, stupid and dumb, and tries to imagine away the drama that history is playing out, which will soon drag him along in it. 20. In another epigram, the name Hegel turns up for the first time. He is denoted there sometimes with he, and sometimes with I, a sign of identification. The third stanza is quite interesting. Kant and Fichte soar to heaven's blue, seeking for some distant land. I but seek to grasp profound and true that which, in the street I find. The lines are not memorable as poetry, but as the first expression of a form of thinking who would play a crucial role in all of Marx's future writings. We will meet it again and again, heaven set against earth, head against feet, the concrete against the abstract. Hegel is still on the correct, down-to-earth side. In fact, he seems to have woken the young poet up to a new insight. One day, this would sound different. The epigram, like a number of other poems in the birthday present to his father, suggests a more realistic style in Marx. But the romantic has not yet been eliminated. The collection concludes with a longer draft of a humorous novel, Scorpion and Felix. 21. We know nothing of his father's reaction. As we have already seen, he was moderately entertained by his son's poetry. It could possibly help the boy in an academic career, he thought, but then it had to be solid. The romantic fittings were foreign in the extreme for Heinrich Marx, a man of the Enlightenment. Jenny von Westphalen, another recipient of Karl Marx's poetry, appreciated it all the more. Her name was Jenny von Westphalen, and she was an older sister of Edgar, Karl's classmate and friend. Through Edgar, Karl became like one of the family in the von Westphalen household. Like Heinrich Marx, Jenny and Edgar's father Ludwig von Westphalen was a lawyer. He was a great man in Trier, highly placed in the regional government with responsibility for things such as prisons, the police service, fire protection, and statistics. But despite a considerable salary, his financial position was never as solid as Heinrich Marx's. Both men knew each other well. They were both members of the Casino Society and opponents of Prussia's claim to power. They were also both cautious men. According to what Karl Marx told his daughter Eleanor much later, Ludwig von Westphalen was the man who awakened young Karl's lifelong interest in literature, Shakespeare, and Dante in particular. That was likely the fact of the matter. Heinrich Marx was, as we have seen, a down-to-earth type, a stranger to poetry. It could not have been he, or the old-fashioned teachers at the high school in Trier, who stirred up the poetic vein in Karl. 22. In the Westphalen household, Karl also found his great love, Jenny, 4 years his senior. In the beginning, Jenny was somewhat hesitant before Karl's tokens of love. He was still a very young man and she was decidedly more mature. But she was soon captivated by him. Their love was never without complications. There was a class distinction between them, she was nobility, and he came from a family of rabbis. Moreover, he was a somewhat unruly young man who often had too much of a good time at university. Her significantly older half-brother Ferdinand, who would gradually have a career in grand style and become a reactionary minister of the interior in Prussia, was a furious opponent of the relationship. Eventually, when Karl's opinions swung far to the left, Ferdinand even put police spies on his brother-in-law. But Jenny's and Karl's relationship had unswerving support in her father, who early on had detected Karl's unusual gifts and charm. In the Marx family, the blossoming romance was at first met with joy and wonder. In a letter that is otherwise brimming with indignation, Heinrich Marx stresses that the young man with his splendid gifts, parents who love him, and a girl whom thousands envy is a darling of fortune. 23 Karl's sister Sophie was previously a friend of Jenny's and was tremendously pleased with the relationship between her and the brother she adored. "Your sisters love you beyond all measure," she wrote to him. "And Jenny as well. She visits us often," Sophie told him, "and she wept tears of delight and pain on receiving your poems." 24. The poems in question were an extensive collection dedicated to my dear, eternally beloved Jenny v. Westphalen. The title is not modest, Buch der Lieder, Book of Songs. Its chief source of inspiration is obviously Heinrich Heine's famous book of poems from 1827, also called Buch der Lieder. Compared with this singular masterwork, the 18-year-old's attempt falls hopelessly short. On the other hand, the emotions Karl Marx expresses are warm, and his romantic flame is strong and clear. Here harps resound, and a landscape that could be reminiscent of Caspar David Friedrich's famous painting Wanderer above the sea of fog opens out. Cliffs loom large, and under them the fog lies thick. But soon the wanderer stands outside the window of his beloved, and a dialogue à la Romeo and Juliet plays itself out. The young Karl is a good rhymer, and holds rigidly to the meter. He could even write sonnets without trembling at a rhyme or a syllable. In a poem called simply "And Jenny," to Jenny, he professes his boundless love, but also an anxiety and a pain that are so great that he could long for annihilation. These are the usual violent swings of a great love affair, depicted in Goethe's Egmont with the unrivaled lines Himmelhochjauchzend, zum Tod betraubt, rejoicing to heaven, grieving to death. 25. Jenny now became the natural center, not only of Marx's poetry but of his life as well. But his relationship with his parents, and his father in particular, mark his early life in another way. Father and son. The correspondence between Heinrich and Karl Marx contains much more than Heinrich's reactions to his son's poetry. In fact, it provides a quite eloquent picture, at least of the father's relationship to the son. There is only one letter from Karl preserved, a letter that is much longer, to which we will soon return. Other letters from him we can deduce have been lost, since his father comments on them. But a consistent feature of the correspondence is Heinrich's complaints that his son is so stingy in his letter writing. You know your mother and how anxious she is, and yet you show this boundless negligence. Heinrich writes in the very first letter, 3 weeks after his son's departure. 26 Karl must have said something indignant in response to this, and his father tried to calm him down. But the reproaches for his inadequate diligence in writing letters recur again and again. Another more conspicuous theme is money. In his father's eyes, the young Karl Marx is wasteful. Why does he constantly need more, without saying what he needs it for? His father reminds him that Karl is not the only child in the family. The necessities should be enough, even for a student. Do not forget, a lawyer's income is not unlimited. 27. The son tries to clarify his expenses, but the account makes the father indignant. The figures are completely out of order, he writes. Orderliness must be demanded even from a learned man, to say nothing of a lawyer. 28. Heinrich Marx soon concluded that student life in Bonn was entirely too attractive for the young Karl. Better that his studies be located in the capital of Prussia, Berlin, with its military and civil servants. That would straighten the boy out. Heinrich wrote a letter of attorney saying that he not only allowed, but also actively wished for his son to change his place of study. 29. And so it was done. The still only 18-year-old Karl Marx moved his studies to Berlin. The university there had just inaugurated a new era in the history of higher education by making research a mandatory part of university teachers' work. Education and research were thereby linked in a single program of instruction that was nonetheless difficult to realize. But neither did Karl Marx now become the exemplary student his father had hoped for. He gave himself up to philosophy, and was soon lost to any career as a lawyer. His financial wastefulness did not diminish, quite the contrary. Karl continued to waste unreasonable amounts of money. During his first year in Berlin, he spent almost 700 thalers, his father points out. It was an enormous sum, considering that the richest young men with the same dispositions had to be satisfied with 500. The father was not even managing to pull in as much money as the son was consuming. There is concern throughout the father's letters that his son will not know how to set limits in his life. This concerned not only money, but lifestyle. Particularly in the beginning of the correspondence, there are many anxious admonitions that Karl not forget to exercise, and moreover to be abstinent with food and drink. His mother, who often wrote small additions to Heinrich's letters, goes into more detail, as officious as she is tender. Order and cleanliness are not side issues, she enjoins him. Scour with soap and a brush. Be careful with wine and coffee, and with pepper as well. Don't go to sleep too late, and get up early, don't catch cold, and don't dance. With the addition, you are the kindest and best. The father also worried that in his studies the son would try to take on too much. In Bonn, he had applied to entirely too many colleges. He was spreading himself thin, his father complained, adding, the field of knowledge is immeasurable, and time is short. It was a matter of limiting himself. But it only got worse in Berlin. The culmination is the long letter Karl wrote to his father in November 1837. It was preceded by correspondence in which only his parents' letters remain. In the first letter, Heinrich Marx appeals to his son's better self, to his passion and his tenderness of heart, and to his ability to overcome his stormy idiosyncrasies and his unhealthy sensitivity. There is thus a brief description of the young Karl as his father sees him, passionate and kind-hearted on the one hand, and on the other oversensitive and unbalanced. His hope was in the better self. Did not Karl himself say he was the darling of fortune? Should not he at least think of the girl who was sacrificing her distinguished position and her wonderful future prospects to follow him into a greater future? The long letter from Karl in response only added to his parents' worry. In his mind's eye, Heinrich conjured up an image of his son in a dressing gown, in the gloomy light of an oil lamp, unkempt, ruminating over the mysteries of the world without regard for either respectability or his poor father's concerns. His son could not even write home regularly, Heinrich complained. When he did put something down on paper, the result was a fragment that from beginning to end indicated indecision and division. Heinrich wrote of Zerrissenheit, inner turmoil, and at the same time confessed how poorly he thought of that modern word that all cowards hide behind. And now Karl was joining such a contemptible crowd. Full of indignation, the father, a man of the Enlightenment, exclaimed, "Do not blame nature. It has certainly treated you like a mother. It has given you strength enough, the will is left to man." But faced with the first difficulties he met on the way, this darling of fortune was gripped by Zerrissenheit, shattered heart in the collected works. It indicated weakness and an unmanly character. On top of it all, Karl was wasting money. This may seem prosaic to you, Heinrich writes sarcastically. A man who discovers a new philosophical system nearly every day cannot devote any attention to trifles like money. This is the tone of the letters that were now following in quite rapid succession. But in the last letter to his son, the words are more lenient. Out of fatigue, I cannot go on, but lay down my weapons, Heinrich says. He still finds it difficult, however, to put up with the wastefulness, he adds. 30. Part of the matter was that during Karl's years in Berlin, Heinrich had been sick and was getting worse. He as well was succumbing to the family's curse, tuberculosis. He spent most of his time visiting spas with his wife Henriette. His cough was becoming more and more severe, as was his fatigue. The correspondence indicates that Heinrich Marx thought highly of his son's talents. It can also be understood, indirectly, that Karl gladly expressed his positive feelings for his father. Heinrich Marx is often mildly deprecating before the sentimental words Karl clearly directed towards him in his letters, now lost. The relationship between them both was naturally unequal at heart. Financially, Karl was completely dependent on his father. In his letters, he had to justify all the money he felt he needed for his life as a student. He was therefore eager not only to emphasize how diligently he was studying, but also to point out his devotion. At heart, father and son were very different. Heinrich Marx was a cautious man. Life had taught him to navigate carefully. When Prussia took power over Trier, he found it difficult to realize his career plans as a lawyer. He was forced to renounce his faith. Even after he became both a Lutheran and successful in his profession, he knew he was vulnerable. Anti-Semitism had blossomed with German nationalism during the Napoleonic Wars, and it did not halt before an approved profession of faith. He did not betray his ideals, but he avoided demonstratively defying the authorities. He constantly advised his son to secure a profession, preferably as a lawyer. An academic career could also be possible, but it required patrons. Karl Marx was anything but cautious. He did not doubt his ability to get by in the world. More than that, in fact, he believed he knew he was going to accomplish something big. He was not afraid of defying the authorities and flouting conventions. He believed he was able to devour tremendous amounts of information, apply to a long series of courses, and threw himself into various activities. And he wasted money. Nothing depicts the image of the very young Karl Marx so clearly as his only preserved letter to his father. The letter to his father. It was on November 10, 1837 that Karl began his letter. But he was not finished with it until just before 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day. With it, he offered his father an image of the unkempt youth in a dressing gown, pale and brooding in the shifting light, with the dark Berlin night outside. 31. It is a long letter, hardly a fragment, as Heinrich Marx alleged. But it certainly indicates Zerrissenheit, inner turmoil, a restless chase among different areas of interest and fields of study, endless wrestling with the great questions of philosophy, and moreover a pining for his chosen one, the beautiful Baroness back home in Trier, Jenny von Westphalen. In print, the letter takes up 8 large pages. Its style is lofty and fateful. Karl is facing a new phase in his life, a new era is dawning, and as with world history it is a matter for the individual to scrutinize both the present and what has been. It is easy for the individual to become lyrical, for every metamorphosis is partly a swan song, partly the overture to a great new poem, which endeavors to achieve a stable form in brilliant colors that still emerge into one another. Grand words, but Karl had mastered this lofty aesthetic prose to perfection. His sentences are strong, well-formed, and rhetorically effective. In his letter, he summarizes the year in Berlin that has passed. It was first marked by longing for Jenny and the flight from everyday life into lyricism. But this lyricism became, owing to my attitude and whole previous development, purely idealistic. In short, reality faded away and nature with it, mere castles in the air remained. But his feelings were warm, and this can certainly be seen in the 3 notebooks of poetry he sent to his beloved. Nevertheless, lyricism had to remain a spare-time occupation. He was going to devote himself to law, he quickly added. He had written extensive extracts from legal literature, in which he had also tried to develop principles of legal philosophy. The contradiction between what is and what should be, so typical of idealism, was then revealed in full force. He ended up in forms devoid of content, and material without order. It was necessary to devote himself completely to philosophy, and he hastily created a complete philosophical system that also turned out to be unsustainable. But his thirst for activity was not satisfied, he seems to have kept up with it all. He read and took careful notes about works on the history of art and of history, he translated Tacitus and Ovid from the Latin, and he obtained textbooks in English and Italian grammar, though without getting anywhere. But after so much learned drudgery, he had to devote himself completely to literary creation for a time. The results were such things as a draft of the fantastical novel in verse in the style of E.T.A. Hoffmann, Scorpion, and Felix, which we have already encountered. The fragment still exists, and it is completely in the style of Hoffmann. A mildly absurd Hoffmannesque spirit rests not only over the narrative, but also over the letter that paints a picture of a young man throwing himself into his many interests, and who seems ready to sacrifice comfort and a bourgeois future in order to make his way to a conclusive insight, regardless of what it is. Hoffmann had lived in Berlin at the end of his relatively short life. It was not him that the young Marx finally chose as his guiding star, but another great spirit who also passed his final, most successful years in Berlin, the philosopher Hegel. After having floated around in the world of ideas in the company of Kant and Fichte, Karl Marx came to the conclusion that the idea must be sought in reality itself. If previously the gods had dwelt above the earth, they now became its center. These are thoughts we recognize from the poem about that same Hegel that Marx dedicated to his father. But previously, he now said, he had been repelled by the grotesque craggy melody, which did not appeal to me. Now he had found his way to it, even if after further digressions into various works of legal and philosophical literature that he sometimes made excerpts from, sometimes translated, and sometimes made the starting point for dialogues in the style of Plato. His many pursuits finally made him sick, and he had to seek out fresh air in the country outside Berlin. The illness was his salvation, because he then managed to acquaint himself with the various parts of Hegel's philosophy, and additionally get to know most of his disciples personally. By those means, he gained entry to a doctors' club, for whose members Hegel's philosophy was the common denominator. Faced with these fireworks of thoughts and impulses, his father became thoroughly frightened. His reaction seems rather natural, considering that Heinrich Marx's greatest wish was that his son would choose an education that led to a profession and a secure income. Karl had chosen his own path. But was it a path, and not more or less untrodden terrain. The young Hegelians. The Doctors' Club Marx spoke about was no formal association, but a loose amalgamation of young men who met to discuss the great philosophical questions of the time in a free, jovial atmosphere. The designation Doctors' Club is Marx's own, and as far as is known there is no instance of it anywhere else. 32 Marx was not yet a doctor, but the other members he mentioned had their theses behind them. Oldest among them was the leader, Bruno Bauer. He was 9 years older than Marx, and already a good bit into an academic career. Hegel's thinking was the magnet that held the Doctors' Club together. Marx and his friends interpreted Hegel in a radical direction. Hegel was the philosopher of unceasing change, they emphasized. Every stage of history had to create its own antithesis. An opponent of this radical thinking spoke furiously of Hegelings. But that designation did not stick. Instead, the prevalent name soon became Young Hegelian. The name gained currency in 1838, and it was codified in an influential 1841 pamphlet by Bruno Bauer, Die Posende Jungstengerix über Hegel den Atheisten und die Antichristen, the trumpet of the Last Judgment against Hegel the Atheist and Antichrist. There were young Hegelians of this kind not only in Berlin, but also in many other places around the German states, and soon after in other quarters as well. A little later, they were given an alternative name, Die Hegelsche Linke, the Left Hegelians. In Berlin, these young leftists held animated conversations in various beer halls in the University Quarter near Friedrichstrasse and Dorotheenstrasse. It was here Karl Marx, still only a student, was admitted as a full member, in fact, as a central figure. Bruno Bauer soon saw in him his closest collaborator. Religion occupied the young Hegelians' attention. Criticism of the Bible had become an important speciality in Germany of the 1830s, and it did not halt even before the Holy of Holies. David Friedrich Strauss, who learned much from Hegel but left Berlin for Tübingen early on, had by the mid-1830s published Das Leben Jesu, The Life of Jesus, a book that enjoyed great public success. 33 Bauer himself was a theologian, and continued along the same path. The Bible was regarded primarily as a historical document and not as Holy Scripture, and it would thereafter be scrutinized closely. Later, Bauer would go so far as to deny that Jesus ever existed. But in Prussia, the step from religion to politics was not a long one. Lutheranism was the state religion. The church was a political power. Criticism of the foundations of Christianity was easily perceived as criticism of the state itself. William J. Brazel, author of a monograph on the young Hegelians, thus made a mistake when he counted Marx out of the group with the justification that criticism of religion was not his main interest. Politics was very much a concern for the young Hegelians, and Marx played an important, if brief, role among them. 34. Even Marx's future friend, Friedrich Engels, would acquaint himself with the group in Berlin for a time. Engels was performing his military service in the city then, and took the opportunity to participate in its intellectual life. He did not meet Marx, who had already left, but he socialized with many of the other young Hegelians. Engels, a rather talented draftsman, depicted a lively scene from November 1842. At the time, the Berlin group had expanded with several new and important members, and with a temporary visitor named Arnold Ruge as well. Ruge, who at the time was otherwise in Halle or Dresden, stands in one corner of the drawing, gesticulating excitedly. A dispute is obviously playing out between him and Bruno Bauer, also gesticulating. Max Stirner, who a few years later in 1844 would publish Der Einzige und sein Eigentum, The Ego and Its Own, also appears to be engaged in the heated conversation. The others present seem to be less interested. A few newspapers are lying on the floor, as well as an overturned chair. A number of glasses are standing on a table, and in the upper left-hand corner, Engels has drawn a squirrel. The squirrel symbolizes the Prussian censor, who signified a constant nuisance for the young Hegelians. The minister in Prussia who monitored such things as the sanctity of religion and the limits of the printed word, was named Eckhorn, German for squirrel. 35. By the time he made the drawing, Engels had already published a few articles as well as some pamphlets, either anonymously or under the pseudonym Friedrich Oswald. A letter he wrote to Arnold Ruge a few months before the drawing indicates that he was capable of writing more. His style was already easy and flowing. But now he hesitated. He was still young, he wrote, he needed to study more, and he was no philosopher by profession. As his drawing shows, he nevertheless continued to socialize in the circle of young Hegelians. At that time, the Berlin group had begun to appear under the joint name of Die Freien, the Free. It was a designation neither Marx nor Engels wanted anything to do with. On the contrary, the Free soon became the subject of their scorn and derision. The most important thing Engels had written up until then was a series of articles and a few small pamphlets about Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph Schelling, at one time a herald of new thought in Germany but now an older, conservative philosopher of a clearly theistic and Christian hue. Schelling had been summoned to Berlin with the task of uprooting the dragon seed of Hegelian pantheism. Prussia had a new king, Friedrich Wilhelm IV, and with him a partially new ideology. Many had hoped for a turn to greater liberty. The opposite happened. The king was a romantic and a deeply Christian conservative, and his closest advisers were of the same type. Hegel and his many disciples, scattered from right to left, were abominations to men with such a conception of the world. God, according to Hegel, was a spirit that was both the driving force and the goal of the development of everything. Early on, many had seen pantheism, the doctrine that God is in everything, in this philosophy. Now, the powers that be in Prussia were talking about the same thing, but unlike Hegel's earlier adversaries, they could put power behind their words. The summons of Schelling to Berlin was one of their measures, if not the most powerful one, then the most spectacular. On November 15, 1841, Schelling began holding his lectures. Interest was at a boiling point. Approximately 400 listeners attended, many of them are found in the history books. We can ignore the leading bigwigs of the city, the generals, and other persons of authority whose presence more marked the goodwill of royal power than it did a burning interest in philosophy. But even the aging Alexander von Humboldt, the discoverer and natural scientist, was there, as was the historian Leopold von Ranke and legal historian Friedrich Karl von Savigny. Was it interest that drove them, or courtesy towards a colleague? Among the younger, and they made up most of the audience, the passion for the free play of ideas was even greater. Many expected something extraordinary. Mikhail Bakunin, the future revolutionary who at the time was quite well incorporated into the group of young Hegelians in Berlin, was there. Friedrich Engels was as well. Arnold Ruge had traveled up from Halle for the event. In a letter, he described the excitement prior to Schelling's appearance as unglaublich, unbelievable. Jacob Burckhardt, who much later would write his epoch-making book on Renaissance culture in Italy, was in the audience. So was a young Danish man, Søren Aage Kierkegaard, as yet unknown to the world. In fact, only Karl Marx was missing. Schelling began his lecture by emphasizing the significance of the moment. Implicit in his message, he intended to found an epoch yet again, as he had done in his youth. At the same moment, confusion broke out in the hall. The doors flew open, and new listeners streamed in. No one wanted to miss out on this singular occasion. But the continuation was tamer than expected. Schelling spoke about his great predecessors, Kant and Fichte. He did not mention Hegel, and the reason was not just that he was to uproot the dragon seed of pantheism Hegel had sown, in accordance with his task. It was evident as he went on that he saw Hegel as an imitator, who in his thinking had certainly got into various dead ends but in his best moments echoed Schelling's ideas. Schelling had named his lecture series Philosophie der Offenbarung, Philosophy of Revelation, and that title captured the entire philosophical system he had been working on for decades without ever coming to a conclusion. The starting point of the first lecture was the distinction between essence and existence. Through reason we sense the essence of an object, what makes a chair, or a person a person. But existence is a question for experience. It is only with our senses that we can verify whether or not a certain object exists. Schelling calls the philosophy that proceeds from essence negative. Like Hegel, he himself had pursued it once. But now he wanted to go the opposite way and start with experience, in short, with what exists. At least one of his listeners, Kierkegaard, was deeply moved by this first lecture. It was as if Schelling anticipated his own development towards thought in which the bare existence of humanity is the initial, and most important, question of philosophy. But with the following lectures, Schelling disappointed him. Positive philosophy sought existence in mythology. That was not where Kierkegaard wanted to be. In his diary, he wrote disparagingly about the man at the lecturer's desk. Others had been hostile right from the start, and not only because they still stood on Hegel's side. For them, Schelling above all was a tool of the repression the new king was exercising. It was in that spirit that Friedrich Engels began to speak. He first did so in a few articles in Telegraph für Deutschland in December 1841, and thereafter in two small booklets that came out the following year, Schelling und die Offenbarung, Schelling and Revelation, and Schelling, der Philosoph in Christo, Schelling, the Philosopher in Christ. Both were published under a pseudonym. Engels defended Hegel, or rather, the Hegelian school, against Schelling's attacks. He pointed out how unreasonable it was that Schelling, on the one hand, described Hegel as his own epigone, and on the other asserted that Hegel's philosophy is misleading and has dangerous consequences for society. But Engels also took up Schelling's new positive philosophy and its claim to entail a safe defense of Christianity. Engels grew up in a strictly pietistic home, and was thoroughly conversant with the Bible, as well as with the various tricks in its defense. At the same time, he saw himself as a radical pursuer of the Hegelian project. He was keen to emphasize the kind of power Hegelianism had become after the death of its master. 36. If we look at the effect the authorities in Berlin had hoped for, Schelling's lectures were a fiasco. The only interest they aroused came from posterity, and the posthumous edition of his Philosophie der Offenbarung is now counted among the classics. But a development of this kind was not in the interests of the Berlin powers. In its efforts to annihilate the dragon, it had on hand other, heavier tools than philosophical lectures. Opinions proved impossible to govern, but with the institutions that lay directly in the hands of the state a better attempt could be made. Hegel was a philosopher of the state. This is often said, but the expression can be misinterpreted. In the 1820s, he witnessed several of his best students being persecuted and even imprisoned in the hunt for enemies of the state. Cautious as always, he nevertheless got involved in their cause. 37 He was already dead when the strict conservative interpretation of his political thought was given a brief official status for a few years in the 1830s. But that interpretation never reigned supreme, and Hegel himself would likely not have been satisfied with the politics that sided him. If he himself was not a state philosopher, the state had a central place in his thought. He distinguished between different classes, social, not economic, in society. Der Mittelstand, the middle, or general, class, held a unique position. The qualifier middle could mean that the class found itself in the middle of the societal hierarchy, above the business class and under the nobility. But the decisive content was something else. By virtue of its education and its sense of justice, the middle class could constitute an intermediary between different interests, weigh them against each other and choose to represent reason above the combatants. Hegel counted not only the genuine servants of the state, but also university teachers very much among the middle class. It was in fact the professors who developed and conveyed the knowledge crucial for the development of the state. 38. Hegel thereby ascribed a key role in society to himself and his colleagues. In emphasizing the crucial significance of the middle class, he formed part of an important tradition that had developed in earnest chiefly in Prussia after the catastrophic defeat against Napoleon. All forces had to be gathered. Those in authority concluded that the revolution was a constant threat, but a return to the old way was impossible. Prussia could not match France in military strength, or England in economic vitality. What remained was the path of education and cautious change. In this process, civil servants and academics had to take the lead. It was in that spirit that Wilhelm von Humboldt developed his ideas about a reformed school system and an entirely new kind of university in Berlin. Leading politicians Karl Freiherr vom Stein and Karl August Fürst von Hardenberg agreed. Modern reformism was born in this environment. Its first standard-bearers were civil servants and professors. Hegel became one of the latter when he was summoned to Berlin in 1816. His disciples, whether conservative or radical, followed his path as far as possible. It was a thorny path from the very start. After the fall of Napoleon, Prussia joined the Holy Alliance with Russia at its head. Radical forces, especially students, demanded a modern constitution. One student, Karl Sand, took to violence and murdered the author August von Kotzebue, who had been exposed as a Russian spy. The reaction was violent, with increased censorship and other freedoms curtailed. Hegel navigated cautiously in these troubled waters. As a professor, he enjoyed a certain freedom in expressing his opinion from the lecturer's desk. But as soon as he went to publish, he was subject to censorship like everyone else. His summary of his political and philosophical ideas in Elements of the Philosophy of Right from 1821 is a marvel of caution. In it, he turns aside from the lectures he was holding on the subject at the same time. What is rational is real, and what is real is rational, he says in the preface. 39 This could be interpreted as an unquestioning tribute to the established order of things. Everything has already been arranged in the best conceivable way. Heinrich Heine, who was among Hegel's enthusiastic students around 1820, claimed that, in his lectures, Hegel said that the real becomes rational and thus the goal of a process of improvement. Only recently has it been found that Heine was right. A long series of notes Hegel's students made when they followed his lectures have been published. They point in Heine's direction. Point 40. Despite the ravages of reaction, Hegel did not abandon his cautious reformism. In that regard, most of his followers were faithful to him, at least for as long as they could cherish hopes of being able to work within the university system. The young Hegelians are a good example. From their professorial chairs and through their writings, they hope to develop Prussia and the other German states in a radical direction. Arnold Ruge and Bruno Bauer, who were both close to Marx during a crucial period, were among those who aimed to make a contribution within the civil service intelligentsia, Die Beamte Intelligenz. In 1840, Ruge distanced himself from revolutionary changes, which he associated with Romanticism, and he pointed out that theory and science offered a less bloody battlefield. It was there that the battle could be fought with some prospect of success, and the path of success was that of reforms. Point 41. The other young Hegelians cherished the same kind of hopes. Bruno Bauer, the leading figure among them, seemed to be on the way to a professorship at the theological faculty in Bonn. It was the Minister of Culture himself, Karl Stein von Altenstein, who cleared the way for him, and Bauer saw his happiness assured. And not just his. At a university where his own point of view, so common in Berlin, was completely unique, he wanted to see his promising young friend and fellow traveler Karl Marx as his colleague as soon as possible. And Marx was far from unwilling. A living picture of the course of events comes out of the stream of letters Bauer wrote to Marx. Point 42 Marx was a much more sluggish letter writer. Bauer complained about missed responses just as Marx's father had done earlier. Marx obviously wrote something, however, as Bauer's correspondence shows. But the letters no longer remain. Through Bauer, on the other hand, we are given a lively glimpse inside the university in Bonn. He finds it extremely wretched. His colleagues are narrow-minded, and their prejudices against Hegelianism monumental. He scares them out of their wits by announcing a lecture series on the life of Jesus and criticism of the Gospel according to John. What chasms opened before their eyes under the word criticism! Bauer also insistently encourages Marx to rid himself of the despicable examination and finally become a doctor. But it is a matter of being careful in his doctoral thesis. Every indiscretion could be held against the author. You also need to think of your future bride, Bauer admonishes. If you fail to secure a career through some attack, you also cloud her future. But, he adds consolingly, once anyone has captured a professorial chair they can say what they will. The freedom of teaching as prescribed by law protects them. Caution was not Marx's chief virtue. When he presented his thesis, he took the opportunity to make a few magnificent and deeply untactical attacks. His older friend was shocked. But for a little while longer, there was hope for a future under the protection of the university. Bauer still lingered in Bonn. There was only one problem: the final appointment was late in coming. But it would surely soon come. And with his thesis behind him, Marx could join him. There is reason to stop a moment before this thesis. It did not determine Marx's destiny. But it says something important about both his educational path and his ideals at the time he wrote it. The doctoral thesis. Marx completed his thesis swiftly and boldly. He began his work in the summer of 1840 and was finished in March the following year. He would defend his degree in Jena. The most important reason for that was that the university there lay beyond the reach of Prussian authority. It was under the protection of a few small duchies in Thuringia, with Sachsen-Weimar at their head. Another reason may have been that the teachers in Jena at the time were considered to be rather indulgent. They caused no trouble for those students who wanted to get on quickly, and Marx, so he still thought, was in a hurry to Bonn. Only a few decades earlier, Jena had been the center of a great intellectual development. From his lofty position in the neighboring city of Weimar, Goethe had kept his hand on the university and seen to it that not only his fellow poet Schiller received a professorship, but also that the philosophers Fichte and Schelling could work there for a few years and gather substantial crowds of listeners below their lecturers' desks. In only a few years, they and other young intellectual heroes had turned Jena into Germany's most famous university towns. But, with the Napoleonic Wars, Jena sank back into its earlier obscurity, with mediocre teachers and students whose chief interests seemed to be beer and pranks. The leading philosopher was named Karl Friedrich Bachmann, and he could hardly be said to be particularly bright. He found himself, however, in the immediate vicinity of the best and brightest. He had sat at the feet of Schelling and Hegel, and cultivated his mineralogical interests in Goethe's company. He remained faithful to Jena, and had received an ordinary professorship there back in 1813. Hegel was his principal master, but later on in life he began to estrange himself from the man. In the end, he frontally attacked Hegel's method of identifying thought and being, idea and reality. He did this in 1833 with a publication titled Über Hegel's System und die Nachmalageum Gestaltung der Philosophie, on Hegel's system and the new transfiguration of philosophy. It became his most noted work, and the subject of numerous counterattacks from Hegelians. It was to this man, Bachmann, that Marx turned in a letter of April 6, 1841. The letter was endowed with the then customary polite phrases of the Honorable Sir type, but otherwise it was, to say the least, straight to the point. Marx enclosed a formal letter to the faculty drawn up in Latin, his thesis manuscript, his curriculum vitae, previous examination marks and the mandatory fee, and expressed the desire that in the event his thesis could be approved, his case be expedited so that he could receive his diploma. He could only stay at his address in Berlin, Schützenstrasse 68, for an additional few weeks, and it was important for him to receive his rank of doctor before his departure. 43. Bachmann was neither frightened nor annoyed by the young man's resolute tone. Only a week after the letter left Berlin, he was ready to deliver his opinion to the Faculty of Philosophy in Jena. He called Marx a very worthy candidate and said that the thesis testified to as much intelligence, Geist, and acumen as wide reading. There was one little mistake the candidate was guilty of. In the Latin petition to the faculty he spoke of a master's degree. This should be pointed out to him, he was to become a doctor, and that in Latin as well. Bachmann added that Marx had sent in too much money for the diploma. The excess amount would be sent back. 44. That was how simply Marx earned his Ph.D. He did not need to present himself in Jena, much less defend his thesis against any opponents. In any case, he attended his conferment ceremony. He became Dr. Marx. New adventures now awaited. The thesis Bachmann approved so quickly is of moderate size, but must still have made up a large package on its way to Jena by mail coach. A part of it has been lost, but the remainder, of which the lion's share consists of notes with long quotes, mostly in Greek but also in Latin and French, still comes to 70 large printed pages in the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe. The title is impressive, Über die Differenz der Demokratischen und Epikurischen Naturphilosophie, Difference between the Democritean and Epicurean philosophy of nature. The subject of the thesis is the atomic theory of antiquity. Epicurus adopted Democritus's idea that the world consists of very small atoms moving about in empty space. In today's history books, it goes without saying that Epicurus deviated from his master by asserting that the movements of the atoms are random, but this difference was not noticed in 1841. Leibniz placed the views of nature in Democritus and Epicurus on an equal footing, Marx pointed out. Hegel, the giant, Riesenhoeft, thinker, certainly saw the difference in principle but did not have time and space enough to investigate it. 45 With his thesis, Marx attempted to fully demonstrate what the new thinking in Epicurus consisted of. Marx became perhaps the first to clearly investigate the difference between the two philosophers. It was an achievement, however, that passed his contemporaries completely by. But Marx saw the work as only one part of a larger project in which Epicureanism, Stoicism, and Scepticism would be brought together. It would largely entail a careful analysis of Greek, and Roman, philosophy after Plato and Aristotle. 46. There is a purpose for this declaration. To obtain a permanent position in the world of German universities, a doctorate was not enough. It also required a significantly larger, more demanding habilitation thesis. The subject of the study Marx announced would fit here splendidly. In short, he declared that he imagined a future at some university. But let us return to the doctoral thesis. Marx did not content himself with investigating Democritus's and Epicurus's different conceptions of chance and necessity. He also pointed out that they both had completely different strategies for arriving at knowledge. Democritus says that he wandered throughout large parts of the world. He sought knowledge everywhere, learning from Egyptians, Persians, and Indians. Epicurus, on the other hand, calls himself an autodidact. Democritus, seeing the material world as nothing but appearances and illusion, seeks positive knowledge of it. Epicurus sees the material world as real, but disdains empiricism. This might lead the reader to think that Marx would now put himself on Democritus's side. But he did not. While Democritus regards nature only from the material side, Marx says Epicurus sees the connection between the material and the spiritual. According to Epicurus, two bodies that repel each other thereby also negate their relationship to each other. The relationship between them is not only real, but ideal. 47. The line of thought may today seem difficult to follow, but it becomes comprehensible against the background of the philosophical terminology of the time. Like Schelling before him, Hegel had asserted the primacy of the spirit and the intellect at the expense of substance. The material can be explained from the spiritual, and not the other way around, as materialists like Democritus asserted. Even nature is run through with something spiritual, though on a lower level than the human. Simple natural events become comprehensible in terms of the spiritual. Attraction is a primitive analog to the inclination towards each other that people can feel, and repulsion the opposite. The material, in other words, has a spiritual side, and the spiritual a material side. Marx appears here as a good Hegelian seeking to meld idealism and realism. In their view of nature, the left Hegelians do not much differ from the right. Nature is not the center of their attention, nor was it Hegel's. Instead there is history, politics, knowledge, art, religion, in general, everything human. For Marx, nature still appears as a reflection of the spiritual. This is, for me at least, the reasonable interpretation of the text. But there is another, nearly opposite reading. John Bellamy Foster stands by it in the previously mentioned Marx's Ecology. According to Foster, the thesis is only Hegelian in spirit, not in substance. In other words, Marx gave lip service to Hegel but at heart had already distanced himself from him. In fact, Foster goes further, Marx was never following Hegel, but from the beginning was captivated by the materialist tradition that reached from antiquity up to the Enlightenment thinkers. In short, the view of society and of history that Marx developed a few years after his doctoral thesis had already been furnished with its permanent foundation in a materialist conception of the world. Foster also sees Darwin as a somewhat unwilling, hesitant materialist who with his theory of evolution filled a gap in Marx's otherwise solid worldview. 48. As I understand it, this entire interpretation entails a gross simplification. Marx's relationship to Hegel, materialism, and Darwin was significantly more complex. On the other hand, it is easy to agree with Foster that with his thesis, Marx joined a long tradition of reading Epicurus that had gone on, periodically in secret, ever since the old philosopher's own time 2,300 years ago. The aspect of the inheritance from Epicurus that Marx emphasizes even in the foreword to his thesis is not materialism, but the revolt against the gods and thereby against religion and the societal order in general. Marx also engages David Hume, the 18th-century Scottish philosopher. Typical for the time, Hume is rendered in German translation and Greek authors in Greek. But the finale itself of the foreword is a quote from one of his most beloved dramas, Prometheus Bound, by Aeschylus. In it, the rebellious Prometheus, who defied the gods by giving fire to humanity, refuses to bend his spirit to the will of Zeus. His punishment is to be chained to a rock, unable to protect himself against a vulture that eats his liver. Standing helpless, he is visited by Hermes, the messenger of the gods. Prometheus exclaims defiantly, "I can assure you that it is easier to be prisoner here than a servant of the gods." Prometheus is the principal saint in the philosopher's calendar, says Marx. 49. They are truly challenging words, directed against all types of authority, even the Prussian. But Marx's need for polemics is not satisfied with this attack. In a particular chapter, he enters into a highly contemporary discussion concerning the inheritance from Hegel, and spares no gunpowder there either. It is handled in a way that allows Marx to draw associations with Plutarch's depiction of the Roman general Marius, who killed the Cimbri to the last man, leaving so many corpses that the people around Marseilles could fertilize their vineyards with them. The resulting harvest was glorious. In the same way, Marx says, Hegel can serve entirely different purposes than what he himself intended. He is accommodated now to the one, now to the other, but always morally. Morals, in Hegel's terminology, are always limited and in that sense abstract. Marx uses them the same way. Two extreme parties arise out of the different narrow interpretations of Hegel. One is the positive party, the other is the liberal. Marx italicizes the word. The one turns into itself, the other devotes itself to criticism, and its philosophy is thus directed outward. But both fail to do what they intend to, and are thereby transformed into Lilliputians who, with the help of megaphones, try to make themselves into giants. With this comparison, both burlesque and grotesque, Marx goes on the attack against not only right Hegelians and pure defectors from Hegel, but also against certain left Hegelians who wanted to get closer to the Prussian state as it appeared in the early 1840s. Arnold Ruge, a man Marx would soon collaborate closely with, belonged to the latter. 50. Bruno Bauer, his friend who wanted to prepare the way for his academic career, was thoroughly frightened in the face of this succession of rebellious notes. "What sort of berserker rage, berserkerwuth, has seized you again?" he exclaimed in a letter. What is it that pushes you and worries you? 51 But he wrote the warning cries in vain. The thesis was in Jena with Professor Bachmann. In a way, it is odd that Bachmann did not react to the attacks. He himself belonged to those who had turned from Hegel, and should therefore have taken them personally. But perhaps he was able to disregard things like that and look to the indisputable qualities of the thesis. Those certainly exist. The author possessed both wide erudition and intellectual acuity. But the text was also marked by haste. It is true that Marx had begun gathering notes on Epicurus a few years earlier, but writing the thesis itself took him only a little over 6 months. As often happened, a long period of incubation was required before his writing took shape. With his thesis, Marx makes it clear that he does not intend to become a compliant man of the state. It is true he was aiming for an academic career, but once there he intends to be uncompromising and follow his own reason wherever it leads him. Bauer also still hoped that he would be able to link the rebellious young man to the university in Bonn. But it soon turned out that the Prussian university was closed, and not only to such provocative candidates as Karl Marx. All young Hegelians, without exception, were subjected to the same harsh verdict. Bauer never got the appointment that seemed self-evident. On the contrary, he had to leave the academic world. The hope for a daring program of reforms from within the state's own institutions of higher education was extinguished. Now, only one other, more direct way to mold public opinion remained for those who wished to influence the country's development: newspapers, journals, and books. So, like many of his friends, colleagues, and adversaries, Marx became a man of the press. The families. Marx had dedicated his doctoral thesis to Ludwig von Westphalen. His future father-in-law was described as an old man who has the strength of youth, who hailed every advance of the time with enthusiasm, and whose entire being was characterized by a real idealism. Marx regrets that he only has an insignificant pamphlet to present to this fatherly friend whose name was so dear to him. 52. The words are lofty, but their sincerity cannot be doubted. Ludwig von Westphalen had meant much to the young man. After Heinrich Marx's death in particular, he had become like a father to Marx. The delight in the friendship would be brief, however. Ludwig von Westphalen died on March 3, 1842, less than a year after Marx had finished his thesis. Now there was no man in an older generation who was close to him. There were 2 older women, on the other hand, his mother and his future mother-in-law. However relations had been between Henriette Marx and her favorite of fortune, and however it developed later, it became tense in the extreme after Heinrich Marx's death. The reasons were financial. Karl had ordered his student life according to the generous remittances from home. However much the father complained, the money turned up and made the son's student life pleasant. After Heinrich's death, nothing was assured. All the same, he must have received something. He continued his studies until his thesis was finished in 1841. The old promissory notes Henrietta tore up in 1861 were certainly from that time. Karl wanted to get his inheritance as soon as possible. The dream of being successful all at once followed him throughout his life. But the inheritance after his father did not permit easy conversion into hard cash. Most of it was bound up in real estate, and his mother and some of his sisters needed some place to live. The situation led to violent scenes. We know this chiefly through some letters Marx wrote to Arnold Ruge in 1842 and 1843, while he was defending his thesis and the path of academia turned out to be impracticable for him. In the first letter, he speaks of the most unpleasant family controversies due to his family, despite their prosperity, forcing him to live under burdensome financial circumstances for the time being. In another, written in January 1843, he tells Ruge that he has broken with his family and that he has no right to the estate as long as his mother is alive. A few months later, he was ready to get married. He then said that his future bride had had to fight the most violent battles with her pietistic aristocratic relatives who worshipped the Lord in heaven with the same frenzy as the Lord in Berlin. But the Marx family had also tormented her. Some priests and other enemies of mine had ensconced themselves and given her problems. Marx sighed that he and his bride had had more conflicts than people 3 times their age who boasted of their life experience. But still, I can assure you, without the slightest romanticism, that I am head over heels in love, and indeed in the most serious way. 53. It is difficult to get a clear notion of what their family's opposition looked like. We already know that Ferdinand von Westphalen, Jenny's significantly older half-brother, was from the very start a sworn enemy of the love affair between Jenny and Karl. The sources say nothing about any others. However, we can be sure that Jenny's mother Caroline was not among their opponents. To all appearances, Caroline von Westphalen was a cultured person who put no obstacles in the way of Jenny's and Karl's future happiness. They lived with her in Bad Kreuznach at the time they married, and it was she who, a few years later, would send Helene de Muth, the woman who would become their indispensable helper, to their household. 54. It is even more difficult to know what Marx was referring to when he spoke of the priests, die Pfaffen, and other negatively disposed people among his relatives that Jenny had to fight against. Ensconced themselves could be interpreted as new in-laws. But it is extremely unlikely that the Maastricht lawyer his older sister Sophie married in 1842 would have played any role in the context. Sophie was the sister closest to both him and Jenny. The younger sisters were still unmarried. Could the reason have been related to status, that Jenny was too noble a girl? That is unlikely. Even less could the fact that she was not Jewish have played a role. What is likely is that even Jenny, certainly against her will, had been dragged into the turbulence concerning money and inheritance. The Marx family's assets were greater than the Westphalians, but that did not help very much. What kind of person was Jenny von Westphalen, then? A beauty, said those who had met her. Certainly, she was more beautiful than the portrait that was painted of her in her youth. 55 Marx tells her in a letter from the 1860s that during a brief visit to Trier, he was constantly asked how things were for the prettiest girl in town. Her husband swelled with pride. And what about Karl Marx's own appearance? There is a vivid description of him from around the time of his marriage. Karl Marx was an energetic 24-year-old whose thick black hair grew on his jaw, his arms, his nose, and his ears. He was dominant, intense, full of grandiose self-confidence, but at the same time very serious, learned, a restless dialectic. 56 It is not difficult to picture him. But let us return to Jenny von Westphalen. Posterity only has indirect testimony about her beauty. On the other hand, it can be easily ascertained that she had a brilliant mind and solid schooling from home. Her letters are excellent in every respect, well written, expressive, witty, and full of keen-eyed observations. She could spice them up with expressions in foreign languages, even Latin. One time, she wrote an entire letter to her husband in French, and finally noted with surprise which language she had chosen. 57. Once she had decided on the 4 years younger Karl Marx, which she did early on, she did not hesitate for a moment. Bruno Bauer, who met her in Trier, could calmly inform Karl that she was prepared to endure everything with you, somewhat prophetically adding, and who knows what will come. 58. At the beginning of the relationship, Karl would have outbursts of jealousy. This was when he was living in Berlin, and Jenny in Trier, and they could only meet occasionally. On Karl's 20th birthday, he had clearly been gripped by dark suspicions which she passionately repudiated in a letter. She was torn by her feelings. Heinrich Marx had died a few days after Karl's return to Berlin, and she was crushed. First Karl's jealousy, and then the old man's death, it was too much. Barely a month later, she had pulled herself together for a more balanced letter. She tells him how she had sat for hours by the old man's deathbed and spoken about the most important things, religion and love. She wished that Karl could also have been there. And in the romantic spirit, she exclaimed, "There is a love that extends over this life and is infinite, and a love like that possessed Heinrich Marx." She placed a lock of his hair in the letter to Karl. There are many letters from Jenny to Karl from the period of their engagement, those from Karl have been lost. Jenny's description gives an idea of the passion in Karl's feelings, your beautiful, gripping, impassioned love, the indescribably beautiful expressions thereof, your enthusiastic visions. She did not want to lose these under any circumstances. Karl needed to understand that she could sometimes be fairly merry and mischievous, in short, flirty, with other young men, but it meant nothing. He had on one occasion clearly held out the prospect of wanting to duel with some rival, and the idea filled her with horror. Karl was her great love. No one else meant anything to her. 59. In the lines concerning her way of chatting lightly with young men and Karl's annoyance over it, a class difference can be divined. She was a fine girl who learned the stylish rules of the social life of the nobility, while he with his simpler background misunderstood the meaning of the flirtation. But Jenny was also a girl who intended to submit to her husband when the time came. She saw that as destiny, and at times regretted it. A few months before she was to be married, she wrote to her future bridegroom, "We have been condemned to passivity by the fall of man, by Madame Eve's sin. Our lot lies in waiting, hoping, enduring, suffering. At most we are trusted with knitting stockings, with needles, keys, and everything beyond that is evil." 60. But despite that, she did not intend to abdicate completely from her freedom. She put in her veto against Karl's ideas on transferring the publication of a planned periodical, the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher, to Strasbourg. She did not intend to move there, and it soon turned out that her will was victorious. Karl Marx and Jenny von Westphalen were married in Bad Kreuznach, not far from Trier, on June 19, 1843. The wedding took place in an evangelical church, likely the Wilhelmskirche, and not, as otherwise usually said, in Pauluskirche. 61. The fact that they chose an evangelical church says nothing about their faith. All marriages in Prussia were religious, and both bride and bridegroom were Lutheran in name. Otherwise, religion was a closed chapter for them. The significance of Jenny Marx in Karl Marx's subsequent life can scarcely be overestimated. She was not only his beloved wife all those years, and the mother of his 7 children. She was anything but his passive discussion partner, and she was universally appreciated by all of the couple's guests, who certainly did not praise her only for her beauty. She was, and remained until her strength failed her, the first reader of everything he wrote. She was the one who could decipher his unreadable handwriting, and therefore made a fair copy of his manuscripts. Jenny Marx also could endure all the horrors life was to throw at her and her family over many, many years. She has not left a single word behind her in which she complains about her husband's inability to provide for her and her children. She only blames society, politicians, and capitalists. The journalist. Once Marx had his doctorate conferred in Jena in April 1841, he set out immediately for Bonn. He still cherished hopes of a readership at Bauer's side. But his plans were soon dashed, and now only one path stood open for him as for his young Hegelian brothers in misfortune, that of the literary man. If Prussia could not be reformed from within the body of the state itself, it must be done through opinion. An enlightened public could, at best, force the state into greater openness. Public opinion was a key word of the times. Rousseau had spoken about it. But with him, l'opinion publique was above all a negative concept, a faceless mass deluded by morally lax writers into thinking the same thoughts. 62 Others saw opinion as the force through which society could be changed into something better. No one expressed this optimism better than the Swedish botanist, economist, and bishop Karl Adolf Agard. Opinion, he said in a newspaper article, was similar to electricity, which runs through the chain of citizens who, thereby permeated, feel the same way at the same moment, feel the same pleasant jolt, or the same mild healing warmth. 63 He had an image of the still popular experiments with Leyden jars in mind, in which a row of people took each other by the hand and one of them touched a charged jar. Everyone in the row would then give an involuntary little hop. The same kind of optimism surely drove Marx when he entered into hectic activity as a journalist for a few years. To start with, he and Bruno Bauer planned together to write a continuation of a pamphlet by Bauer we have already encountered, Die Posen des Jüngsten Gerechts. Marx was to write about Hegel and art in it, but, as so often happened, he did not finish in time. The censor managed to intervene and confiscated what Bauer had written. Marx instead offered his text for Arnold Ruge's periodical Anekdote, published in Switzerland. But he had to rework the article first. He was not satisfied with its tone of the Posen, the part Bauer had already put up, and he complained about the irksome constraint of the Hegelian exposition that he wanted to replace with a freer, and therefore more thorough exposition. 64. It is clear that, by this time, Marx had already begun to withdraw from Bauer's positions. Instead, he sought connection with a man whom he had castigated in his thesis without mentioning him by name, Arnold Ruge. Ruge had published the Young Hegelians journal for a few years. 16 years older than Marx, he had been among Hegel's students but had been imprisoned for 6 years in the 1820s, accused of subversive activities. Once released, he established himself as a publisher of periodicals in Halle. After Friedrich Wilhelm IV's accession to the throne, the censorship became too severe for him and he moved his operations to Dresden in Saxony. There, he published Deutsche Jahrbucher für Wissenschaft und Kunst for a time. But even Saxon censorship made his activities impossible, thus he opened the Swiss Anekdote. It was there that Marx intended to publish his article on Hegel's aesthetics. But this was not finished either. On the other hand, another contribution Marx published under the pseudonym Rhinelander was finished, which dealt with the Prussian censorship instruction. The article signified his debut as a journalist. 65. Expectations among his friends of what he could achieve were great. Marx had an eminent head and was a brilliant writer, Ruge wrote in a letter to his publisher. Greater opportunities to satisfy the young man's thirst for activity also soon opened up. In Cologne, a new newspaper had started in January 1842. It was called Rheinische Zeitung, and it was an organ for the Rhenish opposition to the Prussian authorities. A range of men with money supported it, including 2 men on the editorial board Marx knew, George Jung and Moses Hess. Both were older than Marx, but admired him for his brilliance. The most enthusiastic was Hess, who wrote in a letter to a friend, "You should prepare to meet the greatest, perhaps the only real, philosopher of the current generation. Imagine Rousseau, Voltaire, d'Holbach, Lessing, Heine, and Hegel combined in one and the same person, I say combined, and layered upon each other, and you have Dr. Marx." 66. Marx was welcome to contribute articles. Several of his old acquaintances, such as Bauer and Ruge, were already contributors. For the first time, a daily paper had become a natural forum for young Hegelians. By April, the authorities had discovered that the kind of people who had just been driven out of the universities had now turned up in the newspaper columns instead. The censor argued they should also be refused admittance there, but the regional authorities refused to enforce the decision. Marx contributed his first article in May 1842, which became a long series of articles on the negotiations regarding freedom of the press under the 6th Rhenish Landtag, or regional parliament. 67 Freedom of the press and censorship thus remained the center of his attention. But towards autumn, he turned to a burning social issue far from the young Hegelians' usual concerns. While Bauer and his peers, to the annoyance of the owners, wrote in an abstract and rather hard to understand manner, Marx took on everyday issues. This strengthened his position in the paper. He was brought into editorial work and soon characterized its political profile. Under his management, Rheinische Zeitung became a leading organ of opinion in Prussia. He gained an entirely new, topical subject when he wrote about communism, attacking the Allgemeine Zeitung in Augsburg for calling his paper communist after publishing an article on the housing situation in Berlin. With that, the distance from Bauer and his peers increased. They were now gathered in Berlin under the name Die Freien, the Free. George Herwegh, a poet who followed in Marx's footsteps, wrote a brief article in which he declared that the free, through their political romanticism, their cult of genius, and their new name, compromised the Party of Freedom. Most of the members were excellent people, but as a group the Free were nothing more than a vain attempt at mimicking a French club. Marx edited the text but let the essential parts remain in the paper. The break was definitive. 68 It was Marx, not Bauer, who had taken a new path. At the same time, the struggle against censorship had become even more intense. At first, certain articles were forbidden, and finally all publication was put to a stop. The last edition of the paper was dated March 31, 1843. It was a decision that roused a storm of protest in Cologne and other cities in the Rhineland. But the decision stood. Marx's first adventure in newspapers was at an end. He set off for Bad Kreuznach to get married and to write articles, but now for journals. Marx's usual difficulty with finishing what he started again manifested itself when he was to submit these articles. Only as a newspaper writer did he ever manage to deliver what he was supposed to on time, and more besides. It is easy to see that he is an excellent journalist, with a sure sense of style and often brilliant, quick-witted, and all-round knowledgeable. He addresses himself to a circle of readers that has a large vocabulary. At times, he treats himself to a few Latin phrases, something that probably caused problems for the more mercantile readers of Rheinische. French, which he sometimes dusts the text with, is a self-evident feature in these border regions and certainly bothered no one. It seemed equally natural for him to quote Goethe, Schiller, and Shakespeare. Even Papageno from Mozart's The Magic Flute surely fell within the reader's frame of reference. It is thus freedom of the press and censorship that was first the focus of Marx's interest when he threw himself into the world of newspapers. Two immense blocks of text are involved, 22 large printed pages in Ruges Anekdote and 40 equally large pages in Rheinische. In the first article, Marx benefited from the fact that he actually studied law. He conducted a sharp, but also amusing, review of the new provisions on censorship formulated under Friedrich Wilhelm IV. They were seemingly more liberal than their predecessors from 1819, but only seemingly. Marx conducted a merciless examination of the provision that the censorship not prevent serious and modest, bescheiden, investigations of truth. The truth, he says as a man of the Enlightenment, is no more modest than light itself. And who should it be modest towards? He wonders. Towards himself? He comes out with a quote from Spinoza, Verum index sui et falsi, truth is the touchstone of itself and of falsehood. Should one be considerate towards falsehood? Goethe is also brought in to support the attack, only the mean wretch is modest. 69. Against the awkwardly formulated censorship provisions, Marx stresses that not only are results part of truth, but the path to them is as well. Truth must be arrived at, in other words, the truth requires a method. He subjects paragraphs that object to frivolous, hostile attacks on Christianity to the same merciless scrutiny. By that, it turns out, is meant every questioning of the adopted religion. What is more, religion and politics slide together. Religion serves as protection for the state and its interests. 70. The series of articles on the debates regarding freedom of the press has a quicker pulse, but also contains a penetrating discussion on the concept of freedom. The contributions from various representatives in the Rhenish Diet are reported concisely and often sarcastically, and form a contrast to the writer's own more clear-cut ideas. Freedom, it turns out, is usually discussed in terms of social classes, and on the other hand not from the perspective of the individual. Censorship, it has been said, is a lesser evil than excesses on the part of the press. People are thus devoted to fighting freedom of the spirit, Marx says. One speaker asserts that the shortcomings of the German people are reflected in the shortcomings of the press, and therefore the press needs to be tamed by censorship. Why, Marx wonders, should the Germans be prevented from expressing themselves, their own spirit of the people, Volksgeist, 71. When Marx wrote his series of articles, he readily used formulations that still qualified him as a good young Hegelian. Freedom of the press, he explains, forms the idea, freedom, the good. The free press is the characterful, rational, moral essence of freedom, the opposite of the censored press with its hypocrisy, its lack of character, its Unix language. 72 Idea, reason, morality, these are heavy words in Hegel's vocabulary. For Marx, it is still spirit that governs the world. He also objects to the idea that freedom of the press should be regarded as a subpart of freedom of trade. Of course, it is a more reasonable thought than the spineless idealism of German liberals, who only express a typical German weakness for the emotional. There is, in fact, something common between the right to express oneself freely and the right to freely develop trade, crafts, and industry. They are all freedom without any specific name, that is, without time-honored privileges. But freedom of the press still consists from beginning to end of the freedom not to be any branch of industry. The writer who defers to the demands of industry becomes a legitimate victim of censorship. The attitude of the young aristocratic intelligentsia lies in this thought. The press is the most general way by which individuals can communicate their intellectual being. It knows no respect for persons, but only respect for intelligence, Marx writes. 73. The series of articles also contains a memorable formulation: no man combats freedom, at most, he combats the freedom of others. 74. This is reminiscent of Rosa Luxemburg's famous criticism of Lenin and his view on the dictatorship of the proletariat: freedom is always and exclusively freedom for the one who thinks differently. 75. This sentence was written a little over 75 years later, and without the knowledge of Marx's earlier utterance. There is also reason to cast a glance at another early article in Rheinische Zeitung. It is titled, quite modestly, the leading article in number 179 of the Rheinische Zeitung, and is a furious polemic against a competing newspaper in Cologne. It constitutes a fiery defense of the right of philosophers to develop their thoughts in public. Philosophy had long been attacked in the press for its lack of respect for state and religion, and at the same time accused of leading youth astray. In fact, Marx says, the newspapers were echoing the philosophical ideas of the time without realizing it. Would it not be better if the feared Leviathan, the monster of philosophy, were allowed to appear in the flesh? Philosophers had been silent long enough in the face of self-satisfied superficiality and stale newspaper phrases. It was now time for them to begin to speak in the press. Previously, journalists had been ignorant, and been satisfied with calming phrases that had not been put through the trial of doubt. Quite the contrary, they demanded blind faith. Now the critical mind was to manifest itself. 76. There is a large measure of self-confidence in these lines. But with them, Marx is also justifying his own new activities. It is his task to give philosophy a voice in his newspaper. Marx's earliest newspaper articles have an introverted element. In their own way, they deal with freedom of the press and the role of philosophy in the press, concepts related to himself and his activities. It would be something else a few months later, when he scrutinized yet another debate in the Rheinische Landtag. This time, it was an issue of a law that affected a completely different kind of person than he himself: small farmers, farmhands, and the poor. Social issues made their entry into Marx's writings when he wrote about the new proposed law, which meant that clearing out dried branches and brushwood from the forest would be placed on a par with theft. Children would be forbidden from picking berries and fruits. The defenders of the law asserted that the new provisions would be practical: anyone who took anything out of the forest would be punished. Marx said ironically that perhaps he himself was impractical, but nevertheless joined those invoking a customary right that the poor and politically powerless masses had been able to enjoy the fruits of for as far back as memory could reach. Gathered wood, like the berries and fruits, were to be regarded as nature's alms for the poor. But it was a completely different world of ideas that was now making itself heard in the debates of the Landtag. In fact, it was a special interest, that of the forest owners, that speaks from within the proposed law. The interest had a petty, wooden, mean, and selfish soul, Marx said, but this soul was still taking command of the public sense of justice. A person punished with fines for theft in the forest would, if she were unable to pay, be made to perform day labor in the forest, unlike for any other unregulated debts. Prison sentences would also be imposed. The usual effusions about how important it was to have a Christian disposition had to make room here for vicious materialism. An entire social class would be flogged into forestry work. No consideration was made of the fact that it was hunger and other hardships that drove the poor to what would now, without exception, be called theft and judged accordingly. 77. The dark reality Marx takes up here has been depicted in our times in Edgar Wright's masterful 2013 film Die Andere Heimat, Home from Home. The environment the film portrays is the Hunsrück region in Pfalz, and the era is the early 1840s, exactly the time in which Marx wrote his articles. Marx's articles are characterized by passion for justice and great indignation, and, naturally, they roused the particular annoyance of the censors. Indeed, the reaction was more violent than to anything else published in Rheineszeitung. Prussia had not one, but 3 ministers tasked with censorship. They exchanged a series of outraged messages and put Rhineland provincial authorities on alert. A paper with such an objectionable tendency constituted a threat to the existing order. Either the newspaper had to be reformed from the ground up, or prohibited. With Marx at the rudder, a conciliatory attitude was ruled out. As far as is known, none of the newspaper's supporters or readers demanded he be replaced. Rheineszeitung was sentenced to death. 78. Nevertheless, the article about the forest thefts is not subversive. It challenges the Landtag, and it critically scrutinizes the forest owner's acquisitiveness. It sharply outlines the horrible destitution of ordinary people. But it only uncovers the circumstances, it does not sketch out how a resistance should be organized. Those who would be disadvantaged by the new legislation, the poor, are not encouraged to take any illegal action. On the contrary, they are portrayed as passive victims of a merciless development in which old feudal relations of dependency are united with exclusive ownership that permits no non-owners to even pick berries or fallen timber. The series of articles are consistent with the radical liberalism of the time. Marx wanted to change opinions in the country. He still contented himself with the resources of the journalist. It was his words that would rouse minds. But more lay in wait in his toolbox. This is indicated by an article he published right before the series about the laws on wood theft was inaugurated, and was the first he publicized after he became editor of Rheineszeitung, Communism and the Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitung. The background is simple. Allgemeine Zeitung had accused Rheineszeitung of communism after the latter had both reproduced an article from a communist journal and also covered a conference in France that dealt with the factory workers' situation. Marx was not the one who wrote it, but he was the one conducting the defense. Communism, he said, was spreading in Europe. It was on the agenda in France and England. Since the bourgeoisie had taken the nobility's position, the propertyless now also wanted to have a part of society's riches. These were facts that the newspaper in Augsburg was trying to avoid. Rheineszeitung did not even ascribe a theoretical reality to communism, Marx wrote. Even less did they desire it to be realized in practice. On the other hand, it asserted that the writings on the subject, and the sharp-wit work of Proudhon in particular, should be studied thoroughly, and not dismissed with superficial flashes of wit. Only in-depth study could be the starting point for serious criticism. To understand the reality of communism, Augsburger Zeitung was not looking back to Plato but to an obscure acquaintance. By all appearances, this obscure acquaintance was one Gustav D. Eichthal, who was part of creating a small utopian society in which the responsibility for production, as well as profit, was shared equally among all. But, Marx said, it was not this kind of practical experiment that constituted the real danger. If the masses participated in them, those in power could always respond with cannons. It was the theoretical achievement, Marx italicized the words, that constituted the real threat. Ideas that conquer our intelligence and capture our minds and our conscience become chains that could not be broken without also bursting our hearts asunder. Ideas could be like demons forcing people into submission. But Allgemeine Zeitung ran no risk there, Marx added. The newspaper had neither its own understanding nor its own insights, and thereby did not have its own conscience, either. Philosophical idealism was still speaking in these lines. It was through ideas that the world could be changed. A small utopian society would lead nowhere as long as it did not have innumerable others like it, and many such societies could be mowed down with cannons. But the ideas, 79. Marx continued his journalistic deeds in the same spirit. He wrote articles about a draft for a law on divorces. Once again, the Hegelian world of concepts appears. The authors behind the proposal did not understand the essence of marriage, but mixed worldly and spiritual conceptions together in an absurd manner, Marx explained. They were not striving for the real reforms needed, but only wanted to revise existing legislation. They did not understand that if the basis, of marriage was not the family, then a marriage law would be as little required as a law on friendship. The discretion of neither legislators nor private persons were part of marriage, it was its essence that needed to be expressed. If a marriage dies, then the divorce decree itself should only be regarded as a record of the fact. 80. With articles so mercilessly critical, it was not surprising that Zeitung had increasing problems with censorship. More government-friendly newspapers began attacking it for its lack of moderation. That kind of exhortation made Marx even more indignant. The press had to form the connecting link between the head of the state and the heart of civil society, he said. Its task was not just to express itself judiciously and intelligently, but also to temperamentally put the injustices of society into words. Another criticism Marx encountered concerned the accusation that the articles in his newspaper were anonymous. He declared frankly that anonymity is an essential feature of the newspaper press. It was only through this that a newspaper got its special Geist, its spirit. What he wrote about the proposed law on forest theft also met with criticism in other newspapers. He responded that the vineyard workers on the Mosel were living in a Nazistand, state of distress, that entailed Notwendigkeit, necessity, for the free press. The peasants could not express themselves publicly on their own. It was the duty of the newspapers to put their terrible situation, which was now threatened with becoming even worse through ill-advised legislation, into words. 81. This would not be the last time Marx linked Not and Notwendigkeit. But the censors were not persuaded by these words. On January 20, 1843, the decision came to shut down Zeitung. Marx would continue his futile struggle against the powers that be for a time. On March 17, he drew his ultimate weapon. In a brief notice, he explained that the editorial board was giving up their work. It was signed Dr. Marx. It was the first time he appeared over his own name in the newspaper. 82. It was, of course, also the last. His time as a journalist had come to an end, for now. On the way out, it was not easy for Marx to cut his links with Hegel. He was dissatisfied when his own presentation was entirely too reminiscent of the old philosopher's writing style. But no matter how he tried to liberate himself, relics still remained. In fact, there would always be a more or less distant echo of Hegel in whatever Marx wrote. The distance increased markedly after his encounter with the writings of Ludwig Feuerbach. Feuerbach, born in 1804, was himself a student of Hegel and had long followed in his footsteps. But by the late 1830s he had become more and more critical, and in 1839 he published his book Zur Kritik der Hegelschen Philosophie, towards a critique of Hegel's philosophy. 2 years later, it was followed by the great work that above all else built his fame, The Essence of Christianity. It quickly gained influence and became the subject of equal parts admiration and loathing. Its theses are clear, and rather easy to understand. Against Hegel's speculative thinking, Feuerbach placed an epistemological sensualism. It is thus through our senses that we attain knowledge. But this does not mean the word essence disappears from Feuerbach's vocabulary, something even the title of his book testifies to. Evidence from the senses is of course the foundation of all sustainable knowledge. But from this material it is possible to sort out the essential, that which makes something what it is. In accordance with this method, Feuerbach arrived at the thesis that above all made him and his book famous: it is not God who created humanity, it is humanity which created God. God is the image of humanity that in the best case, in a good society, it itself could be. It is only in a world marked by injustices and need that we can imagine a God apart from humanity. This thesis also contains, as is evident, a criticism of society. In society as it appears today, a person cannot fully develop. In various ways, she becomes disfigured and must therefore seek comfort in a higher reality. The question is how we can have an idea of the essence of humanity when real, empirical humanity provides no support for it. Feuerbach makes use here of Hegel's concept of alienation, Entfremdung. Because of external circumstances, humanity cannot become what it has the possibility of becoming. Instead, people place the ideal they carry with them in a God who is thus actually an ideal human. This means that our knowledge is not completely limited to what lies open to the senses. Using what we observe, we can also see the potential in reality. Through our study of history, we can see a development that points towards the perfection of our species. Someday we ourselves will resemble the image of God that the pious now create for themselves. No matter how far Feuerbach distanced himself from Hegel's philosophy, central elements from it nevertheless remain. It is as Marx Wartowski, perhaps his greatest biographer, says. In an important sense, Feuerbach remained a Hegelian all his life. The unifying theme of his work is the progress of human consciousness, the unfolding of its self-awareness. And it is Feuerbach himself who recognizes that Hegelian philosophy establishes the form of this development, and suggests the mode of its progress, in the dialectic of consciousness with its other, in the phenomenology of mind, albeit in inverted or fantastic form. 83. The essence of Christianity roused Engels's undivided enthusiasm. In his polemical pamphlet Schelling and Revelation, he declared that a new era has begun. Much later, in 1886, he remembered that enthusiasm was universal. We were all Feuerbachians for a moment. 84. He adds that Marx also was enthusiastic, something that came out in his writing. But there was a difference between Marx's and Engels's reactions. For Engels, who underwent a long and painful emancipation from the intensely pietistic environment of his childhood, the essence of Christianity was the crucial document that finally clarified the religion he had grown up with. Marx was less rooted in his faith. His father had had a simple but scarcely demanding trust in God without emotional outbreaks and threats of hell. His mother had left Judaism only reluctantly, but certainly did not influence Karl with her doubts. He became an atheist in his late teens without any great mental struggle. Instead, it was the philosophy of Hegel that became his great passion. We remember how, in the long letter to his father, he described his adherence to Hegel in terms of a conversion. Radical Hegelianism posed no problem as long as he was in a university environment, but it became obviously less manageable in the world of newspapers. Of course, Marx adhered stubbornly to his idealism: ideas govern the world. But with the reality dominated by the censors, the wood-owning country squires and impoverished wine-growers, the feeling for the concrete that had once drawn him to Hegel seemed to demand something more substantial. Once he had given up the fight with censorship and the future again became an open question, it was primarily a few journal articles by Feuerbach that preoccupied him. Most important for him was Principles of Philosophy for the Future. Its program was simple and unequivocal. God had just been revealed as an ideal image of humanity. Now it was a question of revealing Hegel's philosophy in a similar manner. 85. Hegel admitted no transcendent reality. There was no sphere of reality that thought could not grasp and make conceptual. The God that appears in his text cannot be separated from reason. In earlier philosophy, God had been radically separated from humanity, but according to Feuerbach it was not so with Hegel. Briefly put, the thinking person has access to God. Or, a conclusion Feuerbach does not explicitly draw, she actually becomes God. It goes without saying that Feuerbach's interpretation of Hegel was not shared by the right Hegelians. For them, the reconciliation between Christianity and philosophy was the main question. That was what made their ideas so inviting to the Prussian state authorities in the 1830s. Feuerbach was on the other end of the scale. In customary theology, the external, or material, world was radically separated from God. God had created the visible world, but it was not itself divine. In Hegel's thinking, matter becomes only a part of the whole, but a different and lower part. In this way, the new Prussian regime's accusations of pantheism were justified. Pantheism is the logical development of Hegelian thinking. But the center of this philosophy is the thinking subject. The God of theism is an object for humanity. In speculative philosophy of Hegel's model, God is not separated from humanity. It is precisely on this point that Feuerbach made his decisive thrust. Why call this God? Why speak of it as if it were something other than humanity? The same criticism that he recently directed towards Christianity, he now directed towards Hegel. It is not God who is the creator, it is humanity. Nor is there something divine in thinking, it is something human. Theology becomes anthropology. The center of philosophy is not the divine but the human. In Hegel, the evidence of the senses, in short, the empirical, is only a preliminary, and often misleading, preliminary stage for thinking. Only through thinking is what we see and hear given a plausible meaning. On the contrary, according to Feuerbach, the senses are the starting point for all knowledge. He does not deny thinking, but thinking is always secondary. The anthropology he wants to put in place of philosophy is an empirical discipline. It is not odd that Marx was so directly captivated by Feuerbach's ideas. The transition to his standpoint was certainly not lightning quick. During his time with Reinigungszeitung, the distance from the young Hegelian's world of ideas had already grown. Bruno Bauer's way of writing and thinking seemed more and more foreign. But it was only when his adventure in newspapers was behind him that he took the decisive step. What set it off was the articles in which the same criticism directed against Christianity now fell upon Hegel's system. Feuerbach had a powerful influence on his young, radical contemporaries. His mode of expression radiates a remarkable intensity. Not many philosophers had the same talent for aphoristic incisiveness as he did. One only needs to choose a few examples from his article on the philosophy of the future. It is by no means only through thinking that man is distinguished from the animal. The true dialectic is not a monologue of the solitary thinker with himself. It is a dialogue between I and you. And, the essence of speculative philosophy is nothing other than the rationalized, realized, actualized essence of God. The speculative philosophy is the true, consistent, rational theology. Those who were seeking a way out of Hegel's shadow in the early 1840s found an idealistic guide in Feuerbach. The problem was how to go further. Feuerbach nailed Hegel's speculative philosophy with formal simplicity, and he pointed to anthropology as the science that could replace philosophy. But what would constitute the area of study for anthropology? Feuerbach said, truth is only the totality of man's life and being. This is not much of an only. 86. Marx would linger on a few sweeping statements of this kind, but they never confused him in his attempts to master a significantly more concrete reality in his own research. Jenny and Karl lived in Bad Kreuznach from May to October of 1843. The stylish little spa town, where, according to tradition, Dr. Faust had once been active, became the scene not only for their marriage but for their diverse social life as well. Bettina von Arnim, one of the great female figures of Romanticism, also lived there. She and Karl had already met in Berlin, and Bettina found great interest in having conversations with the young man whose radical ideas interested her. She saw herself as a romantic socialist, though she held to her idea of a kind of people's kingdom. But for the Marxes, Kreuznach could only be a stopping point. Karl had no future in Prussia, Jenny and he therefore had to imagine a future beyond the country's borders. After some hesitation, the choice appeared obvious: Paris. Meanwhile, Marx and Ruge were developing plans together for a Franco-German journal that would build a bridge between both the cultural and linguistic regions. The plans were grandiose, the best writers would be hired. Feuerbach was one important name. Ruge contacted him for collaboration, and Marx wrote a detailed letter in which he specified what the editors wanted. He seems to have understood that Feuerbach was busy with settling accounts with Schelling's philosophy. Nothing could be better suited, Marx wrote. Feuerbach was Schelling in reverse, while Schelling was the favorite of the Prussian censors. It was particularly important that the truth of Schelling's wretchedness be known even in France. There, he had just begun to gain the most unexpected sympathizers. Even the gifted Leroux, a leading socialist, was said to be impressed. 87. Feuerbach was hesitant. He wrote 2 different draft letters and also sketched out an article on Schelling. But, in the letter he finally sent, he said no, it was a mistake to ever have occupied himself with Schelling. What he wrote had to have content. 88. Marx, however, did not give up hope of associating more closely with Feuerbach. Barely 10 months later, in October 1844, he sent a new letter to express the great respect and, if I may use the word, love to the author of Philosophy of the Future and other important articles. These, he said, constituted a philosophical basis for socialism as well as for communism. Feuerbach had pulled the concept of the human species, Mensch und Gattung, from the heaven of abstraction to the real earth. 89. Once again, heaven and earth. Once, Marx had seen Hegel as the down-to-earth antithesis of Fichte and Schelling. Now it was Feuerbach in comparison to Hegel. Feuerbach clearly intended to respond to the letter. But he never finished his reply. We do not know why. Perhaps he took fright at the prospect of being regarded as the socialists' and communists' own philosopher. 90. Much later, in any case, he expressed appreciation of Marx's Capital, Volume I, 1867, as that most interesting and at the same time horrifying and rich work in which the virtue in capitalism could be seen as at best a monopoly of the factory owners, the capitalists. 91. But back to Marx's letters. As a sign of his appreciation, he enclosed an article with the title Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Law. Introduction, Zur Kritik der Hegelschen Reichsphilosophie. Einleitung. He had published it in the first and only issue of Deutsch-Französisches Jahrbuch, which was printed in Paris in February 1844. On the Jewish question, one of Marx's most controversial articles, also appeared there, as did a few letters between Marx and Ruge, the other publisher. Hegel's Philosophy of Law, the Jewish question, and analysis of the mystical. During his months in Bad Kreuznach, Marx had been feverishly active. Despite his honeymoon, which he and Jenny spent in Bingen, Hildegard's small town where the poet Stefan George would also be born a few decades later, and despite the time-consuming conversations with Bettina von Arnim, he managed to read and write a copious amount. 92. His most comprehensive work remained incomplete, a criticism of the Hegelian philosophy of law. The manuscript fills 130 printed pages and consists of a review of some 50 paragraphs in Hegel's 1821 work Grundlinien der Philosophie des Rechts, Philosophy of Right. It is a milestone in Marx's development. The shorter work included in the Deutsch-Französisches Jahrbuch is only a variation on the theme he developed in his manuscript. What is new is not only that he is so evidently influenced by Feuerbach's writings. It was here, above all, that he developed a method of interpretation that he would remain faithful to long after the influence from Feuerbach had faded away. What he had written so far, apart from the poems, was limited to his doctoral thesis and his journalism in Rheinische Zeitung. In his thesis, he is a typical young Hegelian seeking further radical development of Hegel's philosophical and historical lectures. Marx the journalist writes on the limitations to freedom of the press in Prussia, and on a proposed law that threatens to further worsen the plight of the poor. In contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of law, he uses some of Feuerbach's central reasoning for the first time. In religion, as in speculative philosophy of Hegel's type, subject and predicate switch places. The concepts of subject and predicate do not have a grammatical, but a logical sense. In a sentence such as all men are mortal, all men is the subject and mortal is the predicate. Something about the subject is expressed explicitly through the predicate, but the subject is the starting point of the sentence and often the active component. But, in speculative philosophy, as in religion, it is the predicate that seems to determine what the subject is. God has created humanity, says Christianity, while in fact it is the reverse. Hegel presupposed that the idea is realized in the history of humanity, whereas it is actually humanity that develops ideas of various kinds. In religion, as in speculative philosophy, concrete humanity appears passive while abstractions such as God or the idea govern its development. The background to this notorious error of judgment is an existence, as unjust as it is merciless, in which people have no possibility of fundamentally changing their situation. In the critique of the Hegelian philosophy of law, Marx frequently speaks about subject and predicate in this sense. 93 Following Feuerbach, he professes himself an adherent of the world of experiences. Like Feuerbach, he argues that, based on this empiricism, one can come to know the essence of an object, what real, genuine humanity is, for example, or the secret of Christianity. Marx no more completely abandons Hegel than Feuerbach does. Both would rather find what is valid in Hegel's philosophy at the same time as they show how his method of making abstract quantities such as the idea or God into the agents of reality is misleading. The difference between Marx and Feuerbach that first meets the eye is that Marx analyses and criticizes Hegel's texts in a much more detailed fashion. Feuerbach's dispute with this idealist philosophy stops at general statements about Hegel's inability to bridge the contradiction between thinking and being. Marx, on the other hand, reproduces paragraph after paragraph in Hegel's account of the state and tackles the majority of them. Even his general assertions have a foothold in specific sections of text in Hegel. Marx's assiduous excerpting of texts thereby has a direct effect on his criticism of Hegel's philosophy of law, as it did previously in his doctoral thesis. In one place, he translates Hegel's philosophical rhetorical prose into the language of the common man. Whereas Hegel says the sovereignty of the state is the monarch, everyday prose should be content with the assertion that the monarch has sovereign power. Where Hegel establishes that sovereignty is the will's abstract and to that extent unfounded self-determination with which lies the final decision, the man on the street could simply say sovereignty does what it wills. 94. The word criticism has a central position in Marx, but not in Feuerbach. Marx distinguishes between vulgar criticism and true criticism. Vulgar criticism is dogmatic and establishes certain alleged truths in contrast to the idea being criticized. It draws out the contradictions that exist in the criticized idea, but it does not seek to understand how they could have arisen. This, on the other hand, is what true criticism is devoted to. It is not satisfied with verifying contradictions in the current constitution, it explains them, it comprehends their genesis, their necessity. 95 In short, it makes it understandable why people, or at least certain people, must perceive political reality in a certain way, and it investigates what basis their ideas have. Hegel and his followers' view of the state and its relationship to civil or bourgeois society is completely natural, inevitable, in fact, for those who regard society from a certain perspective. Here Marx was probably thinking primarily of civil servants, which included university professors. It is the task of the critic to reveal the mysticism that characterizes the Hegelian view of society. The choice of words is a consequence of Marx, in the spirit of Feuerbach, seeing religion as the paradigm for all kinds of illusions that people can form about reality in all its various facets. Political ideas spring from the same source as religious convictions. Reality assumes a distorted form, which is why it puts people into positions where they cannot see clearly and without illusions, at least without the help of the true critic. Point 96. Marx's criticism is not only a criticism of religion or philosophy, like Feuerbach's. It also, and above all, pulls society apart. The society Hegel creates a philosophical refuge for is scrutinized and rejected in Marx's account. Hegel defends not only royal power but the privileges of the nobility as well. It is repugnant that one is born into a certain position in society, Marx objects. More than repugnant, in fact, it creates a false identity between body and soul. The noble body is of a special, more refined type than others. Marx writes contemptuously that the secret of the nobility is zoology, they claim to constitute a particular human race. Marx's use of the word race is a sign of how loosely the concept of race could still be used at that time. It is not a question of race in the biological sense. Marx is far from the racial divisions that the German natural scientist Johann Friedrich Blumenbach created at the end of the 18th century. Blumenbach distinguished between Caucasians, Mongols, Ethiopians, Americans, and Malays, whereas his followers preferred to use terms of color, white, yellow, black, red, and brown. The special position the nobility claims, according to Marx, is of a different type. Point 97. Hegel's defense of the monarchy and the nobility could lead to the misconception that he was a traditionalist. But Marx did not make that mistake. He emphasizes that Hegel's view of society is modern. Bourgeois society, the society of trade and manufacture and formation of public opinion, constitutes the dynamic force in its development. The task of the state is to settle the disputes that would result in life and death competition between different wills. Point 98. Marx accused Hegel of adapting to actually existing Prussia with its mixture of monarchy, class rule, and incipient modern middle classes. It is ultimately private property, whether inherited or acquired, that was to be protected in Hegel's state. Marx professed himself an adherent of democracy. The content he placed in the word cannot be precisely defined apart from the obvious. Democracy meant that the people as a whole were involved in governing the country. We know nothing about, for example, whether Marx counted women among the people, just as little as whether he was thinking of a representative democracy. But even in 1843, recommending democracy in general terms was a radical standpoint. Not only conservatives or open reactionaries but also most good liberals feared democracy, as everyone would be part of it and make decisions. The fear of the mob, le peuple, associated with the excesses of the French Revolution was still strong. But Marx saw democracy as the essence of all state constitutions, its highest form. He compared it with Christianity, which in his world of ideas with its European markings constituted the essence of religion. Marx saw democracy as the only way to overcome atomized, or individualistic, bourgeois society. It is worth quoting what he wrote about individualism. Present-day civil society is the real principle of individualism, the individual existence is the final goal, activity, work, content, etc., are mere means. These words from 1843 could also have been said about early 21st century society. Against individualism, Marx asserts the communist being in which the individual exists. While Hegel's state only seemingly included everyone through mistaking the state with the people, this communist essence would actually embrace everyone. 99. It may seem as if Marx, with such words, is only building on the etymology in the word communism, from the Latin communis, the common. But communism was a movement of the period that soon won new adherents. In Renunkszeitung he had distanced himself from it. Now, in Bad Kreuznach, he began to change his mind. Marx's criticism of Hegelian philosophy of law remained unfinished. When, in October 1843, he and Jenny moved to Paris, he was still harboring plans to finish it and publish it. But in Paris he only wrote one shorter article, Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right, Introduction. According to his plans, it was to precede the mass of text we have just scrutinized. The new article begins with fanfare: the criticism of religion has essentially finished in Germany. Now it was a matter of religion's worldly forms of revelation, in brief, criticism of society. Marx repeated Feuerbach's main idea in the criticism of religion: it is humanity that created religion, and not the other way around. In religion, the essence of humanity is realized in a fantastic, that is, distorted, manner, because the human essence has no true reality. It is thus the shortcomings of earthly life that constitute the breeding ground of religion. Marx expressed this in the wonderful prose that he was capable of when he managed to leave the profusion of details in the excerpts and the dry precision of abstract concepts. He wrote, "Religious distress is at the same time the expression of real distress and also the protest against real distress. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, just as it is the spirit of spiritless conditions. It is the opium of the people." It sometimes happens that the final words are incorrectly translated as opium for the people. That expression would mean that the powers that be offer regular people a calming drug instead of a good life. But the context, as is evident, is unambiguous. It is a tormented humanity that itself creates a comforting imaginary world. Even in religion, there is a protest against the wretchedness of the world. Opium had made its entrance into Western consciousness towards the end of the 18th century. It had first been regarded as a promising medicine, and played a central role in several fashionable cures. The Scottish Dr. John Brown recommended it as a kind of universal cure. His recommendations, and those of other doctors, proved to be particularly effective as regards alleviating pain. Its simultaneously habit-forming, apathy-inducing, and over the long term directly disastrous effects became obvious only after several decades. It was at that time that opium began to play a decisive role in British efforts to make the population of China passive. In the history of imperialism, the drug can really be called an opium for the people. But it was long afterwards that Marx spoke of opium of the people. The expression opium of the people had, moreover, been used many times before Marx. Kant had used it, as had Herder, Feuerbach, and Heine. Hegel used it in speaking of Indian religion. 100. Now that criticism of religion had been completed, it was time to go further to the criticism of the Vale of Tears, the halo of which is religion, Marx said. More specifically, German reality stood in focus for the work whose introduction he was now publishing. Germany was behind the times. In 1843, it had not yet managed to reach the stage France attained in 1789. The criticism of Hegel's philosophy of right, which was indirectly a criticism of Germany, Marx spoke about Germany although there was no such country yet, was criticism of an outmoded system. It was only a preliminary stage for criticism of modern politics and social reality in which the relationship between industry and finance on the one hand, and politics on the other, was the main problem. It is only in philosophy that Germans were contemporary. In philosophy, they could imagine their own future. But it was now a question of making good on the insights of philosophy. In this way, philosophy could be escaped by realizing it. For Germany's part, it was not yet a question of total liberation, but for the time being only a political revolution that would clear away the old regime. Bourgeois society could thereby liberate itself, and the ruling bourgeois class could for a time be hailed as liberators. But even they had their own definite interests. Only the proletariat had nothing of their own to defend except their own humanity. The hope of human liberation therefore lay with the proletariat. 101. The hypothetical figure that was the basis for this reasoning would come to be important for Marx. Only the person who owns nothing could stand for universal liberation. It is obvious that Marx had quickly changed much in his outlook when he arrived in Paris. The difference is already evident in relation to the manuscript for which he planned to use the text as an introduction. Nothing had yet been said there about the proletariat and its role, and nothing about the impending bourgeois revolution in Germany. The contours of a program had developed out of his criticism. What had happened? Before we go into this question, another text also published in Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher should be scrutinized, on the Jewish question. It was placed before the introduction to Hegel's philosophy of right in the journal, but we do not know if it was written before the introduction. Many of the fundamental ideas are the same, but the subject is radically different. On the Jewish question is Marx's first dispute with Bruno Bauer, who had once led him into the young Hegelian's world of ideas. Now Marx abandoned his companion and entered into a sharp polemic with him. In a few smaller publications, Bauer had taken up the so-called Jewish question, asserting that it would find its solution if the Prussian state stopped demanding a profession of the Christian faith from its citizens. In that case, everyone, both Jews and non-Jews alike, would be on the same level in relation to political power. It was not only the Jews who needed to be emancipated, it was everyone. The privileged position of Christianity had to be abolished. Marx credited Bauer certain points. He was a splendid theologian. His account of the Jewish faith was excellent. On the other hand, his political analysis was deficient. Bauer believed that the secular state contained the solution. We could then practice our religion for ourselves, and at the same time be good citizens of the state. Bauer thereby contents himself with political emancipation. In and of itself, that was a big step. But it was humanity that needed to be liberated. The origins of religion are not the state, but the distorted lives that workers and capitalists, everyone, in fact, were forced to live. These lives had to be brought into focus. Everyday life was solid ground, the state, like religion, was above it like some distant heaven. If the state were secularized, it would not mean that humanity's religious faith would wither away. The United States offered a splendid example. There, Marx said, there was no state religion. But North America is preeminently the country of religiosity. This was completely natural. When people are liberated from state management of religion, the religious become even more religious. Only when the Americans liberated themselves as humans could they also liberate themselves from their religion. The question of the relation of political emancipation to religion becomes for us the question of the relation of political emancipation to human emancipation. This basic idea is completely in agreement with Marx's application of Feuerbach's philosophy. The foundation of religion is a society in which people cannot realize themselves and become completely human. What made the article scandalous in the eyes of posterity, as far as is known, the age in which he lived did not react, is the way in which Marx wrote about Jews, their religion, and their activities. Bauer wanted to solve the Jewish question in Prussia through making the state secular. Then the Jews could become citizens among the others. But Marx objected. It was not enough to regard the Jew as he was on the Sabbath. The everyday Jew devoted himself to endless bartering. It was not enough to open the path to political recognition for Jews. It required the Jews liberating themselves from the tyranny of self-interest. Only then could they become free as people. But, and here comes the dialectical expression of the article that is far too rarely noticed, the Jews have emancipated themselves insofar as the Christians have become Jews. In the extremely religious United States, God was worshipped with the same ardor as Mammon. Marx leaned towards the British colonel and author Thomas Hamilton, who in his 1833 book Men and Manners in America asserted that bartering had become the entire content of a normal American's life. The American talks only of interest and profit. In fact, Hamilton said, even the office of the priesthood had become a commodity. Similar elements can be found in every country where the bourgeois revolution moved victoriously forward. Marx interjected. Individuals, full of egoism, remained. Christianity is a further development of Judaism and therefore, according to Marx, stands higher as a religion. The idea of progress is an obvious starting point for him. In real life it was still Judaism, practical in its nature, that was victorious. Egoism permeated society. Only in another kind of society could it become better. Only when humanity understands itself in its social being is emancipation complete. 102. In the article, Marx makes use of the customary vocabulary of anti-Semitism, already worn out in 1843 but still in circulation in the early 21st century. Jews barter. They have eyes for nothing but money. Even in their religion, self-interest is allowed to rule. Marx himself was of Jewish origin. As far back as it has been possible to follow his family tree, there has not been a single non-Jew among his relations. His own father had converted to Christianity with his family. But he had not escaped anti-Semitism for it, and his son Karl also experienced it throughout his life. Posterity can see Marx as one of the first in a brilliant tradition of researchers and authors with a Jewish background. Many of the representatives of that tradition would make their mark not only on the intellectual development of Europe, but of large parts of the world from the mid-1800s onwards. In his superb 1992 book Redemption and Utopia, Michel Lowy talks about a siècle d'or, a golden century that met its grisly end in 1933 when the Nazis seized power. He mentions the names Heine and Marx, Freud and Kafka, Ernst Bloch and Walter Benjamin, and, as we know, he could have added Einstein and many others. Of course, Marx could have had no idea of the tradition whose beginning he was part of. He was primarily keen on being completely secularized, and he shared that ambition with many of those like him. But despite such ambitions, many observers in this Jewish tradition have spotted elements of messianism, the belief in a coming historical catastrophe from which a savior, a Messiah, would come forth. Elements of this tradition have even been seen in Marx. Lowy, who went deeper into the question than most, finds this supposition debatable and shallow, discovering much stronger messianic ideas in other representatives of the tradition. 103. Marx thus appears as quite thoroughly secularized. But this does not mean that he avoided the taunts of anti-Semitism. This is why it could seem so much more remarkable that he himself takes to the same low vocabulary. How can this be explained? The most far-fetched explanation is given by Arnold Künzli in his book Karl Marx, Die Psychographie. Künzli, who in a risky fashion here tried to narrow down Marx's psyche from his life and work, or, more correctly, from certain works, asserted that Marx was characterized by self-hatred. Marx abhorred himself and his origins. Thus these diatribes against Jews. 104. There is no support for such an interpretation. Marx was a person who, despite many misfortunes in his life, maintained strong self-esteem. He spoke of his father with pride. He never hid the fact that he himself was of Jewish origin. And he objected to all discrimination, social or otherwise, against Jews. But the idea that on the Jewish question testifies to an explicit anti-Semitism lives on in other, less reasonable forms. Must Marx's words be interpreted in this way? When he wrote on the Jewish question, no one imagined that Jews formed a biologically specific group, much less a race. The biologistic viewpoint came as a waste product of the broad Darwinist movement. For Marx, as for his contemporaries, Judaism was, from beginning to end, a religious faith, a faith that Marx commented disparagingly on without exception. In addition, he associated this faith with an everyday life that wholly amounted to earning money. The decisive expression in the article on the Jewish question came, as I have already pointed out, with the sentence, "The Jews have emancipated themselves insofar as the Christians have become Jews." The first part of the sentence is equally as important as the second. In the first part, Marx is talking about himself and all the others who left Judaism, thereby liberating themselves. In the second, it is a question of the victory of capitalism in contemporary Christianity. Money now governs the world, as it once governed the lives of the Jewish minority. It has been pointed out that on the Jewish question has the form of what was called a Judenwitz, a Jewish joke, told by Jews among themselves, the gist of which is the fact that the first person pointed out goes free while someone else entirely is pilloried. 105 It is possible that Marx had this in mind, but we do not know. The important thing is that the article is primarily an expression of anti-capitalism. That said, the fact remains that Marx was dealing casually with harmful stereotypes. On the Jewish question is not the only example of this. He also scattered about disparaging and prejudiced taunts about blacks, the Polish, the Irish, the Indians, and especially the Germans. This did not prevent him from having close Jewish friends and a beloved son-in-law, Paul Lafargue, who had black ancestry. He also had lively contacts, marked by appreciation and warmth, with people of every nationality that he otherwise disparaged as less capable. Ultimately, this kind of verbal abuse can be ascribed to a general incaution that in many areas got him into difficulties. Here, in particular, it was not his contemporaries but posterity that has realized how objectionable his use of slurs against different kinds of groups of people was. Those around him seem to have been blind to what such abuse could lead to. Nor did his many enemies have an eye for them. In fact, they constantly let him know that he was a typical Jew. The really fatal thing is that so many people in various socialist and communist traditions did not only indulge Marx's linguistic recklessness but became both racists in general and anti-Semites in particular. There is a dark tradition, and within it Marx's text could barely serve as a corrective. On the contrary, such anti-Semites have been able to find support above all on the Jewish question. 4. In Paris. A simmering environment. Marx came to Paris in late October 1843. Under pressure from the Prussians, French authorities deported him in early February 1845. His stay thus lasted barely 15 months. But they were 15 months that meant a revolution in his life. The 1830s and 1840s were exceptionally creative decades. Paris was at the focal point for everything new. Social projects blossomed, at least in ideas and dreams. Most of Saint-Simon's many followers were in Paris. Charles Fourier's visions of the future drew people to the city, and it was here that Etienne Cabet's plans for a new kingdom of happiness enjoyed success. Pierre Leroux, who helped redefine socialism, was in Paris. And another term, communism, was also turning up more and more frequently. 1. The new economic theories from England and Scotland had already made their entry into Paris a few decades earlier, chiefly through Jean-Baptiste Say, who had developed his own Gallic variant. They suited the new kind of society that was now beginning to take form in France as well, both through a modest but increasingly rapid industrialization and a growing finance sector. Those who desired a new kind of society had to take a position on the dynamic development of the economy. Paris was not just a melting pot in the field of ideologies. Culture in its narrower meaning was in a vital phase. Its literature was rich and lively. Honoré de Balzac was constructing the substantial world of his novels, a singular panorama of contemporary France. Aurore Dudevant, alias George Sand, was also enjoying great success as an author. Charles Augustin Sainte-Beuve became the first literary critic in the modern sense. Musical life was equally significant. Paris was the city of Hector Berlioz, and the great composers and musicians of the time stayed there for shorter or longer periods: Franz Liszt, Frédéric Chopin, Richard Wagner, Felix Mendelssohn, Hector Berlioz, and many others. The scope among painters was no smaller. Everything from Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres' paintings of beautiful, well-dressed society ladies to Honoré Daumier's incomparably nasty caricatures of the men of power was to be found here. On the other hand, France was politically stagnant after the July Revolution of 1830. The king, Louis Philippe, was satisfied with a system in which money reigned supreme. His understanding was shared by the leading politician, François Guizot, whose most famous utterance to the French has already been quoted: "Get rich. Get rich." But social rifts and dissatisfaction were increasing. In salons and cafes. It was this remarkable environment which greeted Marx and his wife Jenny. Jenny was already pregnant, and on May 1, 1844, their daughter Jenny, who would come to be called Jenny Chen, was born. Domestic happiness did not prevent the young husband and father from making himself at home in the simmering new environment. He was not the only German who had taken refuge in Paris. There was an entire German colony that included everyone from poets to craftsmen. In Paris, they could live a freer, richer life than they could in their German homelands. One of them was the great author Heinrich Heine. Marx came to know him in December 1843, and he, Jenny, and Heine began a deep friendship. Through Heine, Marx began to frequent one of the real focal points of Parisian life, the Salon of Marie Diagoult, where many musicians, artists, and authors met. We must stop a moment with Marie Diagoult and some of her visitors. Marie Diagoult was born into the aristocracy, and was married early to a French nobleman who gave her her surname. After a few years, the piano virtuoso and composer Franz Liszt came into her life. With him her existence changed utterly. He became her lover and father to 3 of her children, among them Cosima, the future wife of Richard Wagner. But Liszt abandoned her after a few years. This did not crush her in the least, she created her own career. Above all, she became a celebrated writer under the pseudonym of Daniel Stern. Her most enduring work is Histoire de la Révolution de 1848, History of the 1848 Revolution, written between 1850 and 1853, which is still cited as a well-informed eyewitness depiction. But Marie Diagoult also held a salon that gathered many of the great personages of the era. At that time, Paris was the cultural capital of Europe, but it also constituted a center for new, revolutionary political ideas. Culture and politics met at Madame Diagoult's. Many of the more or less regular visitors to the salon were living in exile. Heine was one of them, Marx another. Point 2 We know nothing in detail of Marx's life at the salon. But he was an exceptionally receptive person who had the ability to fuse together impressions from the most disparate spheres of reality. At Madame Diagoult's he could, as Jacques Attali has pointed out, meet with several of the great personages we have already mentioned, Franz Liszt and Frédéric Chopin, George Sand, Charles Augustin Saint-Beuve, and Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres. It is likely that he also met the prose author whom he would rank highest of all throughout his life, Honoré de Balzac. Point 3 When he left France in 1845, he received reports on Parisian life from Hermann August Uhrbeck, one of his German friends. Clearly, Marx had asked Uhrbeck to deliver something to Heine that concerned Frau Grafin d'Arg, which must be a distortion of the name Diagoult. But the efforts, according to the letter, did not lead to the desired result. Point 4. Heine's importance to Marx during this momentous time in Paris is often underestimated. It is said that they became good friends in Paris and got on well in each other's company, and it is usually added that Marx deeply admired Heine's poetry, as Heine just as highly appreciated the intelligence and acumen of his 21-year-old friend. But Heine's influence was certainly greater than that. He introduced his young friend to much that could not be found in Trier, Bonn, or Berlin. Like many other Germans, Heine initially had a positive view of the 1830 revolution in France. In fact, it was the direct reason he settled in Paris in 1831. From there, he also wrote hopeful newspaper reports for a few years. In the art of painter Leopold Robert, he found signs that people were on the way to abandoning their dreams of finding happiness in the life to come and were now instead looking for it in this world. But the more that cold economic calculations prevailed in 1830s France, the darker Heine's image of the times became. He sought escapes from the society of egoism in various socialist and communist ideas. The world of ideas that Marx first came into intense contact with in Paris was thus well known to his new friend, who was significantly older. Like his new fellow traveler, Heine gladly talked about the need for a revolution. At the same time, his political radicalism was largely aesthetic, if not mostly so. It was in art, literature, and perhaps music in particular, that Heine could most clearly read the need for a new and better society. He was not alone in this. The socialist tendency he sympathized with above all, Saint-Simonism, contained a crucial aesthetic component. In it, the artist was a central figure in the new society of the future, taking over the role of the priests. Point 5. The interpretation made it easier for many of the artists to let themselves be influenced by Saint Simon's ideas. 6 Heine was only one of many, Liszt was another, and George Sand a third. In this context, George Sand is particularly interesting. It is clear that she and Marx had come into contact with each other in Paris. During the Revolution of 1848, she turned to Marx for help with exonerating the anarchist Mikhail Bakunin, who had been accused of being a Russian spy. Marx, who was then editor-in-chief for Neue Rheinische Zeitung, published an open letter from her on the subject. 7. In her enormous autobiography, Histoire de ma vie, History of My Life, Sand provides a lively picture of Paris in the 1840s. The name Marx does not turn up, but we get a look into the social life Marx was part of for a time. Great personages pass in review. Among them are also politicians rather than artists, like Pierre Leroux, whom we have already met, and Félicite Robert de Lamennais, a Catholic priest who also was a socialist. Heine is there, of course, well integrated in this radical left circle, at least up until the Great Schism over the Revolution of 1848. Sand herself was more consistent than most. A pathos for the hard-working, oppressed masses permeated most of her work. She was also convinced that the greatest minds of the future were among them, and encouraged workers with ambitions to become writers to try their luck. She hoped for a French proletarian literature, but her hopes did not come to pass. 8. The new revolutionary ideas were readily discussed in Diegauld's salon, and conversations flowed spontaneously from politics to music and art. Moreover, of course, the gatherings were devoted to rarefied musicianship. An attachment to the people's music and a marked aesthetic elitism apparently got on well there without problem. Marx did not only move among the salons of Paris. Above all, he sought out craftsmen and workers. In his letters from his time in Paris, which are few in number, he also preferred to talk about them and their progress. In the aforementioned second letter to Feuerbach written in October 1844, he dwelt in some detail on the mood among French proletarians and German craftsmen. Feuerbach's religious criticisms were a success among the working class, and there were even lectures on the subject for hundreds of German craftsmen in Paris, Marx told him. But above all, his letter was a song of praise to the French proletariat that was not only free of pieties but also aware of its significance for the liberation of humanity. The English working class was also making substantial progress but lacked the culture that characterized their French counterparts. The German craftsmen had come far in the field of theory, but their obstacle was that they were just that, craftsmen, not wage earners. Marx provided an example of the difference between French and German, but chose nothing from the world of the craftsmen or the workers. The former is from a book by a follower of Charles Fourier, alongside Saint-Simon, the most influential of the early French socialists. The author was Édouard de Pompéi. In his book, he expounds on Fourier's image of humanity, according to which passions not only drive humanity but also give each individual their distinctive character. Passions, not ideas, get people to turn to each other and to choose their lives. Against this view of humanity, Marx put one of a German, Bruno Bauer. Marx reminded Feuerbach that for many years, Bauer had been his friend but that he had now become increasingly foreign to him. Bauer and the other so-called critics in Berlin did not see themselves as people devoted to criticism, Marx said. In their eyes, they were critics who had the misfortune of also being people. 9. In these lines to Feuerbach, a writing project about the young Hegelians can be detected, one which in fact had already begun to take form. Socialism and Communism. Marx did not make his most important contacts in the salons of Paris but in significantly darker locales. These both shared the idea that society had to be changed completely, but while this topic was the subject of smart conversation at Madame Diegauld's, it was a matter of life and livelihood in the poorer quarters. The words socialism and communism were on many lips, though two of the most important advocates of socialism were already dead when Marx arrived in Paris. Saint-Simon had disappeared from the scene in 1825, both his renown and his influence had come late, and largely posthumously. Charles Fourier died in 1837, at a time when his star was also on the rise. Both are usually packed together as utopian socialists, with the third revolutionary, Welshman Robert Owen, the most practically oriented of them, who tried to create a model industry, or rather, a complete little model society where equality and justice would prevail, in New Lanark outside Glasgow. Marx labeled them utopian socialists in the Communist Manifesto, and it has stuck. The fairness of the designation utopian can be questioned. On a small scale, Owen had tried to create something entirely real. He wanted to influence the rest of the world by example of his model. Saint Simon, as we have seen, spoke about actually existing social phenomena, industry, science, and art, and he was also alert for opportunities for women in the future. At the same time, there was an element of mysticism in him. His most important work was Le Nouveau Christianisme, The New Christianity. It was published in 1825, the year of his death. In it, he sketches out the contours of a worldly Christianity. His ideas could appeal to both the men of practical life and to more romantic souls who dreamed of the feminine Messiah who would redeem the world. Fourier was the one who best met the original designation of utopian, which Thomas More created with his 1516 Story of the Island of Utopia. Fourier dreamed of small ideal societies, which he called phalansteres, whose core consisted of 600 individuals, 300 men, and 300 women. The idea was to construct an existence in common with a strict division of labor. The characteristics and interests of each and every person would be used to their advantage, but no one would be stuck in a specific occupation. Everyone would be able to switch jobs on a regular basis. Through the division of labor, each and every person would be dependent on all the others. For this mutuality, Fourier used the term solidarity, a word he borrowed from jurisprudence, solidarite, where it had to do, and still does, with joint and several liability, or collective responsibility to pay. During the 1840s, the word solidarity became politically fashionable in France and also spread to other countries. 10 But it was not a word that was given space in Marx's vocabulary, not even in the 1860s, when it had become prevalent in the First International. On the other hand, Marx read Fourier, and made several important personal acquaintances among societal thinkers in Paris. He had already expressed admiration of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon as a newspaperman in Cologne, and now they could both meet face to face. 20 years later, in January 1865, just after Proudhon's death, Marx talked about their meeting in an article. Proudhon had wanted to learn more about Hegel from Marx, and now after the fact Marx was declaring himself responsible for Proudhon's later attempts at adopting Hegel's style. In the course of lengthy debates often lasting all night, I infected him very much to his detriment with Hegelianism, which, owing to his lack of German, he could not study properly. Marx adds, with his customary caustic irony, that Karl Grun, a German socialist, continued to speak about Hegel with Proudhon after Marx left Paris, and that he had the advantage over me that he himself understood nothing of it. 11. The result of the lessons was Proudhon's 1846 book Philosophie de la Misère, The Philosophy of Poverty, in which the author attempted to use Hegel's dialectic in his criticism of society. He sent the book to Marx with an accompanying letter declaring that he now awaited Marx's critical flog, feral critique. When Marx actually let his paddle fly in his 1847 response, Misère de la Philosophie, The Poverty of Philosophy, Proudhon ended the friendship. 12. Marx also wrote that Proudhon's debut work, Qu'est-ce que la propriété? What is Property, of 1840, remained his best. This was the one Marx had read when he was still a journalist. Proudhon's attitude towards Fourier and Saint-Simon was roughly that of Feuerbach towards Hegel. He says, Feuerbach was less significant as a philosopher, but nonetheless created an epoch through his criticism of Hegel's philosophy. In a similar way, Proudhon vanquished his superior predecessors. But his fundamental question was wrongly put, since property is a historically variable concept. The property he spoke about was bourgeois property. It is odd to call it theft, since it is protected by bourgeois right. Proudhon's weakness, according to Marx, was that he had not sufficiently burrowed his way into modern economic theory. Marx here does not take into consideration the fact that Proudhon did not share his theoretical background. Proudhon stood out to the world as a worker who wrote, he was a typographer, and it was as such that he had first roused Marx's interest. But Proudhon himself was no propertyless proletarian, rather, he identified himself with small businessmen. Small businessmen and small farmers, who worked to acquire what they owned, were protected in his ideal society, whereas the large owners, those who could live off the toil of others, would pass into history. It was their property that he famously called theft, though the phrase had been coined before the French Revolution, theft from the little people, theft from the commons. Proudhon was critical of all centralized power because it protected the propertied classes with its state apparatus and its laws. According to Mikhail Bakunin, who is extraordinarily competent in the subject, Proudhon was the first to call himself an anarchist, in 1840 in connection with what is property. Bakunin was, incidentally, another important acquaintance Marx made in Paris. Bakunin, the Russian nobleman who loved revolutions and hated everything to do with the state, remained an admirer of Marx's intellectual capacity long after they had parted ways. In a manuscript from 1871, he recalls that he and Marx became friends in Paris, and that Marx was by far superior to Bakunin himself in acumen and knowledge. Although younger than I was, he was already an atheist, an erudite materialist, and a well-reasoned socialist, he wrote. It was no close relationship, he added. Moreover, they were both far too different. Bakunin remembered that Marx called him a sentimental idealist, and he was right. I called him faithless, conceited, and treacherous, and I also was right. 13. The young Marx hardly drew any lessons from Bakunin, but the Russian's passionate social engagement certainly made an impression on him. Wilhelm Weitling. An important part of the company Marx kept in Paris consisted of revolutionary Germans living in the city. This took place in meetings arranged by an organization called Bund der Gerechten, League of the Just. The Bund der Gerechten had been called Bund der Gerechten, League of the Outlaws, in the beginning, but the German tailor and writer Wilhelm Weitling had pushed through the name change in 1836. Weitling had a more radical agenda than earlier iterations of the League. A political revolution was not enough to create a good society, he declared. It would also require a social upheaval that completely transformed property relations. In 1839, the League of the Just had taken part in a failed attempt at a coup against the prevailing order in France. The leader of the coup was Louis Blanqui, a French socialist who claimed that a group of closely knit revolutionaries would be able to seize power and bring along the great majority of the people in its revolutionary enterprise. Their tactic was called putschism after the German word putsch, which means coup. The 1839 attempt failed. After the defeat, Weitling left for London, which was intended to be the association's new headquarters. But their activities there were rather lackluster, while those in Paris at the time of Marx's debut in society were flourishing. 14. Police spies have given us the names of the meeting places that Marx and his newfound friends frequented: Café Scherger, Café Skieur, Restaurant Schreiber, and so on. Picture the scene: shabby places run by German emigrants, overflowing with master craftsmen and more bookish types with soft hands. In the midst of the gathering, cleverly disguised as a member of the working class, there is a police spy dispatched by the Ministry of the Interior, tasked with reporting what he observed to the Prussian ambassador. The spy's reports have been preserved, and give us a vivid picture of this side of Parisian life at the time. The revolutionaries' activities soon became more extensive, and a larger locale was needed for their meetings. The police spy now reported that the League of the Just met every week at a wine merchant's on Avenue de Vincennes. Sometimes 30 participants gathered, often it was between 100 and 200. The police spy took pity on all these journeymen who allowed themselves to be seduced by a few schemers. He concluded his report of February 1, 1845, "I write to you in great urgency so that Marx, Herweg, Weil and Bornstein will not be able to continue to drag these young men down into misfortune." 15. Only a few weeks earlier, on January 16, Marx had been forced to leave Paris for Brussels. The report showed that he was already playing a leading role in the League of the Just. It was his name that the spy mentioned first in the string of dangerous seducers of the people. Such were the ravages of Marx in life. Wherever he turned up, he made himself known. While still very young, he became a central figure among the young Hegelians. Within a short time, he had developed into a leading journalist. Now he stood out as a particularly dangerous revolutionary. In all these roles, he enjoyed these successes as a novice. When he came to Paris, communism was a movement that he had regarded unenthusiastically from a distance. In a letter to Arnold Ruge in September 1843, when he was just about to leave Germany, he claimed that it was a dogmatic abstraction. 16 In Paris, he would become a central figure in that dogmatic abstraction. There were two persons who above all introduced him to what communism, at best, could be. One was Moses Hess, the man who admired him so tremendously back in his time as an editor in Cologne, and the other was Wilhelm Weitling, the tailor and writer who had been forced to leave Paris when Marx arrived. Hess was above all a theoretician who had adopted socialist and communist doctrines earlier than Marx. There are signs indicating that the owners of Rheinische Zeitung made Marx, and not Hess, who was 6 years older, editor of the newspaper because they regarded Hess as entirely too radical. 17. Like Marx, Hess had a Jewish background, but his parents did not convert, and Hess had had a strict religious upbringing. While Marx, by all appearances, remained irreligious in a rather unproblematic way, Hess preferred to describe even completely worldly events in religious terms. Inspired by 17th-century philosopher Baruch Spinoza, who spoke of God or the world, Hess expressed himself during an important period of his life in purely pantheistic terms: the universe is God. In his ideal society, this divine reality would appear in all its glory. Earlier than Marx, he developed ideas on humanity's Entfremdung, its alienation, and he would obviously inspire his friend here. But his ideas always had religious depths that were lacking in Marx. Despite the fact that Hess, like many others, spoke of religion as the opium of the people, he equally sought something holy in the social community that would replace a world dependent on religion. Hess called the program for the radical change of society that he advocated both socialism and communism. His view of the relationship between them is indicated in a letter he wrote to Marx in July 1844. It is characterized by great optimism, although it starts off with a warning that Marx should be careful about setting foot on Prussian territory. According to newspaper information, an arrest order was ready for execution. Radical forces were nevertheless rapidly gaining ground in Germany, Hess assured him. The Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher was enjoying great success, although the censor was doing everything to stop it. New socialists were turning up everywhere. Soon, all of educated Germany will be socialist, radically socialist, in fact, I mean communist. 18. Hess thus sees chiefly a difference of degree between socialism and communism. There is nothing indicating that Marx would have thought anything else at the time. It was also in accordance with the prevalent linguistic usage. In fact, there is yet another nuance in meaning: communism was more proletarian in its orientation. It attracted workers and craftsmen rather than armchair radicals. As regards the other source of inspiration, Wilhelm Weitling, it was on the contrary Marx who was most impressed from the start. It was the same sort of admiration he had felt for Proudhon. Both were advocates of the working people in whom Marx had begun to set such great hopes. Weitling had an entirely different background than Marx or Hess. His mother was a maidservant, and his father a French officer in Napoleon's army in Germany who had soon disappeared from his mother's life. Weitling grew up in great poverty and trained as a tailor. He just barely supported himself while becoming engrossed in his studies, and gradually began to write. It was his second book, Garantiender Harmonie und Freiheit, published in 1842, that so impressed Marx. We must go into it in depth somewhat because it says a lot about the communism Marx was now definitively growing closer to. It is a book that contains multitudes, it could be said an entire outlook on the world and society. Progress is a natural law, Weitling declared by way of introduction, and then paints a picture of an idyllic proto-society that had to be burst asunder by the contradictions created through the origin of all evils, property. This is Rousseau's picture of development. But Weitling's ideal society is not Rousseau's. He sketched out the contours of a good, equitable, and just world that now lay within reach. The influence of both Saint-Simon and Fourier is evident here. Science and technology are given key roles, and Weitling even adopts Saint-Simon's idea of the guide to a better world as a second messiah, greater than the first. Fourier's ideal that everyone should be trained in a practical occupation and, moreover, should have the opportunity to switch between various employments also became Weitling's, though he did not conceive of any self-sustaining small societies or phalansteres as the basic political units. Even Fourier's way of talking about highly peaceful and comradely associations such as armies is found in Weitling. School armies, for example, occupy an important place in his society. Like so many other radicals at that time, especially Fourier, Weitling was an ardent supporter of women's liberation. Freedom of the press, and even freedom of choice, which are impossible as long as money rules, prevail in this future society. Weitling spoke relatively little about the revolution he nevertheless saw as necessary in order to be able to create this good society. Most important here is the distinction he made between a political and a social revolution, a distinction that became crucial for Marx. In Germany, Weitling said, it was more difficult to carry out a political revolution than a social one. Both, however, were wholly possible. He said nothing about whether or not he imagined the upheavals to be violent. What is surprising is that he was open to the possibility of a people's monarch at the head of this good society of the future. A contemporary reader could also wonder at the fact that he mentions Louis von Hesburg among his models. Hesburg is entirely forgotten today, but a moment's research shows that he was a high-ranking officer and nobleman who, despite his position, proposed the establishment of God's kingdom on earth with such things as community of property. This scandal forced him to leave his posts. It is only thanks to Weitling's appreciation that posterity still remembers him. 19. But was this appreciation not odd? Hesburg's inspiration was obviously Christian, and his dream was to re-establish a primitive Christian community. He inserted himself into a tradition stretching back to the Middle Ages, culminating in the German peasant wars of the 16th century and the most far-reaching radicals of the 17th century English Revolution. Swedish literary historian Kurt Aspelin called this tradition utopian mysticism. In it, the future appears in the chiaroscuro of dreams, and prim calculations are united with ecstasy. 20. Was it not odd that Weitling could appreciate a present-day advocate of this tradition? No, it was not. Even at that time, the inspiration of primitive Christianity was strong among revolutionaries. Marx was a newcomer to the group, and through his unhesitating atheism he belonged to a minority among them. Obviously, this circumstance did not alter his enthusiasm for Weitling. He expressed this above all in an article in a German-language newspaper in Paris called Vorwärts, Forward. Vorwärts, The Weavers' Uprising, and Ruge. The original task of Vorwärts was to provide news about the arts, the sciences, and social life in Paris. The successful Franco-German opera composer Giacomo Meyerbeer was responsible for the funding, and its editor-in-chief was fairly reactionary. It was thus no left-wing organ, quite the contrary, but the left had the initiative among German emigrants, and with it pulled the newspaper in their direction with their delight in debate. A weavers' uprising in Silesia in 1844 became the subject of lively attention in the newspaper. Heinrich Heine published a magnificent poem on the subject. It has the refrain we weave, and deals with how weavers wove a triple curse into the burial shroud they were working on, a curse on God, who proved himself deaf and blind to their prayers, a curse on the king, who protected the rich and squeezed out the last penny from the poor only to have them shot like dogs, and a curse over the fraudulent fatherland where lies and atrocities reigned and the stench of corpses had begun to spread. It is for this fatherland that the shroud is intended. Heine sent the poem to Marx, requesting publication. He also attached another poem touching on a theme that had belonged to the repertoire of social criticism ever since the carnivals of the Middle Ages and had a special place in Marx's critical disputes, The World Turned Upside Down. His poem begins, "The world is topsy-turvy turned / we walk feet upwards in it." 21 50,000 copies of the poem about the weavers were also distributed as flyers in Silesia. It is not surprising that it was forbidden by the Prussian authorities. An agitator in Berlin, who nevertheless recited it, was thrown into prison. The revolt in Silesia was not the first of its kind, but it attracted greater attention than earlier similar incidents. The 1840s were a period crisscrossed by new revolutionary ideas, and at the same time by increasing repression, particularly in Prussia. As far as the weavers were concerned, their wages had been drastically reduced. Competition with incipient industrial production in Great Britain was beginning to be felt. Textile products became cheaper, but the necessities of life did not. Many factory owners, moreover, acted ruthlessly towards people living at or under the limits of starvation. The revolt became even more pointed through socialist and communist ideas having begun to spread among German workers. The revolt itself, which brought many weavers with it and led to a number of violent conflicts, came to a quick end when the authorities in Breslau called in the military, who struck down all resistance with great brutality. 11 people, including a woman, were shot and killed, 24 were seriously wounded. Many were put into prisons or fortresses. Others were sentenced to flogging. The weavers' uprising remained an important reference point in German workers' history. In 1893, Gerhard Hauptmann's great drama Die Weber, The Weavers, premiered in Berlin. It represented something completely new in German theater. Here, the common people took the stage and were not, as otherwise was the case, relegated to the peripheral role of servants. Hauptmann's drama, for its part, provided immediate inspiration to a long series of magnificent, gripping lithographs by Kathy Kollwitz. 22. In the 1840s, the period of the revolt, the bloody days in Silesia led to a heated debate within and outside Prussia about what these disturbances were due to. The most common explanation was summarized in the word pauperism, from the Latin pauper, poor. Pauperism was talked about around Europe, both highborn and low, left and right, took part in the conversation, which easily became heated. One conviction that most shared was based on the fact that the age, with its ever more intense trade, its growing industry, and its more rapid communications, was creating a new type of poverty, more dangerous than the traditional kind because it gave rise to continuing impoverishment in large groups of the population. A smoldering dissatisfaction that could turn into open revolt followed on its heels. 23. Conservative forces in Prussia, with King Friedrich Wilhelm IV at their head, asserted that old-fashioned Christian charity would reduce the tensions and make it so that the Silesian weavers' revolt would be the last of its kind. Liberal forces in the country imagined some form of social reforms that could counteract pauperism. Of course, the Germans in Paris followed the revolt and its consequences with boundless excitement. Arnold Ruge, with whom Marx had recently collaborated, quickly published an article in Vorwärts in which he played down what happened in Silesia to some extent. He justified it with the fact that the king had declared himself not very alarmed and instead aimed his fulminations at the country's zealous supporters of reform. Ruge signed the article a Prussian, which could have given rise to the misperception that it was Marx, a Prussian subject, and not Ruge, a native of Saxony, who wrote it. But Marx was of an entirely different opinion than Ruge and thought that what had happened in Silesia was a magnificent event that would have consequences in the future. It is not at all strange that the king was more worried about the liberals than the workers, Marx wrote in his response. It was not the king the workers had turned against, but the bourgeoisie. An aristocrat like the king could not but abhor the bourgeoisie. The workers were far too distant to worry him. In the same way, an Orthodox Catholic is more hostile towards an Orthodox Protestant than an atheist, Marx continued. For a legitimist like the Prussian king, the liberals were a worse enemy than the communists. He thus uncovered an important aspect of the dynamic in various kinds of differences of opinion. It is the close neighbor who is the most hated opponent, while those on the other end of the scale of opinion were not perceived as competitors. Point 24 The idea of la petite difference, the small difference between opinions and orientations that, seen from outside, lie very close to each other, most recently goes back to Sigmund Freud's 1932 book Das Unbehagen in der Kultur, Civilization and its Discontents, and is used more often in psychology and religious research than as regards political ideologies. Point 25. Now there is no one who runs the risk of confusing the ideals of Friedrich Wilhelm IV and the German liberals. But the differences are, if anything, relative. King and liberals were on the same political field, whereas the communists were hopelessly outside the discussion. Marx himself would soon become a tireless and unrelenting guard concerning the social theory he had worked out. But as a novice, he was still open to many variants of communism and socialism. On the other hand, Ruge's standpoint, which must be characterized as liberal populist, was entirely foreign to him. He and Ruge would never be able to publish a joint periodical again. There would be only one issue of Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher. Marx developed his polemic in his customary way, which took up quite a lot of space. He followed his opponent's text, argument for argument, and often offered up detailed quotations. He then tore these arguments to bits, one by one. Ruge took up pauperism, the subject of the day in Prussia. Marx reminded him that England was the country of pauperism. The word pauperism had come from there. Impoverishment was universal among workers in England, and not only partial as it was in Germany. It played a central role in English political economy, and impoverishment there appeared as an unfortunate but inevitable result of modern industrial development. Marx's article makes its way through the polemical thicket to its crucial point, that pauperism cannot be remedied only with political measures, a social upheaval is additionally required. In his article, Ruge asserted that the weavers who revolted had a limited horizon. Marx indignantly responded that this was completely wrong. The weavers' revolt had a more theoretical and conscious character than similar events in France and England. He referred to the popular Weberlied, Song of the Weavers, not to be confused with Heine's poem, the text of which clearly expresses the contradiction between the proletariat and private property. Marx pointed to Wilhelm Weitling as the most striking example of German consciousness. His writings are genius, Marx wrote. In their theoretical aspects, they often exceed even Proudhon, however inferior they were in their execution. The bourgeoisie had nothing to put up against a book like Garantien. Marx spoke about this vehement and brilliant literary debut of the German workers. He continued by repeating Weitling's assertion that there were good possibilities in Germany for a social revolution, but worse for a political one. The latter was namely the affair of the bourgeoisie, the former that of the proletariat. It was not abnormal for Germany to be equally as politically backward as it was philosophically advanced. On the contrary, it was a necessity. A philosophical people can find its corresponding practice only in socialism, hence it is only in the proletariat that it can find the dynamic element of its emancipation. 26. That last sentence is noteworthy for several reasons. On the one hand, it is clear that Marx had not yet distinguished between socialism and communism. Perhaps, like Hess, he saw communism as a pure cultivation of socialism, but here nothing of that interpretation is discernible. He speaks simply of socialism. On the other, he expressed an idea that had been common among German intellectuals all the way back to the beginning of the 19th century and still was among the young Hegelians, namely that the Germans were a particularly philosophical people. He would not express himself in this manner later on. Weitling was among the readers of Vorwärts and wrote a cheerful letter from London in which he repaid Marx's appreciation. "We are friends," he declared optimistically, and hoped that their correspondence would continue. 27 It is unknown whether Marx ever responded. No other letters between the two have been preserved. There was much else taking up Marx's time when he received the letter. The most important of them was already discernible in his articles in Vorwärts. Economic theories had entered into his sphere of interests. Previously, they had been below his horizon. Soon, they would dominate his field of view. This encounter with economics was brought about by a single person, Friedrich Engels. Friedrich Engels. The names of Marx and Engels are often mentioned in the same breath. Marx always comes first. He is the central figure who, in the heroic pictures of the Soviet era, is often portrayed sitting while Engels stood somewhat discreetly beside him. This was also the way they were immortalized in bronze in the mid-1980s, in what was called the Marx-Engels-Platz in Berlin during the GDR era. Today, the location is called Schlossplatz. The statues have been moved. In Soviet and East German literature, Marx and Engels are often portrayed as some kind of kindred souls, agreed in all essentials and fighting for the same thing, the victory of communism. They are also portrayed this way in the authoritative foreword to the entire Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe with which the Institute for Marxism, Leninism in the Soviet Union and the GDR introduced the first volume in 1975. Their names are repeated like a mantra, Marx and Engels. Marx and Engels, they have a central place in the history of revolutionary thought. It is said, they were giants of learning and at the same time champions of a new society. They vanquished idealism in philosophy and created a firm materialist basis for dialectical thought, and so on. At the same time, there were authors outside the Soviet sphere of influence who painted the opposite picture. Engels never understood Marx's theory, but interpreted it in an absurd direction. But there are also more well-balanced portrayals such as Tristram Hunt's 2009 book Marx's General, The Revolutionary Life of Friedrich Engels. The only major problem with it is that Hunt exaggerates Engels's importance for Marx. 28 We will illustrate the relationship between Marx and Engels in more detail in a later chapter. For now, only their initial meeting and the start of their collaboration is of concern. Even in outward appearance, they both were different. Marx was so dark-skinned that his children called him the Moor. On the other hand, Engels was blond, a Nordic type, in fact, tall, slim, and vigorous, and moreover a skilled fencer, rider, and dancer. Marx was shorter, without being short, had an enormous head and a powerful chest with stouter legs. Both had grown up in affluent homes. Engels's father, also named Friedrich, was a well-to-do partner in the firm Ehrman and Engels, which he ran with the Dutch brothers Godfrey and Peter Ehrman. The elder Friedrich was a brilliant entrepreneur who focused his activities on cotton, and opened factories both at home in Barman and in Salford, the junior twin city of Manchester. The Engels family was strictly religious, Lutherans with a pietistic orientation. Fervent piety was to be united with strict fulfillment of duty. Earthly successes meant that God was on your side. Life was a grimly serious business. But the younger Friedrich did not want to follow in these footsteps. He developed his own interests and an independent will. He did remarkably well in high school, but before finishing, his father decided he had learned enough of dry theory. It was now time he learned what it meant to work in commerce and industry. He had to acquaint himself with the secrets of cotton manufacture and travel around England with his father. After that, he was sent to the office in Bremen to get some idea of international business. The younger Friedrich was already open to new, radical ideas, and it only got worse when he chose to train as an artillery officer in Berlin. There he learned military tactics and strategy, something he took pleasure in throughout his life. He became a military expert, earning the nickname the General from Jenny and Karl's youngest daughter Eleanor. The name stuck. But what is more important is that in Berlin, he joined the circle of young Hegelians, as Marx had done earlier. We have already encountered Engels as a young Hegelian of the radical type. Society had to be changed, not through business or industry, but through thought. Marx and Engels met for the first time in 1842. Engels had finished his military training, and on the way home he visited the editors of Zeitung. Under the name Friedrich Oswald, he had already published a number of minor essays, including on Schelling's lectures in Berlin. Now he was ready for new journalistic adventures. The encounter, as Engels would remember long afterwards, was a chilly 1.29. Marx still had a bit of the young Hegelian notions but was already on the way towards new horizons. Engels still had the glow of the proselytizer. It was Moses Hess whom Engels hit it off with instead. Everything indicates that it was Hess who got Engels interested in communism, and soon to see himself as a communist, too. But now Engels would use the situation to his advantage. His father sent him to Manchester to work for the firm. It was, to say the least, an instructive period. Apart from his work, Engels managed to both carry out intensive studies in the new economic theories, and survey the social relations that industrialism brought in its train. The Manchester he came to was a remarkable city. It was the cradle of the Industrial Revolution, as it is called in the tourist brochures. During the 1830s and 1840s, it was an exceptionally creative environment. The famous Manchester liberals who created modern laissez-faire liberalism dominated its chamber of commerce. Manchester workers created Chartism, the first workers' movement. Consumer cooperatives began in nearby Rochester. Engels himself, though also others in Manchester, took the first steps in empirical sociology, and in Salford, the brewer James Prescott Joule was one of the first to discover the principle of energy. 30. It was another kind of creativity than that of Vienna at the turn of the previous century, more down to earth but just as fateful. The first result of Engels's diligent studies was an article he sent to Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher, Marx's and Ruges journal. The article enjoyed great success. It influenced Marx in particular. We must examine it in a little more detail. The article was called Umrisse zu einer Kritik der Nationalökonomie. It is only an umrisse, a few pen strokes, or, as the English translation goes, an outline of a critique of political economy. The draft is approximately 25 pages, and constitutes at one and the same time a presentation of and a furious reckoning with modern economic theory as created by Adam Smith and further developed by David Ricardo, John Ramsay McCulloch, and others. It is worth noting that Engels calls the theory the liberal one. The word liberal as a designation of a political concept was rather new at the time. It showed up in 1812. Even later, it became the usual characterization of the economic doctrine that Adam Smith laid the foundation for. 31 For Smith himself, liberal meant generous, and nothing more. In the same breath, Engels condemned liberal theory as hypocritical. He said that Smith had the same role in economics as Luther had in Christianity. 32 Before Smith, mercantilism ruled with Catholic straightforwardness, but Luther, alias Smith, introduced hypocrisy. Smith proved that there was human feeling in the new economic system, and that trade created peace and friendship among the nations. At the same time, he knew very well that the system enslaved people and drove them into the deepest poverty. Riches and poverty lived side by side. Since the days of Smith it had only got worse. Families were torn apart by the factories. Workers' children began work at the age of 9, transforming the family home into only a place for room and board. But Smith's followers had become even more hypocritical than their master. The comparison between economic theories and the development of Christianity contained much of Engels's own personal struggle for liberation. In his house, a strict, introspective pietist Protestantism reigned. In Engels's eyes, Pietism was the counterpart to Smith's followers like David Ricardo or John R. McCulloch, who had worsened his hypocritical stance. The reality that the economist's theories dealt with was the daily bread of the Engels family. Even Marx called Smith the Luther of the economists in a text he would soon write. But for him, the comparison did not have the same emotional charge at all. In the continuation of his outline, Engels discusses the theory of value that stands at the center for Smith and his followers. In the same breath, he accuses them of ignoring the significance of technological inventions. The forces of production grew through their science and their discoveries, he emphasized. He still speaks of forces of production, Produktionskraft, and not, as later, of productive forces, Produktivkraft, but the origin is of course Smith's productive powers, 33. He emphasizes that it is work itself that was the original capital, but now a definite Entziehung, dichotomy according to the English translation, had emerged between capital and labor that had not only separated them but had also turned them into the antitheses of each other. 34 The word Entfremdung, estrangement or alienation, is conspicuous in its absence despite the fact that it is a word Engels had certainly met in Hegel as well as in Feuerbach and Hess. The outline had no place for more philosophical vocabulary. In fact, it is only when Engels, in the spirit of Feuerbach, speaks about the Gattungsbewusstsein of humanity, its species consciousness, that he comes close to philosophy. The ideal is that people work consciously as people, and not as splintered atoms for which the human element, the species being, plays no role. The comparison between beings without a mutual context and atoms is hackneyed today, but in 1843 it was fresh and new. The atomic theory has roots in antiquity, but remained a mere intellectual curiosity until around 1800 when a poor private teacher in Manchester, John Dalton, gave it its modern form. It is Dalton's image of atoms in a gaseous state, separated from each other, that inspired Engels's description of work in contemporary capitalism. 35. Factory work was an emblem of this inhuman activity, but it was better represented by speculation on the stock exchange. For Engels, speculation in shares marked immorality's culminating point in which people tried to make a profit from everything, especially the misfortunes of others. This did not mean that everyone who speculated had to be immoral. Competition forced them into it, whatever their personal motives may have been. The alternative was that they would be outcompeted and go under. There was thus something wrong with the system, and not private individuals. In a good society, they would function as actual people, conscious of their humanity. And a society of this kind was the dream of the future. Early on in the article, Engels said that the progress the current system delivered, despite everything, would clear the way for a world that entailed the reconciliation of mankind with nature and with itself. And humanity's forces of production are infinite, something that would then become clear. The deadly competition of today would then be replaced by the peaceful rivalry that Fourier wrote about. 36. But the road there would be difficult. Stiffening competition led to constantly recurring crises that cast workers into unemployment and destitution, and ruined many capitalists as well. And within the crises, the risk always lurked that someone would knock out all their rivals and create a monopoly on the market, with all the ruthlessness that entailed. In the final paragraph, Engels flew the colors for another, even more important, writing task that now awaited him, dealing with the factory system and pitilessly revealing in detail the despicable immorality of the system, and to expose mercilessly the economist's hypocrisy which here appears in all its brazenness. 37 This would clearly be his later condition of the working class in England. Engels began writing his article late in 1843 and was finished with it in January, 1844. He then sent it to Marx and Ruge for the Jahrbucher. Marx, who in the environment of Paris had already absorbed a number of new lessons that affected him deeply, must have realized immediately that Engels's work contained subject matter that he too had to assimilate. Now economic theory was the most important of all. He took to the work with his customary energy. He certainly had the article in his hands in January 1844, it came out in print at the end of February, and by April he was ready to start writing his own work in which economics, politics, and philosophy would be molded together. The project was never completed. A few notebooks remain, which posterity has chosen to call the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844. They are sometimes also spoken of as the Paris manuscripts. The text covers approximately 120 printed sheets. We do not know what made Marx stop the project at that exact point. We only know that Engels came to Paris during the summer of 1844 and stayed there for 10 days, during which time Marx and he became friends. They spent most of those days together, drinking beer and discussing economics and politics and philosophy. They discovered that they agreed on almost everything and decided to join forces in a new project where they would settle accounts with the doctrine they both had once been followers of, young Hegelianism. In that radical idealism, they now saw a danger for the future fate of Germany, namely that idealism blocked the way of real humanism in the spirit of Feuerbach. It is quite probably that this project, which resulted in a few joint writings, gave Marx a reason to discontinue the work on the manuscripts. Engels should not be blamed for this, however. No one was more eager than he that Marx should finish his criticism of contemporary society. In his letters later on, he would constantly encourage Marx to bring his work to an end. But Marx was constantly finding new books that he first had to read, and new problems he first had to solve. The economic and philosophic manuscripts, which he wrote over a few months in the spring and summer of 1844, were so important both in themselves and for his development, that they receive their own chapter here. 5. The manuscripts. Belated renown. The economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 lay with the rest of the papers left by Marx for nearly 90 years. They were finally printed in 1932, in the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe. One of the first people to comment on the text was Herbert Marcuse, in an article in the journal Die Gesellschaft, in which he drew the basic ideas in the incomplete manuscript into the contest over what constituted the core of Marx's theory. 1 Marcuse was at that time one of the leading representatives of the Frankfurt School, which had its center in the Institut für Sozialforschung in Frankfurt. Like his new colleagues, Marcuse distanced himself from the Marxism, Leninism that was being developed in the Soviet Union, the chief task of which was to defend the policies the new country was carrying out. In that context, the central ideas of the manuscripts, such as humanity's essence and alienation, had no place. Those parts of Marx's theories that filtered through were largely limited to what had been passed on by Lenin. It would be a long time before the manuscripts were published in what after the Second World War was called the Eastern Bloc. In the standard collected works, the Marx-Engels Werke, or MU, the first 39 volumes had no space for them. Finally, in 1968, they were included in the first of both supplementary volumes, Ergänzungsbände, that, at that time, completed the work. By then, the manuscripts had already been in print in countries in the West, and the central idea, alienation, had become the subject of lively, sometimes heated, discussions. The showdown that drew the most attention played out in Poland between the young philosopher Leszek Kolakowski and the then chief ideologist of the Communist Party, Adam Schaff. We will deal with that in more detail in the final chapter. Several years earlier, the same manuscript had provided arguments against orthodox Marxism, Leninism in Western Europe. People began to speak of a humanistic Marxism in which people, and not the class struggle or the party, stood at the center. Roger Garaudy, who throughout his long life would adopt many different points of view, was still a member of the French Communist Party in 1957, when he published a book called Humanisme Marxiste, Marxist Humanism. Even among non-Marxists, the manuscripts aroused great positive interest. They played a crucial role in Jesuit author Jean-Yves Cavet's 1956 book La Pensée de Karl Marx, The Thought of Karl Marx, and in particular they contributed to Jean-Paul Sartre beginning to consider himself a Marxist in the late 1950s. The most important result of this new orientation was his substantial 1960 work Critique de la raison dialectique, Critique of Dialectical Reason, Point 2. In Moscow, the new image of Marx roused vexation. The most influential philosopher there, Theodor Eusermann, published among other things a furious article that was also published in German translation. In it, he branded the bourgeois and revisionist critique of Marxism as a funhouse mirror. In 1965, a French Marxist philosopher, Louis Althusser, went on an all-out attack on humanistic Marxism in his book For Marx. We will have reason to return to Althusser. Point 3. But now, to Marx's work. A great project is born. Through the economic and philosophic manuscripts we come close to Marx's first, somewhat wary encounter with political economy. Point 4. Previously, he had only encountered economic theories in a roundabout way, first, perhaps, through Hegel's writings and then through various socialists and communists. Engels, as we already know, was the one who gave him the impulse to start reading Adam Smith, David Ricardo, and James Mill, John Stuart Mill's father, himself. Obviously, Marx had quickly arrived at the insight that he had to get to the sources himself. Moreover, with his considerable self-esteem, he was convinced that he also could achieve something that no one else, not even Engels, could manage. As he began this new project, he believed that his work on economic theory would be a fairly brief and limited history. In the foreword he attached to the manuscripts, he talked about his newly shelved project, a critique of jurisprudence and political science in the form of a critique of the Hegelian philosophy of right. Uniting the examination of speculation with the review of various more empirical materials proved to be unsuitable, he said. Moreover, he added, an aphoristic presentation of this kind would have given the impression of arbitrary systematization. Point 5. Hegel made the same kind of reservations in his forewords to the Phenomenology of Spirit and the Science of Logic, in which he points out that there is a crucial difference between an actual systematic description and one that only loosely puts the results together without accounting for how they were obtained. Point 6. Now, Marx had set himself another, possibly higher goal. He intended to publish a series of pamphlets on law, politics, morals, and so on, crowning the project with a work indicating the context among the various parts and carrying out criticism of the speculative treatment thereof, in a genuinely systematic way, one would assume. The only visible result of these substantial ambitions was the manuscript on political economy. It is difficult to know how economics, in Marx's interpretation, could be put together with law, ethics, and politics. It is not indicated in his letters from that time, or in other writings. In January 1845, Engels was still urging him to quickly finish with his political economy book, at a time when Marx had not touched the manuscript for several months. It did not matter whether Marx himself was satisfied with the results, Engels said. Time was fleeting, it was a matter of striking while the iron is hot. Point 7. Much later, in March, another of his friends, George Jung, whom he had got to know during his time at Reinigungszeitung, wrote a letter in which he inquired what had become of your work on political economy and politics. Do not let yourself be distracted by other tasks, Jung encouraged him. With your brilliant writing style and the great clarity in your argumentation, you will and must be a success here in Prussia and become a star of the first magnitude. 8. But no words could persuade Marx. He was already heading in another direction. In his foreword to the manuscripts, his plans are even grander. He assures the reader that his report is built on solid studies of the literature on the subject, and it is hard for the reader to doubt it. Marx reproduces many long quotes from Smith, Ricardo, and others. But they are not alone in the text. Marx points out that he had also read the works of French and British socialists, and names a few original German contributions as well. First, he calls attention to Weitling's writings, which he had already praised in his article in Vorwärts, and points out a few articles that Moses Hess had recently published in 21 Bogen aus der Schweiz, 21 sheets from Switzerland. One of them was called Sozialismus und Kommunismus, Socialism and Communism. In it, Hess developed the harmonious image of the relationship between socialism and communism that he also expressed in a letter to Marx. Communism was, quite simply, radical socialism. On the other hand, Marx does not mention another article by Hess that he had just been a part of publishing in his Enruges Deutsch Französische Jahrbucher. It is called Über das Geldwesen, on finances, and according to Hesse's foremost biographer Edmund Silberner, it is probable that it had been important for Marx's article on the Jewish question and also influenced the manuscripts and their treatment of money. 9 But here, Marx's silence is reasonable. There are no obvious similarities between this article by Hess and Marx's thoughts on the significance of money. The only point on which they both agree concerns religion and its relationship to buying and selling. On the other hand, Marx also mentions Engels's outlines among his sources of inspiration. It would be strange otherwise. Even Feuerbach's name turned up. But there, it was only a matter of philosophical inspiration. Marx's picture of the world was still characterized by Feuerbach's mixture of humanism and naturalism. At the end of the foreword, Marx promises a reckoning with Hegel's dialectic. In contrast to the critical theologians of our days, I have deemed a critical discussion of Hegelian dialectic of philosophy as a whole to be absolutely necessary. By critical theologians, he meant Bruno Bauer and his other old friends from Berlin whom he now seemed to see as his main opponents. One question inevitably presents itself: why is this reckoning so important for Marx in a pamphlet that would concern the criticism of modern political economy? This question cannot even approximately be answered until the contents of the manuscripts have been examined in more detail. The struggle between worker, capitalist, and landowner. Before we go into Marx's text in more detail, there is an important remark to make. Marx speaks throughout of the worker as he, never as she. In one sense, he is simply following the grammatical rules of German at the time. Where we, in a later period, would write he or she, or even they, it had long been the rule to simply write he. But Marx's use of language is still odd in light of a few important bits of information he reproduced without commentary. One of the authors he cites in quite a bit of detail is the German Wilhelm Schulz, who in 1843 had just published an ambitious work titled Die Bewegung der Produktion, The Development of Production. In his book, Schulz, who lived a long life in constant opposition to the powers that be, collected a large amount of material on the development of society. The statistical information in particular was useful to Marx. One piece of information he reproduced held that 158,818 men and 196,818 women were working in English spinning mills. Similar conditions prevailed in similar industries in the United States. In wool factories, on the other hand, where the work demanded greater physical strength, men were predominant. 10. It is odd that Marx did not comment on these numbers. His worker is always a he, although the most typical industries of the Industrial Revolution, and the ones that got the most attention, were dominated by women. He shared this blindness with many others of his time, of course, but it is nonetheless a blindness. In the manuscripts, Marx for the first time describes society as an arena for conflicts between workers, capitalists, and landowners. He primarily follows in Adam Smith's tracks, but also those of other, later economists as well. Working wages are determined by the antagonistic struggle between capitalist and worker, he writes. But the worker necessarily loses in this showdown. Capitalists gang up, while workers are forbidden to collaborate. Union struggles are thus still out of sight. Marx did not find it worthwhile to mention the Chartists' attempt in England, he only follows in the footsteps of those he cites. The worker becomes just a commodity. In times of decline, it is the workers who suffer the most. But not even when the economy is flourishing can they safely count on better wages. Capitalists are personally free to take the profit. They can also invest in new machinery. The labor of the workers thus becomes more and more machine-like. It becomes abstract labor, Marx says, the antithesis of the physical and intellectual wealth that he would now see, following Feuerbach but also ever after, as the hallmark of genuine labor. Increasing production can also compel workers, or deceive them into wearing themselves out in advance and dying. It is bad for the individuals, but makes room for new workers. It is striking how close Marx's text is to Smith's section on wages in The Wealth of Nations. Much of it is pure paraphrase. Marx painted the same dark, nearly hopeless picture of the lives of workers as Smith did. Wages normally approach a minimum under which death by starvation is imminent. Marx was also following closely in Smith's footsteps when he said that prices on provisions vary more than the wages of labor, and Smith already called the worker a commodity. Marx also repeated Smith's assumption that there was a stage in which all opportunities for growth were exhausted and economic development would thereby reach its absolute maximum. Even in such a state, the lot of the workers is precarious. Wages would be as low as possible. Marx spoke of static misery. 11 It was a conviction that Marx would later abandon. When he got to capital profits, he assiduously cited his political economic authorities, particularly Adam Smith but also David Ricardo and Jean-Baptiste Say. One of those he quoted deviated from the others, the French socialist Constantin Pecker. For a time, Pecker had followed in Saint-Simon's footsteps, and thereafter counted himself among the followers of Fourier. He did not feel at home in this role, either, and went his own way. He differed from most contemporary French socialists in that he saw industrial development as positive. The error lay in the capitalist system alone. In this he anticipated Marx, who could still quote him with approval in Capital. But by the time of the coup of Napoleon III in 1851, Pecker had already left both economics and politics behind him. Pecker thus differed from the other authors that Marx cited in that he did not speak about the workers' situation as a necessary evil but with the same indignation as Marx himself. The diversity of quotes in the section on profit is certainly a sign that the pages were less well planned than the previous ones, and are nearly in an excerpt stage. Instead, Marx concentrated on the crucial conclusion that the capitalist's only substantial ambition had to be to maximize profits. The implication, those who did not, fell out of the competition. At the same time, competition is the capitalist's hindrance. This means that larger capital knocks out smaller capital, and that monopoly, with all its negative consequences, especially for the workers, was imminent at the end of the road. 12. The economist's third fundamental theory, after wages and capital, land rent, is also first presented with a swarm of quotations. But Marx himself soon begins to speak. He argued that the feudal lords, the traditional landowners, were finding it increasingly difficult to resist capital. Greater amounts of land were falling into the capitalists' hands. This had gone especially far in capitalism's homeland, England. In a few important pages, Marx denies having a misconception that could lie near at hand, namely that he was sorry about the old system disappearing and being replaced with new, cold capitalism. He stressed that, unlike the Romantics, he shed no tears over the development. He was not saying, as they were, that a good and natural system was being replaced by one in which buying and selling was the goal of life. On the contrary, he maintained that by its nature, feudalism was bartering. Of course, the capitalists bartered as well, but they did it in a rational manner. Private property itself had its origins in land ownership, which in and of itself meant that people were subject to a lord. The serfs became the adjunct of the land, at heart a temporary appendage. Even the feudal lords were an adjunct of the land. The interconnection between owner and land was only apparent. That semblance was completely abolished with the capitalization of landed property, something that was happening full scale in England. There, industry was in the process of conquering the land as well. 13. Alienated labor. After the sections on wages of labor, capital, and ground rent, the account changes its character. The texts are more thoroughly worked out, and at times they reach magnificent stylistic heights. We witness an author who is pleased with his devastating irony and rhetorical ability with words. Now headers are missing entirely. The ones that regularly reappear in various editions originate from the first printed version of 1932. They are of course partially arbitrary, but still created a kind of reasonable order. The first section, called Estranged Labor, is the one that has attracted the most attention from posterity. 14 The primary reason is the word estrangement, or alienation, itself, and what that implies. At heart, they have the same meaning, whereas in the German they are matched by two words with clear nuances of meaning, Entfremdung and Entäußerung. The word Entfremdung has to do with alien, Entäußerung, on the other hand, has to do with something external, in the sense of selling off or parting with something. The terms are used with no great differentiation in the German tradition, although with the nuance that Entfremdung is used more often in relations between people, and Entäußerung chiefly in relations between people and things. Both go back to the Latin alienatio, which gave rise to different variations of the word alienation that occurs in modern languages. The most important thing is to narrow down what Marx meant with these loaded words. As we know, the closest background to the account in the manuscripts was Feuerbach's philosophy, in which concepts like the essence of humanity and its essential forces are central. People have been alienated from their essence, they have become a stranger to themselves and to others. This finds its clearest expression in religion, and in speculative philosophy. In them, people create images such as God or the Absolute as surrogates for the complete humanity that exists in their minds but cannot realize in the society they live in. An entire generation of young Germans who united philosophical interest with political radicalism were deeply impressed by Feuerbach's thinking for a few years in the 1840s. Marx, Engels, and Hess were only some of them. What Marx wrote in the manuscripts distinguishes itself in the fact that he used philosophical concepts so directly in concrete political economic texts. Hess kept to a more general plane, and as we have seen, the word Entfremdung, like the rest of the philosophical vocabulary, is missing in Engels's outlines. On the other hand, Marx arranged a direct meeting between the worlds of concepts. He followed the texts on economics in detail and then dissected them with philosophical instruments, several of which come from Feuerbach, and others directly from Hegel. In fact, we stand before one of the most characteristic features in Marx, not only in his early years, but throughout his life. They can be recognized in his doctoral thesis, where the substantial masses of quotes from Greek philosophers are arranged using Hegel's categories. They continue in his criticism of the proposed law in the Rheinische Landtag and in his reckoning with Hegel's philosophy of state and law. Marx was above all a tremendous reader who critically scrutinized what he had read. In a way, we could speak of an exegesis in the literal meaning of the word as commentary or interpretation. But Marx devoted himself almost thoroughly to a sharp, inquisitive criticism of what he read. He did not content himself with understanding the text, he also wanted to expose it and reveal its actual content. What is more, in this case, he saw the text as an expression of the reality it depicted, a reality that the text itself was unable to grasp the meaning of. The section on alienated labor in the manuscripts was a pure example of this method of staying close to the text. In the preceding pages, Marx reproduced numerous long quotations from various authors. Now he could concentrate on summarizing them and revealing their blind spots. In his opinion, the political economists had no explanation for the reality they were depicting. More specifically, he said that they did not comprehend it. In German, he used the word begriffen. It is an important word in Hegel. It has to do with concepts. As always, Hegel is particular about drawing out the literal content of words. To comprehend something is literally to grasp it, and thereby have the opportunity to scrutinize it in all its aspects. The concept is the intellect's way of getting a clear idea about reality. Point 15. The national economists established the laws of the modern economy, but did not comprehend them. They provide no explanation of the division into labor and capital, capital and ground rent. The only thing that seem to have put the wheels of the economy in motion are greed and the war amongst the greedy, competition. To clarify the economic context, the economists often looked back to a kind of original condition of humanity before all development began. It is a solution that Marx, with his sense of the historically concrete, found unsustainable. The problem, in that case, is reduced to the form of a fact, of an event. Instead, Marx saw the solution in what the political economy of the time itself emphasized: the workers become poorer the more they produce, and they themselves become a cheaper commodity the more commodities they produce. It is like religion, Marx said, the more humanity transfers themselves to God, the less they have for their own part. This transfer, whether it occurs in religion or labor, is what Marx called alienation. Alienation has multiple forms. The worker cannot express themselves in their labor, but must see it as forced labor that hunger compels them to. The labor is not their own, but someone else's. They are only freely active in their animal functions, eating, drinking, begetting children, but not in their human ones. Humanity as a species being, people in their specifically human functions, are distinguished by the fact that they are universal and free in their activities. But the worker cannot be that. People resemble other animals in that they live off of organic nature. But they do it in a more multifaceted way than any other animal. They can make all natural phenomena their objects through the natural sciences and in art. They can also handle them in practice. Marx said that nature is their inorganic body. The choice of the word inorganic may seem odd to us, because what we can primarily live off of is other organisms. But Marx used the word in a sense that was not uncommon for the time. Whatever serves as food for someone else becomes inorganic in that relationship, that is, it ceases to be an organism itself. Humanity is bound up with nature, and thereby also with itself, for it is in itself a part of nature. But alienated labor alienates it from itself, and thereby from nature. Humans produce a world of objects, an objective world, something that means they transform parts of nature. A beaver or a bee certainly produces something as well, but only for their immediate physical needs. People also have physical needs, but production is not limited to meeting them. In production, people manifest their freedom by producing more than is necessary for their survival. What is necessary only appears as provisions, that is, means for the real, productive lives they live. But the workers are cut off from this. They are reduced to pure survival. They are not free in their activities. Provisions become not simply means for them, but the entire content of life. Following Feuerbach, Marx spoke of humanity's species life. The workers are shut off from species life, a life that provides the individual the opportunity to fully realize their possibilities as a person in community with other people. In similar terminology, the worker cannot realize their essence as a human. The concept of alienation, or estrangement, as it is used in the manuscripts is intimately associated with the concept of essence, or, more specifically, human essence. Marx thereby inserted himself into a long tradition that goes back to ancient Greece, which was given a renewed topicality and partially new content in German philosophy during the first decades of the 19th century. Immanuel Kant, for example, held yearly academic lectures on the subject of anthropology. It was still an unsettled field in which he, like many others, took up every subject that had to do with humans' physical and mental capabilities. But it was precisely Kant who, at the end of his life, arrived at the conclusion that the question "what is man?" was one of the greatest mysteries that philosophy had to grapple with. He himself had become too old and infirm to seriously begin work on this new question, but several of his followers tried to attack it in full force. They spoke of anthropology, but it essentially concerned what would come to be called philosophical anthropology in the 20th century, in contrast to physical anthropology, which deals with people as biological beings, and social anthropology, which puts their construction of society into focus. Philosophical anthropology grapples with Kant's question, and it does so through attempting to discover what distinguishes humanity from all other creatures. Early on in Berlin, Marx had come into contact with this tendency through following the lectures of Norwegian natural philosopher Heinrich Steffens in anthropology, according to the notes, even diligently. Steffens was one of the most zealous advocates of philosophical anthropology, which he saw as the foundation of all the sciences. 16 Any influence he might have had on the young Marx was in any case quickly surpassed by the influence Hegel would come to exert. Anthropology was a smaller part of Hegel's system, wedged into the doctrine of the subjective spirit, humanity, between phenomenology and psychology. Hegel's brief exposé of the human soul had certainly appealed to Marx at one time, but it was far from the author of the manuscripts. The soul is something internal, Hegel said, and this internal requires its external, its physicality. The soul is the subject, the body the predicate. Or, in other words, it is the soul that is the starting point, and the body only something required for the soul to be able to act and react in a world of bodies. Marx's anthropology is of the Feuerbachian type, but nevertheless has its own distinctive character. The sensuous, or empirical, is the starting point. People are bodies equipped with the senses. They are also thinking beings, but it is not thinking that comes first, it is the senses. Both the senses and thinking are necessary conditions for their activities. Humans are, from beginning to end, active beings. Their lives are a continuous interaction between activity and passivity. They act, and with their actions they change their reality, not only their own, but that of others as well. They are dependent to the same extent on what others do. Just as society itself produces man as man, so is society produced by him. This dialectic is the condition for their possibility of being an individual and a social being at one and the same time. In fact, they are only individuals through being social beings and only social beings through being individuals. It is in and through community with others that they can distinguish themselves. Like Feuerbach, Marx followed in Hegel's footsteps in this conviction. In the tradition that Hobbes and Locke inaugurated back in the 17th century, the individual came first. Society was built on an agreement between individuals who in principle could break out of that community at any time in the event that society did not provide them with what they had a right to expect. This societal ontology, which from the beginning of the 19th century was called liberal, stood in sharp contrast to a much older conception, according to which people in their original condition were social. Aristotle characterized humans as social beings, a zoon politikon, or political animal, as the common, slightly brutalizing translation goes. In that aspect, Hegel was an enthusiastic follower of Aristotle, and here Marx followed in the footsteps of his first great master. It is only in community with others that a person can become themselves, he also argued. Even when they are working alone, Marx provides the solitary researcher as an example. Their entire activity is imbued with the fact that they are social beings. The labor of others is the condition for their own. What they achieve becomes useful and a delight for others. What is more, it is only through others that they can become an individual. Man's individual and species life are not different, he wrote. It is society that gives the individual access to nature, through the labor and knowledge of others. It is through society that they can be their own distinctive person. It is important to distinguish Marx's characteristic individualism, so unlike the faceless collectivism that characterized the Soviet Union and Maoist China. Humans are not fully fledged individuals right from the start, they become, or, rather, can become, individuals. The worker, deprived of humanity, is denied this, just as the capitalist is, as we shall soon see. Private property and communism. The immediate obstacle to people being able to realize their inherent possibilities in a highly developed society is private property. 17 Private property attains its perfection with capitalism, but it does not start with capitalism, it is also found in feudalism. Marx once again denies the suspicion that he had any love for the feudal system. In an eruption of linguistic delight, he imitates how feudal lords and capitalists slandered each other. The feudal lord depicts his adversary as a sly, hawking, carping, deceitful, greedy, mercenary, rebellious, heartless and spiritless person who is estranged from the community and freely trades it away, who breeds, nourishes and cherishes competition, and with it pauperism, crime and the dissolution of all social bonds, and extorting, pimping, servile, smooth, flattering, fleecing, dried up rogue without honor, principles, poetry, substance, or anything else. Movable or personal property, on the other hand, points to the miracles of industry and progress. It is the child of modern times, whose legitimate, native-born son it is. It pities its adversary as a simpleton, unenlightened about his own nature, and in this it is completely right, who wants to replace moral capital and free labor by brute, immoral violence and serfdom. It depicts him as a Don Quixote, who under the guise of bluntness, respectability, the general interest, and stability, conceals incapacity for progress, greedy self-indulgence, selfishness, sectional interest, and evil intent. It pours cold water on his reminiscences, his poetry, and his romanticism by a historical and sarcastic enumeration of the baseness, cruelty, degradation, prostitution, infamy, anarchy and rebellion, of which romantic castles were the workshops. It is a festive pyrotechnic display of words. According to Marx, private property is the great evil, regardless of whether it wears feudal or capitalist clothes. The great counterforce of the time against private property was communism. 18 But communism appears first in a raw, immature shape. It is, as we remember, what Marx said earlier on the verge of departing for Paris, and Moses Hess had developed a more detailed argument along the same line. 19. But here, Marx concentrated on a particular point in immature communism, the idea that women would also be the common property of men. Marx said that this thought involved a denial of the personality of humans. Personality is not a common word in his vocabulary, but it has its evident proximity to a significantly more central concept, namely, the individual. Personality is the distinctive character in a fully developed individual. The intimate relationship between men and women regresses to a purely brutish sexual relation in which all women are seen and treated as objects of lust held in common. In fact, Marx said, the relation between the sexes reflected the entire world of culture and civilization. He also perceives another, somewhat higher but still immature communism. It could be democratic or despotic in nature, but still primarily political. Its goal was the abolition of the state, but it maintained private property. It is only a third kind of communism that Marx stood behind. To describe it, he took up the very key of Hegel's philosophy itself, with its magnificent but hard-to-grasp dialectic, Aufhebung. The word is almost impossible to translate into English or French in any adequate fashion. In French, Gwendolen Yarchik and Pierre-Jean Labarrière made up an entirely new word, Systemer, to cover the multiplicity of meanings found in the German that Hegel consciously made use of. 20 In English, Aufheben is usually rendered as sublate, an uncommon word. The collected works, on the other hand, uses the word transcendence, which does not adequately capture its content. Marx, with his supreme mastery of Hegel's conceptual apparatus, naturally uses the word Aufhebung, fully conscious of its triple meaning. The communism he swore allegiance to had as a goal a positive Aufhebung der Privatiagentums als menschlicher Selbstentfremdung und darum als wirkliche Ähnung der menschlichen Wesens. The collected works translates this as, the positive transcendence of private property as human self-estrangement, and therefore as the real appropriation of the human essence by and for man. Only the word Aufheben makes Marx's meaning clear. It is not quite simply a question of abolition. The things that historical development up until then had borne with it would remain in place, but on a higher plane. Private property literally means that the public was dispossessed of property, from the Latin privo, I rob, but this dispossession had been the precondition for the entire process of progress. Now, Marx argued, the time was ripe to realize the possibilities that each person has in their essence. Finally, they would become the social beings they had the internal resources for. The conflicts between humanity and nature, and between people, would be abolished, and humanity would achieve a perfected humanism that at the same time was a perfected naturalism. The contradiction between humanity's existence and their essence would be abolished, that is, their actual existence would not be in glaring opposition to their inherent possibilities. Nor would their need to affirm themselves and their abilities stand in opposition to the results of their labor. These are sweeping formulations about a good society, but no concrete information about what the road there would look like. The pages on ideal communism are a typical expression of what, a few years later, would be called utopian socialism in the Communist Manifesto. They are only philosophical, but more sophisticated than most other, similar depictions of the future. The method of equating humanism with naturalism, of course, indicates the influence from Feuerbach. But behind Feuerbach, Spinoza can also be glimpsed. The formula God or nature inspired Marx, as it did Hess. If God is only another name for humanity as it could be, then the step between humanism and naturalism is a short one. But that idea also leads him, as we shall see, to quite risky conclusions. Point 21. Of particular interest is the idea that humanity should appropriate, einnehmen, its essence. In German, this is the same eigen as in Eigentum, property, or possessions. Both have a fascinating origin. To possess something and to appropriate something means making it your own. The modern conception of property began with John Locke. For him, sovereignty over one's own body is the foundation and starting point of all property. From this also follows the right both to one's own thoughts and to the product of one's own labor. Locke seemed unaware of the paradox that lay in the fact that he also counted the labor that my servant performed in the property of the free ego. Point 22. With that, Locke glossed over a still dormant but soon to be explosive contradiction between masters and their servants. If the master has the right to the products of his labor, the servants should reasonably also have the rights to theirs too. But how would they both share? Or is there a possibility of sublating the entire conflict? A century and a half later, the battle lines had been drawn and Marx had joined those who stood on the side of the servants and the workers. But he did not see the solution in all property simply changing owners and going to those who performed the labor. Instead, the category of ownership would be transformed. People have to live off nature, and through their work they transform the products of nature for their own consumption in an ever more artful fashion. But who should have power over what was thus created? Through private property, certain people appropriated this power to themselves. Others became dependent on them and were compelled to work for them for compensation that was barely sufficient for their own survival. It could be said that both the private owners and those who work for them must assimilate the products of nature. But the assimilation occurs under very different conditions. A fundamental inequality prevailed, which hinders both parties. The assimilation that Marx saw in a happier future applied to the whole of the human essence. People would thus be able to realize all their inherent capabilities. They would become comprehensively active, fully social beings in collaboration with other social beings. Instead of having exclusive access to certain property, they would thus assimilate what nature and society offer, but they could thereby also access themselves and their fellow human beings. It is striking how Marx, who constructed his reasoning with examples from economic theory, largely left economics out on these pages. Instead, he paints a picture of a kind of homo universalis, a universal human not far from the Renaissance ideal. While private property limits humanity, in a society where this is sublated they can assimilate their comprehensive essence in a comprehensive manner. All their ways of relating to reality through seeing, hearing, smelling, fasting, feeling, thinking, observing, experiencing, wanting, acting, loving could then reach their full potential. Private property has made us so stupid and one-sided that an object is only ours when we have it, when it exists for us as capital, or when it is directly possessed, eaten, drunk, worn, inhabited, etc. Real life is only seen as provisions, whereas the life of private property, labor and capital, appears as the actual. The real senses have been displaced by the sense of having. Point 23. Each of us still carries the development that humanity has gone through. The forming of the five senses is a labor of the entire history of the world down to the present, Marx wrote. Someone eating cooked food with a knife and fork experiences something different than someone who tears off raw meat and devours it. The person weighed down with sorrows or worn out from all their labor cannot enjoy a play like a person who is rested and open to impressions. Narrow interests are also limiting. A merchant dealing in precious stones can only have a sense of their economic value, but not for their aesthetic value, that is, their beauty. Another particularly interesting example he provides concerns music. It is only music that awakens in man the sense of music. But to an unmusical ear, even the most beautiful music has no meaning. In fact, it does not even exist as an object for such an ear, because my object can only be the confirmation of one of my essential powers. The object only has meaning for me as far as my senses reach. Marx rarely talked about music. But he did so in a few extremely central, although incomplete, texts. The manuscripts were the first of them. He did not speak about any particular music, either regarding genre or the work of an individual composer. While he often mentioned particular authors, everyone from Aeschylus to Balzac, he only spoke about music in general. By all appearances, it was in Paris that he encountered the most sophisticated music of his life. As we have seen, it was quite possible that he heard Chopin and Liszt, two of history's most legendary piano virtuosi, at Madame d'Agoult's salons. But we know nothing of his reactions. In the many depictions of him from friends and acquaintances that are preserved, there is no talk of music in his life. On the other hand, there is much about his tremendous literary reading and the role that drama, poetry, and novels played for him. Music was not nearly as easily accessible as it is today. Perhaps this was a reason that he was not as concrete as when he talked about literature. This does not mean that references were lacking. Mozart, for example, appears numerous times in his articles and correspondence. Point 24. But Marx was particular about linking historical development not only to art, but to human activity in general. The history of industry, he said, is the open book of man's essential powers, the perceptibly existing human psychology. 25. The word industry here should not be understood in the current everyday meaning of the word, as companies in which various objects are produced with the help of more or less advanced modern technology. Marx used the word in its original Latin, and in his time, still common, meaning of human diligence and initiative as expressed in general practical activities. But, at the same time, he emphasized that it was ordinary essential industry he had in mind, that is, manufacture as regards material products. The use of the word psychology can also easily lead our thoughts astray. Psychology was not yet a highly specialized scientific discipline, but simply a subdivision of philosophy in which people tried, in thought, to get a clear idea of different mental phenomena and their distinctive character. The psychologists, Marx said, had only placed their subject in relation to an external relation of history and not to the essence of humanity. They had not understood alienation, but only talked about humanity in general and in sweeping terms. But in the objects that people had produced during different periods, we have sensuous, alien, useful objects in which humanity's objectified essential powers appear to us, although in the form of alienation. Point 26. There is much to notice in these lines. First, it indicates that Marx here saw all production up to that point as alienated. Alienation did not begin with capitalism, or even with feudalism. It has been the companion of humanity ever since the beginning. He did not, as is often asserted, have any notion of an Edenic primitive condition. Secondly, it is important to pause here at the word objectification, Vergegenstandlichung. It is a central idea in the Hegelian tradition, accented by Feuerbach, that in and through the results of its work humanity creates something that is found within them as a possibility or a natural ability and is thereby expressed in the things they produce. The phrase essential powers itself contains the important word power, with the meaning that which produces or accomplishes something. In production, humanity creates objects that are the expression of themselves. As we have seen, being active is part of humanity's essence. Their activities express what they bear within themselves. Thirdly, it is therefore important to note that Marx emphasized the crucial significance of material production. It is easier to see the results of labor as an expression of a person's innermost essence as regards intellectual activity, and art in particular. We imagine that we encounter Beethoven's stormy emotional life in his music, or de German's anguish in his novels, or Picasso's profound rashness in his art. It is also easy to detect a conscious intent in the labor of a skilled craftsman. But in machine-made products? In mass-produced artifacts? Did Marx wish to say that alienation made it impossible for industrial workers to objectify themselves in the products of their labor? Alienation seems to be universal, no one escapes its curse. Nevertheless, wage workers seem to be particularly affected by it. It is their lot that Marx dwells upon. The manuscripts provide no clear answer to the question. Marx would come back to it 13 years later, in the Grundrisse. At the same time, the assertion remains that it is in humanity's material production that their essential forces are expressed most clearly. Marx wanted to achieve a paradigm shift. It is neither in art nor in philosophy that we above all can discern what is human. It is in all the useful objects produced, everything from the simplest clay pots, and tools for hunting and agriculture, to steam engines and rotary presses, or, in our contemporary perspective, the most advanced electronics or biotechnology. In short, it is the history of technology that best reveals what kind of beings humans are. Their active essence is most clearly indicated here, their characteristic as working and producing beings. In it, they also prove themselves to be social at heart. They do not work only for themselves, but for everyone else. Clay pots or hand mills did not only have significance for just a few, but for the development of the entire human race. Marx emphasized that the history of technology was interwoven with that of the natural sciences. Through technology, the natural sciences reshaped the entire lives of people and their relationship to nature. But philosophy had not succeeded in integrating the natural sciences into it. Their momentary unity was only a chimerical illusion. 27 With this, Marx was obviously alluding to romantic natural philosophy as created by Schelling in the 1790s, which lived on for a few decades. Even Hegel indulged in this fantastic illusion, although in a somewhat divergent version. Marx's reasoning here is read as indicating that he now wanted to achieve a unification of this kind, not only in the imagination but in a more tangible fashion. It would mean that philosophy would at one and the same time be realized and sublated, interpreted in the common history of technology and of the natural sciences as a key to the question of the essence of humanity. It was an ambition that led him into far-reaching reasoning about creation and about God. There were still several years to go until Darwin's The Origin of Species in 1859, and the idea of species development was not held in great repute. But the new geology had made creation theory unlikely. Marx argued contentedly. Had his manuscript come to the attention of his contemporary readers, they would likely have known that he was thinking of Charles Lyell's 1830 book Principles of Geology, according to which the forces impacting the surface of the earth had to have existed for a very long period. Of course, it was so far still more difficult to prove with biological evolution, and Marx felt himself compelled to take refuge in an old theory that had just begun to lose its credibility when he began writing the manuscripts, the doctrine of spontaneous generation, gene ratio equivoca. According to this theory, life could arise spontaneously out of inorganic material. But with the rapid development of the microscope and the contemporary development of modern cell theory, such ideas had begun to appear outmoded. Even more feeble was his reasoning when he explained how humanity had come to be. We see an infinite succession of generations without end. It raises the question of whether there should not be a first beginning to this succession. But no, Marx said, that question was an abstraction. Through it, people abstract from humanity itself, just as with nature, and they imagine something independent of them both before the beginning of time. Moreover, Marx emphasized that for the socialist man, the history of the world was a creation of human labor. It is through their labor that nature exists for them. These lines have made several readers of Marx, chief among them Alfred Schmidt, question whether Marx in general assumed a nature outside of humanity and their labor. In its time, Schmidt's 1962 book Der Begriff der Natur in der Lehre von Marx, The Concept of Nature in Marx, played an important role in the criticism of the dialectic of nature that Engels developed during the 1860s and 1870s, which later became a fundamental part of Marxism, Leninism. 28. It is, however, risky to draw general conclusions about Marx's interpretation based on these somewhat sophistic lines in the manuscripts. Only 15 years later, when he encountered Darwin's theory of natural selection, did he return to questions of this type, and then from entirely different starting points. He betrays no doubts about the independent existence of nature, either in his earlier doctoral thesis or in his later works. Nature preceded humanity. But through its labor, humanity transforms nature. Needs, division of labor, and money. Marx emphasized that humanity's needs are not fixed. It is always possible to expand them and to create new ones, as it is possible to reduce them to a bare level of subsistence. What decides which needs a person can develop or decrease is their level of wealth. Refined desires can be brought out among those who can afford to satisfy them, but an almost brutish lifestyle is forced on the workers. Even sunlight can be denied them. A dwelling in the light, which Prometheus in Aeschylus designated as one of the greatest boons, by means of which he made the savage into a human being, ceases to exist for the worker. 29. It is the division of labor that, according to Adam Smith and other economists, makes labor more productive and thereby creates greater wealth. The division of labor is not for those whose labor is cut up into ever smaller areas, but for the capitalist. Nor does it serve all of humanity, it only favors a few. It has become a tool of egoism. Through division of labor, the activities of an individual become increasingly impoverished, which means that everyone affected gets farther and farther from the full wealth of humanity's essence. The division of labor also increases the difference between the talents of different people. It makes the individual increasingly dependent on the labor of others. Since it favors capitalism, it also drives development towards concentration and ultimately monopolies. The power of money in society constantly increases. With its help, everything can be purchased and all human shortcomings can be compensated. The ugly can purchase love, the lame can purchase the muscle power of horses, and the uneducated can purchase an ostensible education. It means nothing if I am bad, dishonest, unscrupulous, stupid, for money is honored, and hence its possessor. But the entire compensatory power of money, looked at more deeply, is still illusory. Money cannot be exchanged for love, only love for love. However much money someone has to purchase art, literature, or musical experiences, it does not help. If you want to enjoy art, you must be an artistically cultivated person. In this text, Marx got help from the expressive power of literature through generous quotes from Goethe's Faust and Shakespeare's Timon of Athens. In Faust, it is a question of the strength obtained by owning 6 stallions, I tear along, a sporting lord / as if their legs belong to me. From Shakespeare's play, he chose the charged scene in which the once rich but now destitute Timon, hunting for edible roots out in the wilderness, finds a chest of gold instead. He curses his bad luck, he wanted roots, not riches. He knows all too well that money seems to make evil good, stupidity wise, cowardice brave, and baseness noble. But he wants to avoid being caught in its curse yet again. Instead, he wants to live an honest life on his own strength, and thus says no to the gold. 30 In just a few pages, Marx thus managed to cite 3 of the authors he had the highest opinion of, Aeschylus, Shakespeare, and Goethe. In short, he mobilizes another kind of riches, cultural riches, than the kind money automatically gives access to. For Marx, money constituted the very culmination of alienation. Through it, I can exchange and transform everything that is a part of what is human, I can unite the irreconcilable and replace what I might lack in my own equipment. I can develop the most prodigious needs. Those who have no money also have needs, of course, but they are a mere thing of imagination, Marx said. 31. Readers of Strindberg may recall The Red Room, in which the dead Broxellen and Almontanus try to satisfy their hunger by reading about cabbage rolls in a cookbook. If I need to travel but have no money, I need to repress that need. If I am gifted but poor, I am not in reality suited for studies, but with a fortune I can earn my degrees even if I lack talent. Money is a means to realize desires that actually lie beyond the reasonable, but its absence makes the most reasonable goal completely unattainable. And finally, Hegel. In his foreword, Marx starts by pointing out that he was thinking of concluding his work with a critical review of Hegel's dialectic. Such a critique exists, but it is as incomplete as most of the manuscripts. 32. The contemporary German philosophers, with Bruno Bauer at their head, had forgotten to take a position on Hegel's dialectic despite claiming to be critics, Marx asserted. The only exception was Feuerbach, who demonstrated that philosophy had the same roots as religion, and that the relationship between human and human also had to be the foundation for every good theory. In Hegel, everything took place in thought. Even sensuous entities, like religion and the state, are intellectual phenomena. The greatness in his system lies in his view of the creative process as a succession of negations in which what is achieved is continuously sublated and at the same time lifted to a higher stage. He thereby ascribes a key role to labor, and defines humanity as a result of its own activities. In his view on labor, Hegel agreed with the modern political economists. Marx said, "They also see the positive side of labor, but are blind to the negative. But the only labor Hegel recognizes is spiritual, or, to use contemporary language, intellectual. When a person of flesh and blood creates objects that are alien to him, however, it is not the activity that is the active subject but the person himself." Hegel did not start from reality, but from thinking about reality. Marx did not yet see himself as a materialist. Both materialism and its opposite, idealism, differ from humanistic naturalism in the spirit of Feuerbach, which at that time Marx was an adherent of. In fact, the contradiction between them is sublated in this observation, which is superior to both. On the one hand, humanity is subject to the forces of nature like all other living beings. On the other hand, through its knowledge, humanity consists of beings that can change their lot. In their thinking, according to Marx, humans are still doomed to make use of formal categories of thought that are ultimately a sign of their alienation. It is Hegel's merit that he showed both this and that the categories inevitably had to pass into each other in a dialectical process. But he had really shown how impossible his own system was. It was the absolute idea that, in Hegel's system, constituted the culmination of development. But did he not say that all concepts, and thereby even his own, had to be abolished and to make room for something else in an eternal process of change? Hegel thus abolished himself, thereby revealing against his will that abstract thinking, regarded in its isolation, was nothing. With that, he paved the way for Feuerbach. And so end the manuscripts. In a substantial respect, Marx still agreed with the young Hegelian criticism that he himself once directed against Hegel: dialectical development could never come to a halt, either at the absolute or at the existing Prussian state. Everything was subject to the law of changes. But, at the same time, inspired by Feuerbach, he argued that he had overcome his previous standpoint. If so, how did it relate to humanistic naturalism? Did this not also have to pass into the continuous succession of categories? And what about communism? Was it not depicted in the manuscripts as the stable future of humanity? Was that not, too, insufficiently dialectical? These are unanswered questions. Marx, in the spirit of Hegel, would probably see them as meaningless. We can never lift ourselves above the historical situation we live in. The possibility of communism becomes apparent in the time we live in, but beyond this possibility we cannot distinguish any more distant future. And humanistic naturalism is the development that philosophy has arrived at. It is meaningless to speculate about knowledge that we do not yet have. The insights of the future lie beyond our horizons. An important stage in Marx's development. The manuscripts are a remarkable work that contain some of the most brilliant pages Marx ever wrote, but also long quotes and an account of Hegel that only someone who is already versed in his philosophy can fully follow. We can also see the first impression of his encounter with modern political economics, and Adam Smith in particular. The quotes, the paraphrases, and the summary conclusions are the result of a brief, intense period of reading. Smith and James Mill are quoted in French, the originals were perhaps unavailable in Paris and, in any case, French was nearly a second mother tongue for Marx while English still seemed quite exotic. But the little that is reproduced from Ricardo is still in English. Marx had not yet managed to form his own interpretation of economic questions. He made a point of emphasizing that he was following closely in the footsteps of the specialists, often word for word, in fact. He reproduced their thesis that it was labor that gives a commodity its value. He followed them in the conviction that development would nevertheless only make the workers' situation even worse and push their wages further down towards the minimum. In short, he wholly accepted the dominant theory of impoverishment and Ricardo's famous iron law of wages that a forgetful posterity often blames Marx for, even though he abandoned it after 1848. His own original contribution in the manuscript consisted of his setting this brutal reality against an idea of what a very expressive human life would be. Without going into more detail, he also argued that technological and scientific development had now gone so far that a life of that kind, purely as regards resources, lay within reach. But a system hostile to people does not force just the workers into a life that is wretched in every way. It also puts their opponents, the capitalists, in a situation where they cannot develop their humanity either. All their attention is directed towards saving their own skin in competition with other capitalists, resisting the workers' demands, surviving recurring crises and keeping their machinery on a level with technological development. People are, by nature, active and social beings, Marx said. Neither worker nor capitalist has the opportunity to realize this in the prevailing situation. The manuscripts, on the one hand, paint a bright picture of the essence of humanity and the possibilities of the time, and on the other hand a dark picture of its realities. The contrast brings Marx to see the overthrow of existing conditions as posing few practical problems. The French revolutions of 1789 and 1830 were political revolutions, but what was now required by extension was a social transformation in which people finally liberate themselves from the bondage of private property. Marx had nothing to say about violence, barricades, or military adventures. The manuscripts are perhaps his most optimistic writings. But it could be said that he painted a rare image of what people can be and painfully contrasted it with the kind of life the workers are forced to live. More briefly, but just as starkly, he observed the barrenness of the existence of the capitalists. We have to remember that Marx's picture of humanity forms the antithesis of the one that predominated in political economics, and by and large in the liberal tradition in general. There, people were lazy at heart and work had to be organized so that it forced the person performing the work into diligence. The small carrot of wages and the powerful whip of discipline had to exist so that a person would not sink into the swamp of indolence. According to liberal economists, people were not social at heart, either. They voluntarily allowed themselves to become members of society and remain there because they find particular advantages through the protection of their own persons and their property. Marx's human blooms only in community with others. But Marx is not alone in his interpretation. The active and social person has a central place in the philosophy of Hegel, and behind him is a tradition that reaches all the way back to ancient Greece. The ideal of the vita activa, which Hannah Arendt wrote about in her famous book of 1958, has a long and rich tradition. 33. And finally, why does Marx feel compelled to take up Hegel in the manuscripts? In the foreword, he himself declared that the reason was because the Hegelian dialectic still held a strong position in Germany. But there was also another reason indicated by the text itself, which has to do with what Marx now seemed to have arrived at. Marx was still following in Feuerbach's footsteps, and Feuerbach had asserted that philosophy, particularly Hegel's, related to people's reality in the same way as religion does. Behind the ideal greatness that in religion is called God and in philosophy the absolute actually hides humanity as it could be in an ideal society. Now Marx placed political economy in the same scheme. The national economists and Hegel were in agreement on one point: labor is the driving force in history and society. But neither Hegel nor the national economists could see the negative side of labor, because they did not begin from the point of view of a person performing the work but from an abstract idea. The political economist's view of labor can thus be inserted into Feuerbach's scheme alongside the God of religion and the absolute idea of philosophy. This new insight prepared the ground for an in-depth study of economic theories and the reality that they both revealed and concealed. But Marx let that study wait for a time yet. Instead, it was Hegel's radical pupils who became the subject of his next great writing project. He laid the manuscripts aside, incomplete. 6. The years of ruptures. After Marx abandoned his work on the manuscripts, he completed 3 larger works in rapid succession, 2 of which found publishers and thus a circle of readers. In the first, The Holy Family, Engels made a smaller contribution, while his role in the second, The German Ideology, was equal to Marx's. On the other hand, the third, The Poverty of Philosophy, was exclusively Marx's work. These 3 works are our focus here. But as always, the author's own life forms an important background to what he achieved on the path of writing. The years between 1844 and 1847 were turbulent ones in Marx's life. He was deported from Paris early in 1845, the city he loved most, and was forced to take refuge in Brussels, which lay some distance away from the center of events. The deportation hit him hard, and with all certainty contributed to the harder polemical tone that characterized his writings in Brussels. His political standpoint also became more clean-cut and pushed him into feuds with people he had previously praised. The Holy Family. When Friedrich Engels came to Paris at the end of August 1844, Marx was still working full-time on the manuscripts. The visit from the man who had inspired him to pounce on political economic literature also got him to set aside his work. A new joint writing project took form over the 10 days Engels stayed in Paris, and both new friends set immediately about their self-imposed task. The joint plan concerned a clever little pamphlet. Engels had already written his share, a little over 15 pages, during his time in Paris. But, for Marx, the writing project grew, and it occupied him well into November. He had then reached more than 200 pages, and the pamphlet had become a book. It would be called Kritik der kritischen Kritik, gegen Bruno Bauer und Konsorten, Critique of Critical Criticism. Against Bruno Bauer and Company, Point 1. But the publishers, Joseph Rutten and Zacharias Lowenthal, found the title abstract and not a very easy seller. In a letter to Marx, Lowenthal suggested the book be rechristened Die Heilige Family, the Holy Family. Point 2. And so it was. What had previously been the main title became the subtitle. The change alarmed Engels. He was at home in Barmen Wuppertal, among his strictly religious family, and now both the blasphemous title and his own name were shown on a book cover that anyone could see in the bookstore. He already found it odd that his name stood alongside Marx's, even first, according to alphabetical order. His own contribution had been quite modest. Point 3. Later readers could agree with him on the latter point. In essence, it is Marx's book. Engels contributed a few short sections, kept in somewhat the same style as Marx's but significantly tamer. For the new work, Marx had the use of his intensive economic studies. When, for example, he answered the criticism of Proudhon as it was formulated in Allgemeine Literaturzeitung, he interspersed bits of text that are easily recognizable from the manuscripts. But this, and similar sections, do not carry the account forward. Marx only demonstrated his newfound knowledge that was already miles superior to that of his opponents. As a whole, on the other hand, the text is marked by tireless energy and sparkling humor in its attacks on his old friends among the young Hegelians. The parodical device is pervasive and carried out with great consistency. Bruno Bauer and the others appeared on a metaphysical stage on which the Last Judgment is immediately at hand. This device, of course, has its background in the fact that Bauer was a theologian, although with negative overtones as time went on. Only a few years earlier, as we have seen, he had published a pamphlet called The Trumpet of the Last Judgment, and in general his texts were full of biblical allusions. The direct target of attack for Marx and Engels was the aforementioned monthly periodical with the engaging title Allgemeine Literaturzeitung, a venerable name borne by an earlier German periodical that was influential in its time. Bauer and his fellow thinkers in the group that now called itself Die Freie, the Free, published it between December 1843 and October 1844. It cultivated what Bauer called pure criticism in contrast to other, clearly more sullied criticism that was flourishing at the time. Marx forced the expression to parodic heights by calling the activity critical criticism. With particular ardor, Marx objected to the negative, and often condescending, declarations Die Freien were scattering about regarding the workers and what they called the masses despite calling themselves socialists. Edgar Bauer, Bruno's younger brother, argued that the workers who had united in England and France had shortcomings in their thinking. Marx responded that these workers could not argue away their degradation in practice through pure thought. On the contrary, they were experiencing the painful difference between being and thinking, between consciousness and life. 4 They did not stop being wage workers through any theories. Bauer's idealism constituted the difference between his socialism and that of the workers. When Edgar Bauer asserted that Proudhon had not thought through his attitude towards society, Marx snorted with contempt before such conceit. He was no less contemptuous of Bruno Bauer's criticism of the masses. Bauer saw the masses as the real enemies of spirit. Marx's retort was that people must know the studiousness, the craving for knowledge, the moral energy and the unceasing urge for development of the French and English workers to be able to form an idea of the human nobility of this movement. 5 Implied, Bauer did not know, while Marx himself did, though as regards the English, only through Engels. Bruno Bauer was concerned about the chasm that separated him from the crowd. Pure criticism aimed at feeling and knowing everything. But how could he convey his insights to the ignorant? It was there he saw his great and difficult task. Full of sarcasm, Marx distanced himself from these concerns. 6. In his periodical, Bauer had attacked Marx's article on the Jewish question. Marx replied that Bauer could not see the difference between political and human emancipation. It was now, as we know, a crucial difference for Marx. Political liberation concerned people's relationship to state power, human liberation their relationship to their labor, to each other and ultimately to their own egos. 7. Marx also took the time to polemicize against Bauer's view of history. Bauer had spoken of ideas that produced the French Revolution, and Marx responded, ideas cannot carry out anything at all. For that, people who could realize what they desired in practice were required. Here, Marx drew out the revolution's most radical advocates from the shadows, people like François-Noël Babeuf and others. They were people and movements who had become important for him when, in Paris, he studied an impressive amount of literature on the French Revolution. He regarded the revolutionaries who stood furthest to the left as the forerunners of communism. 8. Bauer saw each individual in society as an atom, alone in its orbit. Marx replied that this was an idea that an egoistic individual could use to make themselves feel more important. But in fact it was a need, a necessity that drove people together. 9 The reader may recognize the insight from the manuscripts that a person must be a social being before she can become an individual. Marx also entered into a battle on the history of philosophy. But there, in the Holy Family, he took up a different attitude than he usually did. Following Feuerbach, he sees radical empiricism, or sensualism, as the very basis of the materialist tradition. Francis Bacon was its forefather and John Locke was an important person in the tradition, whereas Hobbes was a more dubious figure who made geometry out of reality and thereby developed materialism into a misanthropy. Materialism was civilized with the thinkers of the French Enlightenment, it took form and became eloquent. In a direct polemic with Bauer, Marx banishes Spinoza from the history of materialism. This was something new, and possibly his understanding became more incisive in the heat of battle. He evidently wanted to place maximum distance between himself and not only the free but also Hegel and his historical writings. It also made it possible for him to emphasize that French and British socialists and communists were carrying on the tradition from Bacon and de Holbach. Humanism and materialism ran together in them. In the manuscripts, Marx had spoken about humanism and naturalism, the difference is unimportant. Point 10. The Bauer brothers were the most important target of attack in the Holy Family, but Marx had his eye in particular on one of their companions, Herzliya, who was actually named Franz Zachlin von Zeichlinski and was not only a young Hegelian but a Prussian officer. In the most crushing manner, Marx summarized Herzliya's way of writing: his art is not that of disclosing what is hidden, but to hide what is disclosed. Zeliga's particular sin was that he held the novels of Eugene Sue in high regard, and that he seemed to see important truths in them about contemporary society. Point 11. Marx, on the other hand, is contemptuous of Sue's sentimental depictions of the metropolitan slums in Mystères de Paris. Marx therefore attacked an article by Zeliga on the hero in Sue, named Rudolf von Gerolstein. The polemic runs over a long chapter that is rather impenetrable to a modern reader. Point 12. Only after that comes the final chapter, with a much more distinct depiction of the critical Last Judgment, in which the conditions from Revelations are joined together with a bombastic statement taken directly from Allgemeine Literaturzeitung on the contemporary era as the age of decision. The medieval hymn Dies Irae, Day of Wrath, sounds, and the sign of the Bauer brothers, Bauer means farmer in German, is shown, together with the French words of wisdom with the oxen paired together, plowing goes much better. And now the world ought to come to an end, but in a historical epilogue Marx stated that it was not the world that disappeared, but Allgemeine Literaturzeitung. Point 13. The Holy Family is the first book by Marx, as well as by Engels, that went into print. It was no brilliant debut. It contains witticisms and biting irony, but it is long-winded in places and entirely too comprehensive in relation to its relatively limited subject. Even Engels, the co-author, was frightened at the format. George Jung, their friend from Cologne, let Marx know in a letter that the many enumerations of inessentials were tiring. At the same time, Jung sweetened the bitter assessment with an admission that the criticism of the young Hegelians was a reward for the reader. Point 14. The question that above all has to be asked is why Marx found it so important to write all those pages about the Bauer brothers and Zeliga. The purely psychological explanation that it concerned a kind of escapism, it was easier to settle accounts with old friends from his youth whose arguments he had mastered to perfection than to complete a work that touched on new and difficult themes, is insufficient. There must have been more objective reasons as well. Something made Marx see it as necessary to put young Hegelianism behind him once and for all. It soon also turned out that not even the more than 200 pages he devoted to the subject were enough. He was ready to throw himself into a new, even lengthier work on the same subject. That work began when the scene of Marx's life completely changed. That change must be accounted for before the question of what pushed Marx to yet another work on the young Hegelians can even approximately be answered. A painful farewell and a new life. After proposals from Prussia, the French government under the leadership of Guizot decided to deport Marx from France. The decision came as a complete surprise to Marx. In the beginning, he took the deportation order lightly. Perhaps he could still remain? But when he realized that it was serious, he became deeply depressed. The Belgian capital of Brussels was the only reasonable place that now stood open for him, but what was Brussels compared to Paris? He had really loved the lively, multifarious environment in Paris, where he could freely move both among the salons and the secret political societies that stood farthest to the left on the political scale. He had made many new friends in Paris, everyone from Heinrich Heine to French socialists and communists. His working energy had been great. He had produced a large manuscript and nearly an entire book, at the same time as he devoted himself to exhaustive studies in economics and history. Moreover, he had had time for political meetings, nightly conversations, and the odd evening in the salons of Madame d'Agoult. Now all this would disappear before his eyes. Brussels was not just much smaller than Paris. The cultural and intellectual environment was also significantly poorer. The city had become the capital of the new Kingdom of Belgium only 15 years before, after a revolution that began following a performance of Daniel François Esprit-Aubert's rather new opera The Mute Girl of Portesay at the La Monnaie Theatre. The opera dealt with independence, and the Belgians burned for independence from the Dutch. The uprising quickly succeeded. A king was brought in from the extremely small German Principality of Saxe-Coburg and crowned Leopold I. Most in Brussels still spoke Dutch, a language that neither Karl nor Jenny had command of. One comfort for the family was that they were not alone in their situation. There were already numerous refugees and guest workers there, in particular German ones, a good breeding ground for radical political thinking. In addition, Brussels had the advantage of lying centrally between the metropolises of Europe. Karl would soon discover that it was excellently suited for building networks. But when he left Paris, he saw nothing but wretchedness in his banishment. His melancholy was so great when he hastily set off that his traveling companion and friend, Heinrich Burgers, tried to cheer him up with happy songs while they were both seated in the stagecoach for Brussels. We do not know if he succeeded. For Jenny Marx, her spouse's deportation meant even more acute problems. She was the one who had to dispose of the family's small amount of property left behind in Paris in order to produce a little bit of cash. She was pregnant again, this time with their daughter Laura. By her side she had Jenny Chen, still an infant. In a letter to Karl, written in French, she described her endless and fruitless troubles. But she also talked about the friends who surrounded her, Heine, Bakunin, and in addition the poet and revolutionary George Herwegh. Not a word of complaint was directed at Karl. All problems are blamed on the infamous governments personified by Guizot and Alexander von Humboldt, the Prussian minister in Paris, more famous for being a natural scientist and explorer. Point 15. But Jenny and Jenny Chen would come to Brussels soon enough, and it was there that Laura was born. It was also in Brussels that a woman named Helene de Muth would make her entrance into the lives of the family Marx. Jenny's mother had sent her over from Trier, well aware of all the hardships her daughter was encountering in her new daily life, particularly as the help she had had in Paris could not follow them to Brussels. De Muth would soon become the family's right hand, skillfully piloting them through all the trivial but painful problems that waited in the times to come. She also became a friend to the family, taking part in their joys and sorrows. She stayed patiently at her post for as long as Jenny and Karl lived. Point 16. For her part, Jenny had developed an ability that was invaluable for her spouse. She was long the only one able to decipher his singular handwriting and was the one who copied it all out for him over nearly the entire remainder of her life. She was no passive copyist but became his closest partner in discussion, better informed of her spouse's work than even Engels. In the beginning of their time in Brussels, Engels kept Karl informed on what was happening in Barmen-Wuppertal. The picture he conveyed was a twofold one. On the one hand, his letters dealt with the great successes he met with in his home district with his communist propaganda. He was completely euphoric over the stream of interested people, soon there would be 100 attending. He did not, however, mention the composition of his audience. It was the citizenry who were taking seats on the premises, not proletarians. His optimism at the future was not tarnished by that fact. He expressed the same kind of euphoria that Marx did during his time in Paris. The future was turning out to be splendid. Wuppertal communism is un verite. But the meetings would soon come to the attention of the authorities, and they were forbidden without further ado. The success story ended just as hastily as it had begun. Point 17. Engels's letters also had another theme, the fury his father was developing over his son's radical aberrations. "I'm living a real dog's life," Friedrich complained. "The old man can't distinguish between liberalism and communism, but he's furious. Both are equally revolutionary in his eyes." The most important thing Engels achieved at that time was the great, nearly sociological investigation, the condition of the working class in England, in the original German, Die leichte Arbeitendenklasse in England. In it, he depicted the hard, dirty, and precarious lives the new industrial proletariat was being forced to live in northwestern England and southern Scotland, in a manner that was simultaneously lucid and minutely accurate. In its way, it is a path-breaking work. As a whole, it is the best book of which Engels was the sole author. He was still only 25 years old. The condition also played an important role for Marx. The empiricism in it was crucial, especially for his great work on capitalism that was now constantly in progress. Engels would soon enough come to Brussels in person, thereby inaugurating a few years of intensive collaboration. Even Moses Hess joined the little colony. For a time, they all lived in 3 adjoining houses on Rue d'Alliance in Brussels. But the neighborliness was not entirely good. Both Engels and Hess lived together with their lovers. Engels had Mary Burns from Manchester with him, and Hess had Sibylle Pesch, who, according to stubborn rumors, he had met in a bordello. Jenny Marx would come to hate Mary Burns intensely, certainly not because she was a factory worker, but because according to Jenny she was blunt and a gossip. Things were better with the cheerful Sibylle Pesch. It was inevitable that Friedrich and Karl, but indirectly also Moses, would be drawn into the conflict. We best know the nature of the discord through a letter from Heinrich Burgers that has been preserved, the same Burgers who accompanied Marx to Brussels but was now in Cologne. The letter was written at the end of February 1846, when Marx had been living in Brussels for just over a year. Evidently, Marx had given Burgers a careful account of what had happened in a letter that is now lost, and Burgers repeated and commented only on what his friend had told him. Engels had complained that Marx was too bound to his family, and gave Jenny the blame for it. If Jenny had not been there, Karl would have admitted the advantages of untethered relations, Engels was to have said. Nor had Hess been without blame. Burgers asserted that Engels had a shallow nature, while Hess did not understand the problems of daily life and therefore endured his friend's stupidities without grumbling. In fact, Marx had criticized not only Engels's moral superficiality but also his intellectual limitations. Burgers wrote, "Your judgment of Engels's intellectual condition surprised me less than his other exploits. Distancing himself from philosophy and speculation has much less its ground in his insights about their essence than it has in the trouble they would involve for his scarcely persevering intellect." It was only possible to defend oneself against such an attitude with the exorcism of contempt. Engels had to get a clear idea that he could go no further with his style, just as little as Hess could with his apparently profound meditations. 18. Another of Marx's loyal friends, the Dr. Roland Daniels, had clearly also received a similarly indignant letter at the same time. Daniels's letter was in the same style as Burgers's. Engels is called the Tall Fellow, which is a coarse allusion to his military past. The Tall Fellows was the popular name for the Prussian king's special guard. Another sobriquet that also surely originated with Marx and occurs in Daniels's letter is l'ami des prolétaires, friend of the proletarians, who had to wear such fine clothes because contemporary society was so wretched. Daniels said that the unphilosophical Engels was no good for a criticism of philosophy. Hess also came in for his share of scorn. He was called a kitchen sponge, sucking up everything in its way, a rather unfair term, considering that Hess actually also inspired Marx, and not just the other way around. 19. Marx must have been deeply wounded when he wrote those words to some of his most loyal friends. We do not know for certain what caused his wrath towards Hess, other than that Hess seems to have echoed Engels's complaint about Jenny. Karl's all-consuming love for his wife could not be criticized, just as little as could his bonds to his family. For his part, Engels could not tolerate his relationship with Mary Burns being subjected to reproach, or Mary being treated with contempt. These emotional storms broke at a time when Marx and Engels found themselves in the middle of their work on the tremendous manuscript known to posterity as the German Ideology. Work on it began in September 1845 and continued until the next summer. The assessments of Engels's unphilosophical nature are particularly surprising, considering that philosophy plays such a large role in the German ideology. It is tempting to imagine internal feuds between the both of them while they were writing. But, here, the source material runs out on us. We know only that the most important target of attack for the work, Max Stirner's 1844 book Der Einsige und sein Eigentum, The Ego and His Own, was judged differently by the both of them from the beginning. When he was still in Germany, Engels had written a rather enthusiastic letter to Marx about the book, which had just been published. Stirner was the most talented of the young Hegelians, he wrote. But it was also easy to show that his egoistic man is bound to become communist out of sheer egoism. Now it was for us to build further upon him by turning his intellectual construction upside down. In his now lost response, Marx evidently painted a significantly more negative picture of what Stirner had achieved, and Engels quickly yielded and confessed that he himself had been mistakenly carried away during his reading of the book. 20. Barely 6 months later, in September 1845, they both began their work in which Stirner's book played the main role. Moses Hess was also brought into the project at the beginning and wrote a shorter text, most of which has been lost. It did not take long before he was set aside. His name shows up in the manuscript, and then in anything but flattering terms. What he achieved in theory was quite vague and mystical, and he himself was a half-educated man among other half-educated men. 21 But Engels and Marx continued untiringly side by side, despite the fact that one of them, in the middle of their work, could accuse the other of being unphilosophical. Something other than lifestyle and depth of thought must have been, and remained, the grounds for their collaboration. Right at the beginning of their time in Brussels, during the summer of 1845, they both took a trip to England, specifically Manchester. It was Marx's first visit to the country where he would spend half his life. For the first time he could see, with his own eyes, contemporary capitalism in full bloom and experience the enormous vitality and human misery of a purely industrial city. It was a reality in which Engels moved like a fish through water. Through his excellent survey of this in the condition of the working class in England, he had a better overview than perhaps anyone else. In such an environment, he had to serve as a guide and introducer for his traveling companion. In addition, the language was completely natural to him, whereas for Marx English was a reading language in which he was less fluent than in French, Italian, or Spanish, or Latin or Greek. In 1844, Marx was still getting his excerpts on most British economists from French translations, while he readily excelled in quotes from Dante and Cervantes in the original. In this, he was a typical educated continental European of his time. Engels's knowledge profile was different. He had gone into commerce, knew how an industry worked from the inside, and knew the environment of the factory and the factory worker like the back of his hand. The most important woman in his life worked in a spinning mill. But if the trip had significance for their joint project, how was it that it would, once again, concern German philosophy and not the world that spread itself out before their eyes in London and Manchester? The question the Holy Family had already roused had to be posed with even greater clarity before the German ideology. Why did Marx, and Engels, go in for these projects? Why did Marx not write further in his work on economics and politics, which Engels recently so eagerly encouraged him to complete and evidently was so important to him himself? Moreover, one of the aims of the England trip was that he would collect literature for precisely that work. 22. Before it is possible to answer these questions, we must look more closely at the new text that grew out of their joint labors. The German Ideology. The title "The German Ideology" was not chosen by Marx and Engels for the enormous manuscript they left behind. 23 It is the creation of the editors of the first complete publication in 1932. It is apt, since the expression German ideology occurs in numerous places in the text. In addition, it turns up in a notice concerning the work which Marx published in Trierichtszeitung on April 9, 1847. The authors had the idea of publishing the manuscript in 2 volumes. The first would be a comprehensive study of the young Hegelians, and the second, significantly shorter volume would be an attack on the group that appeared under the designation True Socialism. In the present-day printed editions of the work, the important section on Feuerbach, which in certain editions is also called an introduction, comes after a brief foreword. The section was in fact written last, in the autumn of 1846. It is, as Michael Heinrich points out, also purely objectively the result of the work and not a starting point for it. 24 It is therefore reasonable to go into the section by way of a conclusion. The German ideology is the most comprehensive evidence of a sweeping change in their views on history, society, and politics that both Marx and Engels underwent during 1845 and 1846. The changes are the ones that garner the most attention in the whole of the literature on Marx. In Soviet and East German schoolbooks and handbooks, it was seen as the most decisive step towards the understanding that Marxism, Leninism would much later adopt as correct, true, and scientific. The French philosopher Louis Althusser, a major Marx scholar in the 1960s and 1970s, maintained that during 1845 Marx had made a great new discovery. He had seen a new continent that he called history. Between the young Marx, who, following Feuerbach, had spoken of humanity's essence and of alienation, and the mature, real Marx whose work culminated in Capital, there was a decisive difference. The Marx of alienation was still imprisoned in the speculative mist of German idealism. The Marx of the German ideology was on the path towards creating a new science. 25. Other interpreters have asserted, on the contrary, that substantial features of Marx's theory can already be found in the manuscripts and that the theory of alienation constitutes an indispensable and often neglected element of this theory. Joachim Israel, Istvan Mazaros, and Bertel Ohlmann can be cited among the influential advocates of this interpretation. An original variation can be found in the Japanese economic historian Takahisa Oishi, who in his book The Unknown Marx, 2001, argues that Marx's great economic project is molded in one piece and that its substantial elements are already found in the manuscripts. In Oishi's perspective, the German ideology does not represent anything decisively new, whereas Marx's great settling of accounts with Proudhon in the poverty of philosophy, on the other hand, is given a key role. 26. Michael Heinrich, on the other hand, has embraced the opposite standpoint that there is a clear break in Marx's development, several, in fact, of which this was the first. Heinrich concedes that even much later, Marx used the word Entfremdung, alienation, but argues that it was no longer a question of alienation from the essence of humanity. 27 This is a problem that will occupy us later on. Doubtless, the German ideology is something new in relation to the Holy Family. As regards Marx, we can easily see that the change had already begun before the summer of 1845, that is, right after he came to Brussels. The proof can be found in the famous theses on Feuerbach that he wrote early in 1845. They are part of a notebook Marx kept between 1844 and 1847, they were published by Engels more than 40 years later in 1888 as an appendix to Engels's own work, Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy. Engels did not doubt that these theses, the designation is his own, signified the rupture in Marx's development, and thereby indirectly in his own. He expressed himself a trifle bombastically, they were certainly hurriedly scribbled down for later elaboration, absolutely not intended for publication, but invaluable as the first document in which is deposited the brilliant germ of the New World outlook. Engels was essentially right. With these 11 short, more or less aphoristic statements, Marx had taken a decisive step. In the first thesis, he said that the error in all materialism so far, Feuerbach's included, was that it had only perceived reality as an object for a way of thinking, and not as sensuous human activity, practice. The materialists said that people were the result of circumstances and of upbringing, but forgot that circumstances are changed by men and that the educator must himself be educated. In short, people are both active and passive in this process, an idea that Marx would express many times in the years to come. In another thesis, he asserted that Feuerbach, with his emphasis on sensualism, forgot that this sensualism consisted of practical, human sensuous activity. With that, Marx was ready for the decisive blow against the foundation of Feuerbach's outlook that had recently also been his own, against the talk of the uniform essence of humanity. This essence was perceived only in the abstract, as something that existed within the individual. Marx said, in its reality, it is the ensemble of the social relations. Feuerbach, with his abstract concept, was forced to ignore history. But all social life is essentially practical. The mystery of the theory is solved in human practice and in the insights into it. Marx saw materialism up to that point as an expression for bourgeois thinking. The thinking materialist appears as an indifferent observer of a reality that at heart is constant. But it is human activity that creates the world around us. With that criticism, Marx has prepared the way for the final thesis, which has become by far the best known. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, the point is to change it. 28. There are two concepts in this little document that particularly stand out, praxis and history. Praxis, with its derivation practical, has its origins in classical Greek, where it has to do with action in its broadest sense. It takes on special content in Aristotle, who distinguished between three different human faculties for knowledge: theory, practice, and technique. Theory, with the original meaning of seeing or scrutinizing, is the passive consideration of reality, more precisely that part of it, according to Aristotle, that we cannot influence, nature and its laws. Technique, from the Greek techne, means the human ability to produce various kinds of objects through handicraft and art, whereas practice, praxis, has to do with relationships between people and thereby contains ethics with its subdivisions of politics and economics. The distinction between praxis and technique, however, was difficult to uphold in the traditions from Greek antiquity. Even during the Middle Ages, they both often became blurred, and even more so during the 17th century and later. Kant, who was so careful with distinctions, tried to classify practical as simply an ethical concept. According to him, practical actions were either good or evil, and they were therefore performed only out of duty and not because they led to desired consequences of various kinds. When, on the other hand, insight was required into how something functioned, the actions according to Kant were technical practical. It is an interesting hybrid form, which shows that not even for so scrupulous a person as Kant was it possible to make a sharp distinction between practical and technical. It was as if modern reality itself had created a transitional zone between ethics and technique. With Hegel, this transition zone spread out, and in general he did not distinguish between praxis and technique. Humanity's practical relationship with nature was its technical activity. In the foreword to his 1811 work Wissenschaft der Logik, Science of Logic, Hegel spoke of a Geist der Praktisken, a spirit of the practical that encompasses all forms of natural and intellectual life. The difference between what Kant called the technical practical and the practical was, in principle, obliterated. Marx went a step further. The field of theory also became blurred with the technical practical. Theory, which in Kant and Hegel had been a screened-off field, lost its independence. It appeared as an expression of human action. His encounters with down-to-earth British and French economic literature had certainly contributed to this new orientation. In it, the difference between theoretical and practical was partially erased. 29. The boundaries of the concept of praxis itself are difficult to draw, and controversial. Is praxis only that kind of action that transforms human reality? Or is it all human activity, however routine, that through its enormous collective weight changes their conditions over the long term? Back in the manuscripts, Marx pointed out that Hegel's idea of labor was a permanent part of his thinking. In Hegel, it was actually a question of labor in its broadest sense. The earlier idea that only physical labors were to be designated as labor, to work by the sweat of one's brow, was on the point of giving way. The old nobility by birth had been contemptuous of work. On the contrary, the rising citizenry embraced it but perceived it in its broader sense. They especially counted their own toil on negotiations, business, and accounts as part of it. The activities of technicians and inventors, and gradually also that of scientists, were of obvious significance for industry and the new agriculture as well. The boundary was thereby crossed. By extension, all purposeful, reasonably strenuous human activity could be designated as labor. 30. Labor and praxis evidently lie close to each other in Marx's usage. But the question of the boundaries for praxis had not been answered in and through the brief, hastily written notes on the path away from Feuerbach's philosophy. On the other hand, it is clear that he put focus on the praxis that changes or simply revolutionizes humanity's reality. The other central concept, history, does not of course appear here as a term, but this brief document is permeated by its presence. The essentials deal with processes, new circumstances, and creative actions. This historical interest is not new in Marx's life. It has, however, been given not only another more central role, but another main emphasis as well. Previously, it was the history of thinking that had a crucial role in Marx's writings. It is a history that he learned a lot about early on, and which he also would come to master throughout his life. But that concerns only the world of ideas. In the theses on Feuerbach, it is history in a broader and more varied sense that is the center of his attention. Purely concretely, it was a result of an intensive reading in the French Revolution above all, but also, through the economic literature, in more general economic and social history. Here, the relative order of ideas of the Hegelian history of thought, in which ideas encounter other ideas and of philosophers who learn from each other or struggle against each other, does not prevail. Instead, a chaotic multiplicity dominates in which everything can seem important and common people are part of creating history. At the same time, this kaleidoscopic multifarious history is a history of change, development, in fact, just as much as the history of philosophy is. However multifarious and however mixed up with small coincidences it may be, at the same time it seems to display a pattern or an aim, even if it is difficult to substantiate its major features in the small details. If you are satisfied with the lives and work of the kings of philosophy, or the kings of music, or the kings of industry, or of even ordinary kings, then the task becomes that much easier. The field to be investigated there is limited, and the teeming world that lies outside the circle of the select few is perceived mostly as unstructured noise. It is the history of the multiplicity that Marx wants to bring in focus. It is there that real change occurs, and it is also there that every person can appear both as marked by circumstances they cannot prevail over, and as active and creative. The educators are themselves educated, but as educators they nevertheless achieve something new. It is important to remember that Marx wrote his theses long before he and Engels began their work on the German ideology. For a present-day observer, the theses form a matrix for the greater work. From that matrix, many of the fundamental ideas in the larger manuscript could be developed. The theses did not entail anything completely new at all in the development of their author. In the Holy Family, we can note how, in his polemic, he scoffs at the Bauer brothers' way of speaking disparagingly about the masses. Instead he calls attention to the individual workers, their diligence in studying, and their consciousness. Society cannot be divided up into the elite and the masses, where the elite go on ahead and the masses trudge after them. It has been made clear to him that even the philosopher must count on many actors, a varied mass, in fact. As nearly always with Marx when new insights or theories were concerned, the theses had already been foreshadowed. Their author had previously simply not gone through the full consequences of what he already thought. Perhaps it was the brutal deportation to Brussels that unleashed a series of insights that would guide him from that moment on. The doctrine of an invariable human essence appeared in that flash of inspiration as an unnecessary, cumbersome fiction. He jotted down these new thoughts into his notebook. But it was still just a small draft. It was in order to expunge the remaining questions that, 6 months later, he was prepared to devote all his time to a demanding collaboration with Engels. For his part, Engels had in his own way already described society as a multiplicity that was difficult to take stock of. In his book about the working class in England, he did not presuppose an essence common to all people living their broken lives in the shadow of industry. He had simply not thought through what the things he had so convincingly portrayed meant for his general outlook that had recently been marked by the influence from Feuerbach. He was thus a few steps behind Marx. The positive reaction to Stirner's thinking that he expressed in his letter to Marx testifies to this. Stirner had given him an insight that he previously lacked. Stirner's book was also the main subject of the German ideology. The section on Feuerbach, written last but placed first, covers approximately 60 printed pages. The chapter on Bruno Bauer, which follows, is only 1/3 as long. The entire concluding second part on true socialism is a total of 90 pages, but the Stirner polemic, the central section, required more than 330. It is no wonder that many later interpreters saw this as a sign that both authors, Marx in particular, had lost all sense of proportion in an attempt to paper over the significance Stirner's book had had for them. Were they correct in their criticism? That remains to be seen. The chapter on Bruno Bauer forms a direct continuation of the polemic in the Holy Family. After Bauer and the other representatives of the Free were forced to shut down their periodical, they found refuge in Wigan's Viertelgers's Schrift. There, Bruno Bauer polemicized against Feuerbach and Stirner as well as against Marx and Engels. Even Hess came in for his share. Bauer held fast to his young Hegelian convictions. Two key phrases in Hegel, consciousness of self and substance, were still at the center of his philosophy. According to Hegel, substance, or, in simpler terms, objective reality, was pervaded by consciousness of self, that is, by the thinking and acting subject. Bauer radicalized this thinking to the point that consciousness of self was given the dominant role. From that position, he accused Feuerbach of thoroughly being the prisoner of substance. In short, he was a materialist, and, moreover, a communist. He embraces sensualism, which Bauer interpreted in moralistic terms and associated with sin. For his part, Stirner, according to Bauer, did not come up to the mark because he embraced pure egoism. Both he and Feuerbach were dogmatics. The authors of the Holy Family also got a response to their criticism of Bauer. Marx and Engels noted that he attacked their book although he thoroughly dwelled upon a review of it, a review that on top of it all abounded with misperceptions. Bauer singled out 1842 as a great year, as liberalism occupied the seat of honor and was embraced by the philosophers. As we remember, Marx was part of that crowd, but according to Bauer he now had taken to worship of common sense. Marx and Engels were annoyed by Bauer's assertion that Moses Hess had achieved something Marx and Engels were unable to, namely criticizing Stirner's book. Marx and Engels dismissed this. The accusation was unjust since they had written the Holy Family before Stirner's book came out. Bauer tried to show that Hess's key concept was taken directly from Hegel, and he added the accusation even Marx and Engels were latent Hegelians. Marx and Engels indignantly repudiated the assertion. 31. It is clear that the pages on Bauer in the Holy Family were written as a matter of routine. More important for the authors was the enormous section on Stirner, so we must first acquaint ourselves somewhat with him. Max Stirner and his book. Max Stirner was a pseudonym, he was actually named Johann Caspar Schmidt. He was 12 years older than Marx, and he had been a member of the Doctors' Club that had played such a great role for both Marx and Engels. When the club adopted the name Die Freien, the free, he was still part of it. He earned his living through occupations such as teaching at a girls' school. The Ego and His Own was his only significant work and a book that immediately created a big sensation. 32 After a short while, it sank into obscurity, but has since come under discussion again and again, above all in anarchist circles where Stirner is regarded as a predecessor alongside Bakunin and Proudhon. He himself lived in ever deeper destitution and died penniless in his 50s. But his book has survived him. The two thinkers that Stirner primarily braced against and distances himself from are Bruno Bauer and Ludwig Feuerbach, more precisely, their image of humanity. His starting point was two aphoristically incisive statements from them. Feuerbach, man is to man the supreme being. Bauer, man has just been discovered. Stirner adds, drily, then let us take a more careful look at this supreme being and this new discovery. Stirner proceeds carefully in his 450-page book. He started with the rudiments of human life, the child's path towards adulthood, and finally aging and death. After that he conducts a historical survey of how this life was regarded during different eras, antiquity, in Christianity, and in more modern times. Philosophical idealism was in focus, it also dominated the immediate intellectual environment during his adult life. The text here is full of extraordinary anti-Semitic flourishes that not only concern the religion of the Jews but Jews as people as well. He spoke disparagingly of Jews of the true metal and declared that he did not count on having them among his readers. We have no idea how Marx reacted to these very lines. As we know, he himself spoke poorly of the Jewish religion and Jewish business activities, but he was undoubtedly a Jew of the true metal in Stirner's meaning. 33. According to Stirner, pure idealism led to a world of phantoms. Religion made us into fools and clowns. Not even Feuerbach, who called himself a materialist, avoided the curse of this world of phantoms. He renounces gods and other great persons, but morals kept their hold on him. He may have let subject and predicate switch places, but when instead of God is love he said love is divine, it meant that he submitted to love. 34. In his own way, Stirner joined the intellectual development of humanity with the then rather new racial doctrine developed by the biologist Johann Friedrich Blumenbach a few decades earlier. According to Stirner, before Christianity there reigned negroidity, when people related their success to physical events such as the flight of birds, or thunder and lightning. Then everyone became Mongols, when the spiritual became crucial in their lives. Only Stirner could show humanity into the higher, Caucasian stage, when the individual sees herself and her own actions as the only possible guarantee of an independent and thereby perfect life. This person could say, using a famous Goethe quote, "None have ich meine Sach auf nichts gestalt." That is, I rely on nothing or no one apart from myself. 35. In their reckoning with Stirner, Marx and Engels poked fun at these constant trisections. He reminded them of Schelling, who always used to stuff reality into an enormous abstract construction. But they added that an echo of Hegel could also be felt. Reality was schematized according to a constantly recurring pattern. 36. It is easy to agree with this criticism. Nevertheless, Der Einzige und sein Eigentum is above all a book marked by life and energy. Topic after topic is dealt with in rapid succession. There is not much that does not become the subject of Stirner's treatment. Even later posterity can understand why so many, Engels among them as well, were impressed. But Marx, as we have seen, was not captivated and brought his co-author along into his antipathy. In the German ideology, Stirner was not given an ounce of praise. One part of the polemic is aimed directly at the author of the book. For example, Marx and Engels said that abstract thinking becomes a welcome expedient for a schoolteacher living a hard, morose life in which the horizon was limited to a few districts in Berlin. 37. Stirner was otherwise seldom called by his pen name. The entire chapter devoted to him is called Saint Max. Part of the polemical fiction is that the Free are actually a kind of group of learned church elders. Other more folksy names for him were Jacques Le Bonhomme and Sancho. On the contrary, with names like that, their adversary was ascribed a kind of boorish loutishness. Jacques le bonhomme was the French nobility's contemptuous term for a member of the underclass, and Sancho is the ordinary, limited voice of would-be wisdom in Cervantes's Don Quixote. The latter, moreover, was a novel that was cited assiduously, in Spanish, in the German ideology. But, at the same time, this device meant that the main point was easily hidden away. This has certainly contributed to the fact that so many interpreters of Marx exhaustedly put aside the section on Stirner before they managed to reflect on the entire mass of text, thereby missing its points. Even Franz Mehring, the most loyal of his interpreters, found the account of Bauer and Stirner tiring and long-winded. Francis Wien, less patient when he has no funny anecdotes to relate, argues that 300 unreadable pages are devoted to Stirner's nonsense. Jonathan Sperber, who would rather dwell on life than letters, speaks about the bizarre length of the chapter, arguing that the account slipped completely out of hand. But, at the same time, he points out that Stirner's reckoning with Feuerbach's theses on the species being of humanity had a positive significance for them. On the latter point Tristram Hunt, Engels's latest biographer, goes further and asserts that he and Marx both stood in intellectual debt to Stirner and tried to hide it with their excessive polemics. As proof, Hunt cites several lines from the aforementioned letter that Engels wrote to Marx when he had just read Stirner. "We must take our starting point from the ego, the individual of flesh and blood," he wrote. Much earlier, in 1975, Paul Thomas had shown that the length of the Stirner chapter was justified, since it meant a decisive step in Marx's and Engels's development. At the same time, Thomas certainly exaggerated the positive influence Stirner had had, at least concerning Marx. 38. It is possible that Hunt is correct as regards Engels, but he is not about Marx. In his now lost response, Marx must have dismissed Engels's enthusiasm, and we do not need to doubt the reason. It was not the individual man, the ego, that would be the starting point. Instead, it was the diversity of concrete people marked by their varied circumstances. That was the idea animating the polemic against Stirner in the German ideology. Right at the beginning of their account, Marx and Engels attack Stirner for not taking the individual's physical and social life into consideration, thereby consistently ignoring historical epochs, nationalities, and classes. The consequence was that he perceived the image of the world and society that was typical of the class that was closest to normal for him. He would need to rouse himself out of his schoolmaster's world and see how it related to an office boy, an English factory worker, or a young American, to say nothing of a Kyrgyz. In this remark lies the main idea of what would later be called the materialist conception of history. The philosophers since Kant had devoted themselves to searching for the ultimate theoretical conditions for our convictions and values. But that was not enough, Marx and Engels now said. We have to relate our own ideas, just like those of others, to the circumstances under which they arose and are constantly reaffirmed in our everyday life. Otherwise, we are caught up in the ideology that is closest to us. The same critical requirements bring the authors to object to Stirner's way of making all of history the history of philosophy, something that characterized many of their own early works. In his view of humanity's relation to nature, he had no sense of the significance of industry and the natural sciences, but devoted himself to mere fantasies. 39 In his view of political outlooks, he was equally lost. The liberalism he spoke of was typically German. While the French bourgeoisie made a revolution and the English created industry and subjugated India, the Germans had only arrived at Kant's goodwill, which was a true expression of the impotence and wretchedness of the bourgeois class. But now it nonetheless began to awaken, and in its demands for protective duties and a constitution, it would soon be as far along as the French were in 1789. Stirner, unaware of this process, thought that it was the citizen, le citoyen, who came before the bourgeoisie, le bourgeois, when in fact it was quite the reverse. 40. As regards economic relations, it was even worse. Stirner thought ill of money and its rule, and wanted to do away with it. He did not realize that it was necessarily a consequence of certain conditions of production and distribution. Stirner wanted to liberate the workers and their labor. The authors of the German ideology objected that labor was already free and that it therefore was not a matter of freeing it but abolishing it. 41. Here, Marx again uses the word aufheben, sublate, not abolish, and again, this is worth particular attention. It is, as we have seen, the key word in the Hegelian dialectic. Something disappears, but at the same time is lifted up to a higher level. Work is not to be abolished, it is to be given new content. Hegel's dialectic did not disappear from Marx's and Engels's horizon. It was idealism, which at the time was often simply called philosophy, that they abandoned. In a fit of boisterousness, they formulated an aphorism about this exact thing: philosophy and the study of the actual world have the same relation to one another as onanism and sexual love. 42. They attacked not only Stirner, but also Feuerbach. Feuerbach showed that religion was actually just a phase, but neither he nor Stirner asked themselves why humanity had to form these false religious notions. Nevertheless, the question itself should pave the way for an empirical study of actual conditions. The authors pointed out both of Marx's articles, Introduction to a Criticism of the Hegelian Philosophy of Right and On the Jewish Question, in which there is at least an insinuation in the right direction. 43. That last remark shows that they wanted to see a certain continuity in their own development. There is, perhaps, something in this. Marx, at least, was already talking about the real foundation of religious faith in his criticism of Hegel, but he was then still a good follower of Feuerbach in the field of philosophy. Now, both Marx and Engels considered themselves as having sublated philosophy, just as they dreamed that labor someday would be sublated. Their goal was thus not to obliterate philosophy but to raise it to a higher stage in which it would, at the same time, be permeated with and give order and clarity to the tremendous world of experiences that Stirner and Feuerbach and many others had stood on its head. In this upside-down world, it was ideas that seemed to have an independent shape through language. The authors saw the reason for this error in the division of labor itself. The German philosopher was a petty bourgeois and saw his activity in thought as separated from the noise and multifariousness of life. At the same time, he imagined that it was ideas, such as his own and those of others like him, that governed the world. 44. Marx and Engels's criticism here is not fully carried out. Why is it precisely a petty bourgeois intellectual who is so devoted to philosophical idealism? His position evidently limits his outlook, but why must it pave the way for idealism in particular? The question naturally leads further to another: what is the situation in France, Great Britain, and other countries? Evidently it was a question that Marx and Engels were not quite finished with. For example, in their foreword to the entire manuscript, they wrote that people always had erroneous ideas about themselves. They were governed by products of their brains about God or about a normal person, that is, a nature common to all people. They thus believed in the rule of ideas, something that also applied to young Hegelian philosophy. Now, Marx and Engels would reveal that these philosophers were sheep in wolves' clothing. In a continuation of the foreword that they later struck out, they said that the Germans' ideology did not differ from that of other peoples. They also saw themselves ruled by ideas. We do not know why this continuation found no favor with its authors. It squares with what was said previously: all people had up until then been ruled by the products of their thoughts, but it is possible that the term German ideology itself had all too clearly come into conflict with what was stated in the text itself. There was no doubt that the German ideology that was under the magnifying glass differed from a French and British world of ideas that was more rooted in reality. To take one striking example, when Marx and Engels determined the connection between both of the parts their work encompassed, they contrasted the real social movements in France and England, and German trends of thought. The bourgeoisie in France and Great Britain formed a dominant social and political force, whereas liberalism in Germany, which the young Hegelians belonged to, stopped at words. True socialism in Germany took the same attitude to actual proletarian movements in the other countries. Here, the German ideology appeared as something for itself. 45 But before we can go further, we must scrutinize the word ideology, a newcomer in their prose, more closely. The word ideology had only had a brief history when Marx and Engels began using it. Its originator was a Frenchman named Antoine Destotte de Tracy, and he presented it in a speech on April 21, 1796. At the time, the French Revolution had reached a turning point. The left had been beaten back, and with it the demands for the people's immediate participation and involvement in the affairs of the country. Another way would now be chosen, which would lead more quickly to the goal, the best society. The philosopher Destotte de Tracy wanted to do his part with his ideology. According to him, ideology was the sum of all knowledge. More precisely, it was on the one hand the principles for how to arrive at certain knowledge, and on the other a compendium of this knowledge. No longer would development be governed by the capricious variety of opinions. This was certain knowledge. Destotte de Tracy gained a number of devoted followers who were called ideologues. But their success would be brief. In Napoleon's seizure of power, they gained a powerful critic. The pragmatic new ruler saw Destotte's system as the height of ridiculous rigidity of principle and intellectual fanaticism. His negative view of the term has stuck. It is still found in dictionaries and encyclopedias. 46. But the word had greater success in Germany. There, it could be said that, while the French had made a revolution and the English established industries, the Germans had created another, and ultimately sharper, weapon, ideology. It was another way of saying that while the Germans could not compare with the French in military bravado, or with the English in trade and industry, for Germans the road that stood open was that of knowledge and education. Such thoughts lay behind the great reform of the educational system that had Wilhelm von Humboldt as its most important architect. But the advocates of German ideology belonged to a somewhat later generation. Two of them might have been important for Marx and Engels, Friedrich Roemer and Alexander Jung. Roemer, a Swiss philosopher and politician, shows up in passing in the German ideology. 47 It is less likely that he was the one responsible for the direct inspiration. More likely, it was Jung. Jung was a literary historian and journalist, and Engels had been in a polemic with him as far back as 1842. At that time Engels wrote under the pseudonym Friedrich Oswald, and in one reckoning Jung called him Little Oswald, by which he certainly did not mean his opponent's height, but probably his age, 22 years. At the time, Jung was 43 and Engels still a fervent young Hegelian, annoyed that Jung called Hegel an intellectual inspiration for the literary trend called Das junge Deutschland, Young Germany. In the German ideology it is young Hegelianism in particular that is under fire. But it is likely that it was Jung that inspired Engels, and through him Marx as well, to use the word ideology. The difference is only that, while Jung saw ideology as the Germans' chief asset, in Marx's and Engels's eyes it was on the contrary the thing that alienated humanity from reality. From Heine, who was present throughout the German ideology, a quote is reproduced in the same spirit: "The land belonged to the French and the Russians, and the sea to the British, but to us Germans belongs the airy kingdom of dreams." 48. After the German ideology, Marx seldom used the word ideology, while it is more frequent in Engels's works. Marx does so above all in the famous and oft-quoted foreword to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy from 1859. But the word ideology is in focus in Marx's and Engels's great manuscript. According to them, ideologies are closely bound up with division of labor. A person is marked by what she does. What she is able to do determines her perspective of herself, society, and ultimately all of reality. Ideologies live off their bearers' narrowness of outlook. Marx and Engels did not mince words. With indignation, they saw that Max Stirner did not have any problems with a society in which different people were completely reduced to different kinds of activities. while communist propaganda argued that even workers should develop their natural abilities all around and thereby also their natural abilities for thinking, Stirner objected that each individual could free themselves within their own sphere, without such efforts. For Marx and Engels, it is the same as saying that the worker, like all others with narrow working tasks, should continue living a restricted life. But only when individuals can realize all their intrinsic capacities will we have reached a reasonable goal, they object. Point 49. It is the same utopia expressed in a more drastic and memorable way in the chapter on Feuerbach, in which the authors depict a society that makes it possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner, just as I have a mind, without ever becoming hunter, fisherman, shepherd, or critic. The word critic places us among German philosophers, but the ideal is above all that of Charles Fourier, who most consistently and successfully cultivated the dream of the variation of labor. Point 50. To Stirner, such ideas were deeply alien. According to him, it was on their own that people could reach the innermost extraordinary qualities. Liberation, in other words, is an individual project and not a societal one. He pointed out the artistic or scientific genius who alone could complete their musical compositions or painters' sketches. But he had no luck with his examples, Marx and Engels said. Mozart was one of his geniuses, but it was not Mozart himself who completed his Requiem. The example is truly not a good one. Mozart could not complete his work because he died. Had he not done so, Franz Xaver Sussmayer would have not had anything to do with the work. Marx draws the conclusion that even artistic labor in contemporary society is subject to the law of division of labor. The greater the demand, the larger the selection of works. The interest in vaudeville and novels in Paris had driven along a growing host of vaudevillians and novelists. And within science, for example, astronomers had begun cooperating on developing their observations further. Point 51. Stirner's thoughts on the unique qualities of genius can be found in the other, more comprehensive section of Der Einzige und sein Eigentum. It is called simply Ich, ego, and its parts are called Die Eigenheit, the ownness, der Einer, the owner, and der Einzige, the unique one. Crucial for this triad, such as it is, that Stirner sticks blindly to the linguistic connection between own and owner. He was not the first to do so. John Locke, as we have already seen, was the pioneer in a long development that also included the author of the manuscripts. Stirner, in contrast to Locke and Marx, was not primarily interested in economic categories. He had the state in his sights, and the state was his enemy in everything, something that made him of interest to anarchists. The state always has the sole purpose, to limit, tame, subordinate, the individual, he said. In his eyes, the state was supreme, something that Marx and Engels did not agree with at all. The state owns factories and everything else in the country, Stirner argued. The factory owners were only borrowing and managing them. Point 52. It was the same kind of delusion that the clownish and reactionary Prussian King Friedrich Wilhelm IV was cultivating, said Marx and Engels. The king thought he was supreme, but economically, his kingdom was weak in comparison with England, and there was nothing he himself could do anything about it. Point 53. Uniquely enough, Stirner called communism, the idea that property should be made common, social liberalism. It was the same struggle against egoism that was found in Christianity, he explained. He received the reply that communism did not demand that individuals sacrifice themselves. On the contrary, it safeguarded their total development. It preached no morals. It did not, for example, say that people should love each other. Communists knew on the contrary that egoism, just like sacrifice, was a necessary form of self-confirmation. In the eyes of his critics, Stirner had the loose relationship of the idealist to the hard realities of existence. He was asking for a better means of exchange than money and did not understand how money was rooted in the society he lived in. In a bourgeois manner, he thought that each and every person bore the blame for their own financial worries. Stirner embraced the person who did not submit to any external system, and the only social community he found commendable was the loosely composed association, der Verein. Whereas society consumes you, you yourself consume an association of this kind. The association is a true community, because in it you can be yourself. The state and society, on the other hand, are false. 54 Marx and Engels suspected that hearsay from Paris had reached him about Fourier's small societies, the phalansters, but that he did not understand that Fourier required a total transformation of society in order to realize his ideals. Stirner's associations, rather, were the result of the arbitrariness of a few individuals. The patient reader of the long chapter on Stirner's book will gradually find its meaning. It is a broad reckoning with the most significant work that was produced by the new Hegelian school that both Marx and Engels had once belonged to. In an entirely different manner than in the Holy Family, they were given opportunities in their chapter on Stirner to develop their own views on society and humanity. They clarified for themselves, and certainly for others as well, where they stood on almost all questions that were of significance for them. First and foremost, they could develop in full scale their materialist understanding in contrast to Stirner's idealist one. On point after point, they could bring out the messy, inflexible foundation of society and place it in contrast to Stirner's ideas that so much could be made subject to the individual's arbitrariness. They could develop their view on the relationship between the state and capitalist economy, and they could even touch upon how the division of labor within art and science related to the one within society in general. It is understandable, but not excusable, that so many who write books on Marx or Engels are not capable of the task of reading the section on Stirner in the German ideology. The reckoning with the advocates of the tendency that dubbed itself true socialism was of another kind. Here, Marx and Engels came close to the interpretations that they themselves had quite recently advocated. Moses Hess also participated in their writing project at the beginning, and many true socialists held up Hess as their model. Marx and Engels did not attempt to gloss over the fact that they themselves had recently been close to the interpretations they were now castigating. The true socialists were a typically German phenomena, they said. Their audience was not proletarians but petty bourgeois, and their current standpoint was a necessary transitional stage before they could go further. Perhaps they had already done so, after having written the works being criticized here. Moreover, Marx and Engels declared that they had nothing personal against the authors being attacked. Their works were only the necessary products of a country that had fallen behind in development. 55. But all the same, the polemics that followed were mercilessly sharp. The true socialists usually held up German science in contrast to the crude empiricism of other countries. Their own socialism was claimed to be so much more advanced than the communism of the French. Their communism was raw, one of them said, the same criticism that Marx leveled a few years earlier. Marx and Engels now make iron-equal remarks about the expression, and again have a quote from Heine at the ready, Die Deutsche öffnet den Mund weit, /die Liebe sie nicht zero, /sie schadet sonst die Gesundheit, with gaping jaws the German cries, /too crude love must not be / or you'll get an infirmity. 56 In Heine, it is certainly not any German who was speaking but a church warden, but with that clarification the point would not have been driven home. The sharpest and most detailed criticism is directed at Karl Grun, a person who had long been close to them and whom Marx had come across in Trier, Cologne, and Paris. He was the one who succeeded Marx as Proudhon's teacher, and it is easy to see how they both followed somewhat parallel paths up until the mid-1840s. In his biography of Marx, Jonathan Sperber is actually of the opinion that the attack in the German ideology is conditioned by rivalry and pure quarrelsomeness. But, once again, it shows that Sperber has not read the text that carefully. The chapter reveals, namely, that Grun's knowledge of French socialism and communism was fragmentary. With an exactitude that would have suited an old-fashioned and merciless faculty opponent, Marx compares Grun's quotes and other assessments with what Saint-Simon, Fourier, Cabet, and Proudhon actually said. Page by page, it is revealed that Grun leans on second-hand sources, and sometimes not even that, and still pretends to have deep first-hand knowledge. His general assessments were also shallow and ignorant. 57. What does it say now, other than that Marx, and perhaps also Engels, knew more than Grun about contemporary French radicalism? It indicates something that was, and remained, extremely central for Marx, his requirement for scholarly scientific exactitude and comprehensive reading. It was his strength, but would also become his fate. He read copiously and took careful, detailed notes on what he read. He was a one-man university, and was scornful and ruthless towards those who wanted to skate by more easily. But it also meant that he found it notoriously difficult to complete his larger works. It went better with shorter articles, as it did when, like here, he could collaborate with Engels, who found it easier to bring his writings to a close. The approximately 60 pages that form the chapter on Feuerbach are a summary, but also a way for the authors of getting their bearings. It is the most known and the most read section of the German ideology, often the only one read. Some of its more sloganistic formulations are often reproduced, such as the ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas, or in direct contrast to German philosophy, which descends from heaven to earth, here it is a matter of ascending from earth to heaven. But it is only the context and the whole that gives the chapter its significance. 58. Feuerbach actually played a relatively insignificant role in the chapter. The most that was said about him constituted repetitions of what Marx had already established in his theses. Feuerbach had been satisfied with sensuous objects and ignored sensuous activity, and he did not realize that it was not only a matter of interpreting the world but of changing it as well. The essential thing about the chapter, which also takes up almost the entire text, is a clarification and a summary of a view of history and society that Marx, and Engels as well, would thereafter adhere to in all essentials. But the analysis of capitalist society is still extremely rudimentary, and the view of the relationship between theory and empiricism is far less developed and sophisticated than it would be some decades later. A crucial idea in the German ideology is that it is production that makes a person a person. Production distinguishes humanity from the animals. The production of ideas is interlaced with material production, and can only provisionally be distinguished from it. In Germany, an understanding of history predominated where, on the contrary, ideas were seen as the conductors of history. In England and France, the same attitude also set the tone, at least as far as political history was concerned. But there, the first steps had nonetheless been taken towards giving history a more solid foundation as regards trade and industry. Evidently, they were alluding to the economists here, the same economists who had played such a crucial role for both Engels's and Marx's new orientation. The difference was that the economists had not intended to, or even had enough knowledge to, provide a total picture of history. Before Marx and Engels went on to draw up the guidelines for their own view of history, they attached a warning that has all too seldom been noted. These abstractions in themselves, divorced from real history, have no value whatsoever, they stressed. It is only when grappling with putting the material into order, whether a past epoch or a present, that the real difficulties begin. The general principles can only provide guidance before the actual work begins. 59. Once again, we glimpse the implacable rigor that was so typical of Marx, which he observed both in himself and in others. There are 4 abstractions. 1. People must create conditions for their material lives themselves, food and drink, clothing and housing. 2. Once those have been satisfied, new needs are created that require new productive forces in a continuing spiral. 3. People must procreate, and increasing production creates space for a growing population, and 4. Production requires constantly increased collaboration between people, and this collaboration itself becomes a productive force. 60. It is not a question of any chronological order, these are simply 4 necessary conditions for the development of humanity. The point is that only according to these 4 conditions do we arrive at the fact that humans also have consciousness. The German philosopher's favorite category, spirit, is inseparable from matter from the very beginning. Spirit is also directly linked to language, without which no intellectual communication or development is possible. Consciousness, in other words, is a social product. The division of labor also influences people's way of thinking, and this is the ultimate condition for a phenomenon that Marx had not previously spoken about, the class struggle. In every hitherto existing society, the ruling class has not only directed production, but has also been responsible for the ruling consciousness. What appears as normal and natural to think and believe in a society, in other words, agreed with what the ruling class thinks and believes. One sentence in the introduction deserves particular attention. As in the manuscripts, it is said that in and through the division of labor, people feel like strangers in their work. This is what Marx called estrangement, or alienation. But now he wrote the word in quotation marks, and italicized it with the comment, to use a term which will be comprehensible to the philosophers. Point 61. How should this now be interpreted? It is clear that the authors were distancing themselves from a word that was so closely associated with the idea of the essence of humanity. But it was even more important to realize that the phenomenon itself that the word represents was equally as important and central as it had ever been in the manuscripts. Larger parts of the text consist of a thorough history lesson on the Middle Ages and the beginning of the new era, with hurried associations with contemporary conditions. Trade and manufacture are dealt with in detail. It is a text that shows how important historical concreteness was, for Marx in particular. But we have no reason to dwell upon this. The German ideology never came out in print during its authors' lifetimes. They made many attempts to convince various publishers. The one who came closest to publishing it was Karl Friedrich Julius Leske, who lived in Darmstadt and who had already paid in advance for Marx's outline of a book on economics and politics. Leske inquired about the work but received a response from Marx that he had postponed it and first completed a polemical piece against German philosophy and German socialism up to the present. This was necessary in order to prepare the public for the viewpoint adopted in My Economy, which is diametrically opposed to German scholarship past and present. Point 62. Leske proved to be reluctant. The Prussian authorities were monitoring him scrupulously, and he therefore asked Marx to look for another publisher. Marx, and Engels in particular, made more attempts to find a publisher, but their efforts were in vain. Marx would soon be consumed by another writing project that he successfully brought to a close without going overboard. Engels was more stubborn in his attempt to convince publishers, but he too was forced to quit. More than a decade later, Marx noted that he and Engels had given up in the hunt for publishers. He added, with a gentle smile, that we abandoned the manuscript to the gnawing criticism of the mice all the more willingly, since we had achieved our main purpose, self-clarification. Point 63. This was justified. With the German ideology, both Marx and Engels had arrived at an understanding of the principles for what would later be called their materialist conception of history. But there is more to be said about the work, things that only become clear with posterity. The hard edges of polemics. Early on, Marx had shown himself to be argumentative. In his doctoral thesis, he vehemently attacked those who thought differently. The young journalist had a sharp pen, and in the Holy Family he was merciless against his former fellow young Hegelians. But when he and Engels wrote the German ideology, something new had come into both their lives. Engels was living a financially insecure life. He was dependent upon his father, despite the deep mutual discord. He was roaming between his home districts in Germany, Paris, and Brussels, with détours to Manchester. He had not been as at home as Marx in the French metropolis. He lived an erotically dissolute life that involved not only pleasure, but also hard emotional blows. For Marx, the situation was even more precarious. He had settled down in Paris, happy to live his life in the midst of what he saw both as a new intellectual home and a center for political and cultural development in Europe. He had absorbed everything novel that met him there, with tireless energy. His financial situation was, as always, precarious, but he could greet tomorrow with the hopes of something better. Life with Jenny and their little daughter was full of causes for rejoicing. With the deportation, he was thrown off track. Everything in his life became even more limited, more shabby. He no longer had a large, multifarious social life, and he was forced to experience the complete degradation of the deportation. The passing quarrels between him and Engels certainly had their basis not only in sexual morals, but also in the fact that both were easily irritated in their new environment. But more important were the consequences that the disappointments had for Marx's actions in both a political and theoretical context. He became even more polemical than before, and above all he attacked perceptions that had recently been his own with remarkable ardor. In Paris, in fact, even back in Bad Kreuznach, he had embraced most of what he saw as the revolutionary left with sympathy. Like many others at the time, he drew no sharp boundaries between socialism and communism. He regarded the workers and journeyman craftsmen who formulated their radical opinions in writing with particular warmth. Fully admiring, he dove into the writings of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, the former typesetter. He was even more effusive, as we have seen, in his initial assessments of Taylor Wilhelm Weitling. One could perhaps talk about the uncritical enthusiasm that easily affects the learned academic when he has just become an enthusiastic socialist. Everything seems attractive, everything is promising. Gradually, his ability to discriminate sharpened and his assessments were marked by greater critical moderation. But one can also speak of the openness and tolerance that the feeling of progress and positive outlooks provide. Marx felt he was living and working in the right environment, and he received appreciation, and high expectations, in fact, from many quarters. But the happiness would be of short duration. He was hastily forced out from the center to the periphery, where he had to construct his own, far more limited center. In his letters and writings, he did not display the same enthusiasm as he had in Paris. His polemics often took on a tone of bitterness. His reckoning with Weitling was much discussed. Its objective basis was in actual, and important, differences of opinion. But the mercilessness in Marx's attack was unexpected. Let us observe the background to this clash more closely. Marx and Engels had created an international communist correspondence committee in Brussels. 64 The committee was an attempt to link up the various centers of the still rather modest revolutionary movement, Paris and London, but also New York City and a few places in Germany and Switzerland. Most correspondents were German refugees or emigrants, who in their letters, conveyed through the well-developed postal system of the time, supplied the others with what was happening in their respective locations. Brussels would serve as a hub and Marx would be its dominant voice. The committee would thereby contribute to breaking his enforced isolation and make him as central as he had ever been in Paris. But something had changed in Marx's attitude. He distinguished between friends and enemies in the radical left movement in a new, sharper way. Engels did likewise, likely they both egged each other on, even if Marx, as always, was the dominant party in their collaboration. Marx wrote the first preserved letter in the name of the committee, while Engels added a few brief lines, as did the third initiator, Belgian communist Philippe Charles Gigot. Gigot was part of Marx's close circle of acquaintances in Brussels. By all appearances, he shared Marx's opinions loyally. 65. This first letter is an example of the newer, harder attitude. It was directed at Proudhon, in the context an important name in every respect. Marx encouraged him to become a hub in the work of the Correspondence Committee. In a special postscript, Marx warned Proudhon about Karl Grun, who was described as a charlatan who trafficked in modern ideas. The German ideology indicates why Marx disliked Grun so intensely. Grun had not read the writings he had definite opinions on, and, in Marx's eyes, such things were unforgivable. But the step from there to making the repudiation of Grun into a main question for the new committee was a large one. Grun was, of course, intellectually insignificant and, moreover, pretended to have knowledge he did not possess. But why brand him for that reason? Nor is the explanation sufficient that Grun, with his so-called true socialism, stood politically a good distance from Marx. Marx knew quite well that Proudhon did not agree with him either on crucial points, and it was still to Proudhon that he now turned. Proudhon's response to the letter breathed surprise over Marx's unforgiving attitude. Evidently, he did not recognize his friend from the many joint meetings in Paris. He said that he found the idea of a correspondence committee splendid. But he did not want to take part in it if it was to become a tool for a new dogmatism. "Do not become a new Martin Luther," he exclaimed. Luther had settled accounts with all Catholic orthodoxy, but soon created his own. "You, my dear philosopher, cannot make this classic German mistake again. Let us instead together give the world an example of scholarly tolerance and good polemics. We cannot become apostles for a new religion, the religion of logic, the religion of reason, simply because we are among the leadership of a new movement." Point 66. That last remark is important. Proudhon saw both himself and Marx as leading figures. But he did not want to know about any joint excommunication of anyone who had to write in order to provide for his wife and children. Marx evidently drew the conclusion that he and Proudhon could no longer collaborate. He did not even respond to the letter. Or, rather, his response came in the form of a book that will be dealt with soon. The campaign against Grun continued. Now it was Engels who became the most active in the controversy. In contrast to Marx, he could work in Paris, where Grun was also staying, and where both socialism and communism had their natural center. From Paris, Engels sent reports to the committee alongside private, Francke letters to Marx. Point 67. The campaign against Grun was a main issue there right from the beginning, nor did Weitling escape disparaging judgments. Grun was accused of plagiarism, and Weitling of having written his main work, Garantien, with the help of other, more knowledgeable persons. Even Hess was treated roughly in the correspondence, as was Feuerbach. In his private letters, Engels also described his erotic escapades with wonderful French women, and gave an account of new setbacks in his attempts to find a publisher for the German ideology. The letters showed that Engels wanted to carry out a hard and merciless campaign just as much as Marx did. Even supporters could express concern over what they saw as unnecessary quarrelsomeness. Would it not have been better to concentrate on their opponents in common instead? What would they win in this mutual causticness, asked August Hermann Uhrbeck, one of Marx's faithful correspondents. Point 68. But Marx and Engels had made up their minds. The Correspondence Committee would become an organization of struggle within the incipient workers' movement, tasked with not only directing polemics outwards against the aristocracy and bourgeoisie but also inwards against socialists and communists of other opinions. Success in these ambitions was not a given. No unity prevailed within the groups now being linked together. One crucial issue concerned how communists and socialists should act in the event of a future revolution in Prussia and other German states. Marx had arrived at the conclusion that proletarians could not seize power before the bourgeoisie had first transformed the old feudal society the way it had done in England and France. In England, the transformation had started with the various revolutionary upheavals in the 1600s, in France, in 1789. The Germans had not yet managed to get that far, but were now ready. Only after that could the working class seize power. Until then, it was a question of supporting the struggle of the bourgeoisie. The first goal was to establish democracy with universal voting rights, and civil rights and freedoms. But there were many who held other interpretations. They saw the opportunity for a more rapid seizure of power. Their hopes were a child of the utopian 1840s, where Marx had recently felt at home. Some believed that the transition to an entirely new and just society would occur rather peacefully. The majority of the people would quite simply realize the superior advantages of a system in which opportunities in life were divided fairly, and they would therefore resolve to change the prevailing circumstances. Others propagandized for a violent revolution in which a smaller group would actively bring the masses along with it in a total transformation of society. Wilhelm Weitling was among the latter, and he held a strong position both in Paris and in London, where he was living in exile at the time. As we saw earlier, he laced his political theses with Christian messianism, but that made him no less militant. He dreamed of assembling a large army with which he would liberate the oppressed in his old homeland. For these plans, he believed he could obtain a majority among the members of the Correspondence Committee, and it was with that intent that he set out for Brussels. The meeting was held on May 11, 1846, and became turbulent. We know about the course of events from an eyewitness description. The Russian Pavel Vasilyevich Anenkov, who would later become known as one of Russia's foremost literary critics, was a friend of Marx during their time in Brussels. Both shared an interest in economics, politics, and especially literature. Pushkin was one of Marx's favorite writers, and in the 1850s Anenkov would become the first to publish a critical edition of Pushkin's writings. According to Anenkov's account, some of the committee's members were seated around a small table. 69 Marx took his place at one of the narrow ends with a pen in his hand and his leonine head bent over a sheaf of paper, while Engels, tall and upright, gave an introductory address. In the middle of the speech Marx interrupted him, sprung up from his seat and addressed himself directly to Weitling. "Tell us, Weitling, you who have raised such a racket in Germany with your preaching, on what basis do you justify your activity and what do you intend to base it on in the future?" When Weitling answered in evasive terms, Marx struck his fist on the table with all his might and roared, "Ignorance has never helped anyone." With that, the break was complete. Weitling was, of course, deeply offended by the attack. Here he, the former tailor, had been accused of ignorance by a man with a doctorate. A person claiming to be central to a movement acting in the cause of the workers could not speak disparagingly to an autodidact. But the effusively positive evaluation of Weitling's efforts a few years earlier had been replaced by an equally complete belittlement of his capacities. 70 Naturally, it can also be said that Marx was essentially right. Weitling's military plans were completely unrealistic. But this fact does not excuse the vehemence of Marx's attack or his disparaging judgment. The Correspondence Committee's meeting not only saw the quarrel between Marx and Weitling. It was also decided, entirely in the same spirit, that a strong condemnation would also be aimed at the Volkstribun, People's Tribune, newspaper, published in New York for the rapidly growing German-language minority there. Only Weitling voted against the resolution. The other 6 members supported it, one of whom was Marx's brother-in-law and former classmate Edgar von Westphalen. The editor of the paper, Hermann Krieg, who was a part of the committee, was ordered to publish a succession of articles Marx and Engels had written that were devastatingly critical of what Krieg himself had written. Krieg was part of the group of true socialists who united the hope for a rapid transformation of society with a doctrine of love, more or less tinged with Christianity, that had a clear eschatological element. The end times were near, and soon the kingdom of heaven would be realized on earth. The condemning articles were done in Marx's usual polemical style that Engels also appropriated. Scornful quotes were mixed with powerful condemnations. Communism had become lovesick in Volkstribun, the paper was blowing metaphysical trumpetings, and Krieg himself posed as a prophet and apostle of love. This device had been well honed since the Holy Family. Their opponent was depicted as a quasi-religious cheat who lacked all deeper insights into society and its development. 71. Marx and Engels not only gained enemies for their new, hard line, but also a number of enthusiastic adherents. Some of them were in their immediate proximity in Brussels. The most important of them was Wilhelm Wolff, called Lupus, who would come to be the closest to them of all. In contrast to Marx and Engels, Wolff had painful personal experiences of the mercilessness of class society. His parents were smallholders in Silesia, in practice, serfs subordinate to a harsh landowner. Despite opposition from above, Wolff succeeded in studying and at long last becoming a private teacher. Latin and Greek were his specialties. Here, Marx and he could meet in a lifelong interest in the classics. But Wolff's path continued to be thorny. For several years, he was imprisoned in a fortress during the so-called persecution of demagogues that was mainly directed against radical students and academics during the 1820s and 1830s. He came to Brussels fleeing a Prussian prison sentence, and soon became an important member of the Correspondence Committee. He had something that both Marx and Engels were in great need of after settling accounts with Weitling, an ideal combination of lower-class background, solid and multifarious knowledge, and a good ability to express himself in writing. He remained a loyal supporter until his death in 1864. Engels wrote a series of articles extolling him in the 1870s, they were also included in the edition of Wolff's collected works that Franz Mehring published in 1909 on the 100th anniversary of his birth. 72. One of Wolff's works lives on indirectly, in the history of literature. He was the one who wrote the account of the weavers' uprising in Silesia, his home province, that Gerhard Hauptmann built his drama Die Weber on. Another name that should be mentioned is that of George Wierth. Wierth was born in 1822 and was still a young man when he turned up in Brussels. He was the son of a priest, but, when his father became ill, George could not continue his studies and went into commerce. Cotton became his specialty. Through his occupation, he learned French and English, and supplemented his education with diverse university lectures. He entered literary circles and was encouraged in his writing. For a period, he worked in England, where he got to know Engels personally. He had already become a communist by the time he turned up in Brussels, and distinguished himself as the foremost poet of the new movement. For Marx, who so bitterly missed the literary social life of Paris, having him close by was a comfort. The remainder of Wierth's short life was turbulent. Like Wolff, he was extremely active in the revolution of 1848-9, thrown into prison for his writings, and came out a crushed man who abandoned both poetry and politics. He sought refuge in the Caribbean for new business there, and died in Cuba at the age of 34. On his tombstone in Havana, it says he was a close friend and fellow thinker of Marx and Engels. 73. Through people such as Wierth and Wolff, Marx and Engels built a small community for their activities. Wierth, who was constantly traveling for his profession, became especially useful because with his personal warmth, he could keep the spirit alive among sympathizers in other towns. The Correspondence Committee could thereby also better serve its ultimate purpose, namely to imbue the Bundergerechten with Marx and Engels' ideas and to make the organization ripe for their type of communism. How this succeeded is the subject of the next chapter. But before we get that far, we must stop to consider a work that Marx was writing at the time, because in the middle of all the turbulence, he managed to develop his critique of society and of economics a great deal further in Brussels. The book is called Misère de la Philosophie, The Poverty of Philosophy, and it was written in French. The Poverty of Philosophy. Pavel Anenkov, the Russian who reported, wide-eyed, Marx's fit of rage against Weitling in 1846, wrote a letter to Marx from Paris 6 months later, on November 1. Anenkov had just read Proudhon's 1846 book Philosophie de la Misère, The Philosophy of Poverty, and he was of two minds. Of course, he saw that the book contained a great deal of dross about God, about providence, and about the contradiction between intellect and matter. But the economic portion of the book was rich in interest. Never before had Anenkov seen, in black and white, how civilization could not abandon what had been won through the division of labor, machinery, competition, and so on. But, when it came to the disadvantages of the system, which Proudhon also convincingly pointed out, the remedy he proposed was again one of his own old dogmas. Anenkov could not follow him there, and therefore he now asked Marx for guidance. He concluded the letter with a long and eloquent farewell of the type possible only in French. It concerned Jenny Marx, who had received him, a foreigner whose only merit was loving and respecting you, Monsieur Marx, with such hospitality. 74. Marx did not respond before the end of December. At first, he had had difficulty getting hold of the book, and now he had still only managed to skim it. His response was as might be expected, he said, but that response was 10 pages long and already provided the outline of the reckoning he would soon publish in book form. 75 The manuscript of the book, entirely in French, was begun at the same time as the response to Annenkov and was completed in early April. Marx thus was not disturbed by his otherwise quite inhibiting demands for perfection. Perhaps it was the polemic which now, as it did both previously and later, made it easier for him to bring it to a close. As we have seen, where personal reckonings were concerned he was quick to send his manuscript to print. But, in content and substance, The Poverty of Philosophy is a more serious work than both the Holy Family and the German ideology. What Marx had won through his previous account with German idealist philosophy was a kind of philosophically imprinted method, and he used it now both in his criticism of Proudhon and of the economic theory in general. Even in the letter to Annenkov, certain main points can be divined. Society, Marx said, is the result of people's actions reciproques, their reciprocal actions. Different societies had different forms, these forms could not be freely chosen, but the former presupposes the latter. Productive forces constitute law-based Tautler Histoire, the basis for their entire history. The latter is an interpretation he would come to modify later on in his life. In The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx follows Proudhon's work closely. After a brief, ironic foreword there follows an initial chapter on a scientific discovery and a second on the metaphysics of political economy. The tone is sharply polemical, and sometimes condescending. It is a text that must have wounded the victim of the attack. Proudhon evidently had great ambitions with his Philosophie de la Misère. On the one hand, he claimed that he was bringing an original economic theory. On the other, above all, he wanted to develop a method under inspiration from German idealist philosophy, in particular Hegel. 76. Marx completely rejects the results that Proudhon had achieved. Not a word of praise escaped his lips. It was a frontal attack. 77. Marx mobilizes both his enormous and rapidly growing reading and his great analytical ability to interpret complicated texts. He could show that Proudhon's bright hopes of a speedy transition to a society without injustices and poverty had already been proposed by several authors in England, chief among them John Francis Bray with his 1839 Labour's Wrongs and Labour's Remedy. Bray had the same idea as Proudhon that a condition of equality, decency, and contentment was within reach if only people would make full use of the resources that contemporary development offered. With a few simple arrangements, people would be able to switch work efforts fairly. Marx objected that Bray's societal ideal was only the reflection of the actual world and asserted that therefore it is totally impossible to reconstitute society on the basis of what is only an embellished shadow of it. 78 Marx's metaphors in these lines deserve to be remembered. Base, shadow, and reflection are all here. Optical images were and remained important for Marx. And we will return to the word base. A metaphor that faces an entirely different direction is Robinson, after Daniel Defoe's 1719 novel Robinson Crusoe, in which the shipwrecked Robinson builds up a rudimentary civilization step by step on a deserted island. Proudhon, like many leading economists, was trying to make large, complex contexts intelligible by bringing them down to the individual level. As individuals functioned in their everyday context, so also in principle did all of society. Without further ado, he adds a collaborator to the solitary person Proudhon first introduced. Marx likens the trick to Defoe's. In order for Robinson to be able to complete his societal project, he also needs another person, conveniently, an ideal servant, christened Friday, appears. 79. According to Marx, we must always presuppose society. Without society, there are no individuals, consequently, no people either. People live in structures they take over from previous generations, and to which they change through their own activity. Even at a somewhat higher level, Marx opposed what we could call Proudhon's reductionism. Based on the division of labor in the factory, Proudhon could side with the division of labor in the whole of society. Marx objected that it was the affair of management to divide labor in the factory, while competition pushed forward degrees and types of specialization in society at large. 80. Another important difference between Proudhon and Marx concerned the view of the interaction between production and need. According to Proudhon, they both condition each other. He seemed to assume that there was a natural tendency towards an increase both of production and of human need. Marx, on the other hand, asserted that it was collective production that changed the conditions for human life. People produce something new that would not have existed without their work. New and growing needs are the result of more diversified production. Needs, in other words, are a dependent variable. According to Marx, on the other hand, production is an independent variable. No product is useful in and of itself except that it is useful for a consumer, he said. Consumer stands against producer. Consumers always have to be convinced that they need what is being produced. If supply and demand are not at all in balance, the result will be shortage or surplus. 81. Proudhon asserted that producers and consumers were free in their activity. No, Marx said. As long as the producers are subject to the division of labor, they are compelled to sell. In the same way, consumers are bound to their means and their needs. A worker who buys potatoes and a mistress who buys lace can imagine that they are free, but are acting only in accordance with their social position. Proudhon claimed he was making an original contribution to economic theory. Marx found that the results were merely a number of abstractions of small explanatory value, and plays off a long line of British and French economists against him. He placed special importance on the contributions of David Ricardo. Proudhon polemicized against Ricardo, calling him a cynic. Of course, Ricardo was cynical, Marx said, cynical and clear. The costs of buildings and machines were no different from the expenses for the workers. It was a cynicism that lay in the thing itself, and not the words. Proudhon tried to get away from the mercilessness of capitalist production with dreams about a revolutionary theory of proletarian emancipation. In fact, he had only stopped at the formula for the present enslavement of the worker. 82. Out of Ricardo's theories, Proudhon seemed to draw his own conclusions that the present society was heading towards increasing equality. This was due to a fundamental mistake, Marx said. He was confusing the value of the labor required to produce a given object and the value of that same labor on the market. In short, he did not see the difference between the use value and the exchange value of the labor. For example, if a given amount of grain costs 2 working days instead of 1, this did not mean that the amount of nutrition doubled. On the other hand, the amount of labor did. Proudhon's confusion also occurs in Adam Smith, Marx said. On the other hand, Ricardo was entirely consistent. The poverty of philosophy testifies eloquently that Marx had devoted an in-depth study to Ricardo since the days of the manuscripts. Proudhon let slip that labor was something vague. Marx objected, labor is not a vague thing, it is always some definite labor, it is never labor in general that is sold and bought. But when it is sold and bought, it itself is a commodity. Marx argued that Proudhon was seized with uncertainty in the face of this double essence and sacrificed the basis of his entire theoretical construction, labor time as the yardstick of value. And for the sake of life to lose the reasons for living. Marx added derisively, with a quote from the poet Juvenal reproduced in the purest Latin. 83. Marx's text is scarcely intended for a proletarian reading group. But his criticism shows that he had arrived at a distinction that only several years later he would put into his own words, the one between concrete and abstract labor. In capitalist society, abstract labor is sold per hour against wages. Concrete labor is the production of a definite product, whether it is a piece of cloth or a machine part. Proudhon's view of society is optimistic. Just under the surface of injustices and workers' poverty, the possibilities of an equal and just society open up. Marx is not as optimistic. The antagonism between worker and capitalist characterizes society and is inevitable until the day the workers rebel. Both are agreed on one point, Technological development is an awesome force that transforms humanity's living conditions from the bottom up. But the consequences they draw diverge. Marx emphasized that the anarchic relations under capitalism have irrational consequences. Machines make it easier to produce luxuries than commodities necessary for life. He chose a topical example: hard alcohol was threatening to supersede wine and beer. Governments were fighting against pure spirits, the European opium, but ultimately it would be the economy that decided the matter. 84 Marx's example shows that he was marked by the conditions in areas where wine and beer traditionally had the dominant position but were now facing stiffer competition from distilled drinks. In countries such as Sweden and Russia that typically drank schnapps and vodka, the same changes were not taking place. But the example itself does not need to be examined in detail. The important thing is the critique. Increased productivity did not mean, as Proudhon thought, that things would automatically get better for everyone and that what was necessary for the lives of the poor would automatically become cheaper. There were no economic mechanisms that would result in the use values and exchange values of the products meeting. On the contrary, luxuries or items that were dangerous to health could very well be profitable. What generates profit is produced, whether it favors everyone or only a few, and regardless of whether it helps or harms the consumer. The division of labor is another area in which Proudhon and Marx had the same fundamental assessment but held opposing interpretations of contemporary development. Both argued that narrow working tasks means that individuals were limited in their development in an unfortunate way. But according to Proudhon, mechanical development meant that everyone would at last be able to be active in a way that would do their inherent possibilities justice. Marx pointed out that on the contrary, the machines in England had meant an even stricter division of labor. He clarified, it was typical of modern society that it engenders specialties, specialists, and with them craft idiocy. At the same time, it was wrong to see the machines as conductors of economic development. The machines are as little an economic category as the oxen that draw the plow. They are both simply a productive force. On the other hand, the factory, which is built on the use of machines, is a social production relation, an economic category. 85. Once again, we see how his reckoning with Proudhon led Marx to distinctions and clarifications that were previously missing in his texts. Here, for the first time, the term social relations of production turns up. In the German ideology, he and Engels had made use of the broader and more indeterminate word Verkehr, which if anything corresponds to traffic or communication. Social relations of production, Rapport Socials de Production, is much clearer. It concerns how owners, workers, and work equipment relate to each other in production. It is worth recalling that the word Verhältnis in Hegel's logic has a particular meaning, different from the related word Beziehung. Beziehung denotes any relationship at all, however temporary, for example, the one between the blossoming meadowsweet that is just now in my field of vision and White House to its right. Verhältnis, on the other hand, refers to a fixed context that changes as soon as one of its parts changes. A living body with the organs necessary for life is a good example, the relationship between parent and child is another. The parts in a Verhältnis condition and mark each other, they are part of what, in the language of logic, is called an internal relation. 86. Marx distanced himself from Hegel's conception of the world. But these foundations of the Hegelian conceptual apparatus were crucial for his arguments.